Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true then? The war of succession is ended.
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Ark, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When? Not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the cardinal dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Cái gì Okay. Oh, yes. Yes.
Second line Trudakar. Second line Trudakar. The second line of Trudicard. Second line of Trudicard. Second line of Trudicard. The second line of Trudicard. The second line of Trudicard. Super.
Style. Space. Subaru. Capable of some good, clean fun. The all-electric Subaru Solterra.
Alright, young son. Every time you guys that you up, there's always one to live with.
I don't understand what's going on.
Want my autograph? No. My name. No. Come on. I ain't going that far.
Put it on. I ain't going that far. And then he puts it on.
Go eat the dog and cat. Hey, yeah. There's a lot like stuff is wrong. Hope you like to do. You guys put this together. I don't know this.
I genuinely, sincerely don't understand what's going on. It's a real video. Biden, the guy's calling him an old fart. Do you even remember your name? He said, yeah, I'm an old fart. For anybody who can't hear the audio. And he says, here, I'll give you. Biden gives him an autographed version of autographed hat. And the guy who's wearing a Trump 2024 hat says, "You want my hand? You want me to autograph?" He says, "Hell no." And then someone says, "Put it on," in the crowd. He says, "No, I'm not going that far." And then he puts it on. And it's not just that he puts it on. After he puts it on, he then has to repeat not the joke, but the current talking point issue of what's going on in Springfield, Ohio, as a result of his terrible border policies that was overseen by his not border but border Kamala Harris, who's currently running for president. The dude put on his adversary's merch, and the question is this: I have placed an investment that Biden will resign before January 20th. This is not financial advice whatsoever, and I think it still qualifies as, potentially gambling, although it's an educated guess based on information. I read a very compelling argument as to why Biden would resign before January 20th, and so that would be that he can say, well, that the regime can say, we got our first female president, regardless of what happens in November. That way Kamala can come in and pardon not only Hunter, but Joe Biden as well. Because if Biden comes in and pardons Hunter, it'll look like nepotism. If he pardons himself, it'll look like total corruption. So he'll just hand over the reins, and Kamala Harris will say, all right, I pardon you, pardon Hunter, pardon Hillary Clinton, pardon Donald Trump, pardon all of them, let's start from scratch, depending, we'll see what happens with Hillary. It's a compelling argument, and the odds are there. It's like 6-1 or 7-1. What the hell is it? Okay, and I'll stop it there. And I'm going to go to the chat. And I'll go to vivabarneslaw.locals.com first to see what do you all think? Is it a moment of demented civility? Is it a genuine, moment of sincere humor? Is it a big middle finger to Kamala Harris for stabbing him in the back? If Biden wins in November, if Trump wins in November, Biden will resign so Kamala can be president. You're right, Vivas, Stephen Britton. I think so. I mean, he's got nothing to lose at that point. Let Kamala be the first female president, even if she's not, she won't be, and then it'll screw up all the merch. But if he does it, it would also be a bit of a FU, because I got my my Trump 47 hat. If Trump wins, the thing is, I see it as like a one way or the other. Trump wins, he does it because there's nothing to lose anymore. And if Kamala wins, he does it, and she gets to be the first female president.
Avec Club Piscine, l'automne, c'est la saison spa par excellence. Obtenez jusqu'à 4100 $ en rabais et avantages sur les spas jacuzzi Solstice, incluant 900 $ de tapis chauffants et jusqu'à 5700 $ en rabais et avantages sur les spas de nage. Seulement chez Club Piscine.
But I don't believe so. And I don't know what he's doing. All I know is that image now. It is disastrous. And I would love to have been a fly on the wall with Hillary. Finally recognized she was losing in 2016. Apparently she went ape shit, throwing stuff, sobbing uncontrollably. I would have liked to see it not in the reveling from her misery perspective, but I just want to know what happened. I would like to have been in the minds of Biden's bodyguards. What the hell are you doing? Jeez Louise, why don't you just put on a shirt now? Why don't you ask Trump to sign your boobies? Love to have been with the Kamala Harris brand. Joe, what did you just do? Oh, do we do a flashback to Obama? Never underestimate Joe's ability to F things up. Way to F things up, Joe. Oh, lordy. Biltong is in the house. We have elk and venison biltong back in stock, and shipments will commence starting next week. Need some lean game protein? Get yours at BiltongUSA.com. Viva 10 for 10% off. P.S. No dog or cat. And then we got Pasha Moyer in our locals community. I think Biden is so weak in character that they actually talk with wearing the hat. Past actions corroborate this. That's it. In the moment, wants to be loved by the crowd. I'm going with senile, because it's not something you would ever do for any reason. I think he's at that point where he's a senile old man who could be talking to anything, and they're going to pull his ass off the campaign trail now because he's an outright egregious liability for Kamala branding, and he might be coercively compelled to resign before January 20 for the reasons I've already said. Okay. What we're going to do now, we're about an hour, we're going to go over the Rumble, because we're going to Rumble, locals, talk some Canadian stuff that is going to blow your freaking mind. We're going to talk some more Trump. We're not done just looking at the stuff I have to back up. Election interference from Time Magazine yet again, and some other fun stuff. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to give you all the link. We'll give you all the link. Give you all the link then. Y'all better come on over to our Rumble chat and listen to Viva Fry. Y'all better. Okay. I'll get locals as well for anybody who wants to come directly over to locals. Locals, if I can do it. Locals here. Oh, and before I forget, because I always do, I'll do it now while we got the YouTube crowd here. If you want some merch, some kick-ass merch of my computer, seems to be very slow. Viva Fry, know the further. You want some merch? VivaFry.com. You can go get your trucker hat with Fight. It's beautiful. It's magnificent. If you're not into trucker hats, because I'm not really into trucker hats myself, but you can get a Trump shot glass, Fight shot glass, Viva Barnes poster, bumper sticker, and obligatory, don't vote for an idiot. If you want to get it and use it at home and you don't necessarily want to wear a don't vote for an idiot shirt out in public, get the mug, get it for a friend, get it for your Kamala support friend. Show some love by making fun of their stupidity. All right, we are going over to Rumble. So if you're in YouTube, 1.7 thousand, come on over to Rumble, or come on over to VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com. The entire stream will be posted to Viva Clips. And good news, my Viva Family YouTube channel is remonetized because they realized it. So we are ending on Twitter, ending on
Michael's Big Fall Sale is going on now. Celebrate the season with major savings.
Today's topic is craziness. Craziness is the center of any political discussion. You have Democrats that are trying to make Donald Trump look extremely crazy, and some say that he succeeded in the recent debate. Others say that it was a catastrophic failure for the Democrats and Trump won. Let me know what you guys think. But here in Canada, they're trying to do the exact same thing to Pierre Poilievre. They're trying to make Pierre look absolutely crazy. Pierre is saying enough is enough. I'm putting a motion forward for a vote of non-confidence. So, in other words, Pierre Poilievre is trying to call an election, and we're gonna have to wait and see how this plays out, because you have the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, that has said, I am tearing off my coalition deal, and we're gonna take on Justin Trudeau and Pierre, and whenever an election comes, it's gonna come. Well, Pierre is saying, how about we do it next week, tough guy? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage everyone to smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. This really helps grow the channel. We're on route to like 405,000 subscribers. We are growing at a tremendous rate, so I just want to thank everybody who's participating in that. I want to thank all of the new and long existing channel members on this channel. It does really help keep this channel afloat. And if you do want to be a channel member, you got to pay less than the carbon tax, then click and tap that join button below. It's in the description, pinned comment below, and literally a join button on the channel. Without further ado, let's get into this video here. There's a lot to talk about, folks. I am sorry in advance if this is a longer video than normal. So we're going to start off with the polls like we always do here. You have Pierre Poilievre at 212 projected seats. Bottom line 181, top at 234. Justin Trudeau and Liberals at 77 seats. Bloc Québécois 36 projected seats. And the NDP and Jagmeet Singh, hold on here, hold on. I got to zoom in. My eyes aren't that good. Hold on, what does it say? Is that 20 seats, 30 seats? No, it says 16 seats, Jagmeet. 16 seats. Also, my computer saying seniors should read this before booking a hearing test. Wow, I zoomed in. Craziness where it thinks I'm a senior citizen. Alright, 99% likely across the board for the Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, to win the most seats and odds of winning a majority government. And when you look at the coalitions that could potentially happen, you get the Bloc and the Liberal. They together would apparently, according to projections, get 113 projected seats. And then you have the Liberals, the Green Party, and the NDP with 95 projected seats. And if you did have the NDP, the Bloc, and the Liberals, you would have 130 projected seats. So it is a pretty impactful three-way coalition if that does happen. But we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out, because he did tap the coalition, and Pierre just called for an election next week on day one of Parliament on Monday. And again, if you do like to watch House of Commons, House of Canada, I do have another YouTube channel down below in the description called House of Canada. I'm trying to stream every single episode of A Question Period. Highly recommend you guys subscribe to that channel as well, because the debates get insane out of hand. And speaking of out of hand, you have America saying, hey, we haven't sent you enough money. Here's $750 million. No, $717 million to Ukraine for its war against Russia, says America. Now, in the debate, you had a phenomenal question that was asked. ABC moderators asked Donald Trump, who do you want to win, Russia or Ukraine? And he says, there's no winners in war. If I'm president, I'm going to make it end. And he said, oh, that's interesting. So who do you want to win? And he said, I just want the wars to end. So many lives are being lost. And that is honestly the only answer that there should be. There is no, I want Russia to win, I want Ukraine to win. How about we just end wars and stop the warmongers from being in power with their fingers on the nuclear button, while also simultaneously becoming multi-millionaires or even billionaires for themselves, all their friends, and their family. What's that word? Corruption. Anyways, let's segue into some Canadian stuff here. You've got a man puking as he crosses the street because of all the horrible news that is happening here in Canada. So this is the reaction of someone who is experiencing the Bank of Canada cuts rates 3 times in a row, and your neighbor sells his house 25% below the current list pricing of your home, which you're selling that is already $450 below peak 2022 prices. Welcome to Canada. That pretty much sums things up. Sorry if that was too graphic to see somebody puking, but honestly, that's the state of Canada right now. It just makes people want to throw up. I'm sick to my stomach at what has happened to my beautiful, wonderful country, and I'm sure you are as well. And seeing charts like this, statistics like this, that Brian Ollie from the Toronto Sun shares of overdoses. Overdoses in Ontario have been at an all-time peak. Coincidentally, just as we started issuing all of those safe consumption sites. I'm sure that doesn't have to do with one another, right? Said nobody. Then you have Tracy Wilson, who works with the CFR, sharing this post here from Canada Proud. Report is someone from Ontario, resident Wendy, 58 years old, has been charged with assault with a weapon after accidentally squirting a bystander with water during a water gun fight with some neighborhood children. Can you imagine that? The whole neighborhood's having a water gun fight, and he accidentally squirts some water on somebody, and they're like, that's assault with a weapon. So that's actually happening. That's right here in Canada. You can't make that up, and I'm sure you're going to hear Justin Trudeau talk about how we need to ban assault-style water-projected guns, because he's just on the huge these days. Speaking of these days, this is a clip from back when you know when, of Justin Trudeau making fun of anybody who waves a Canadian flag and dripping into Pierre Poilievre. Let's take a quick look at this, and then we've got a whole lot of other clips to show about what just happened in the past, 8 hours.
So our investment in child protection is really an investment in our future, the investment in our community. It's making sure that children are not just safe, but that they're thriving. So beyond having a plan to make people mad and amplify and reflect back that anger, we haven't really seen a lot of concrete proposals from Mr. Poilievre. I mean, he did make one, that's not fair, you're right. He had one great opportunity for people to opt out of inflation. He recommended this last spring. You could opt out of inflation if you invest your money in Bitcoin. Yeah, no. He stayed up late, watched all sorts of YouTube videos, and came to that conclusion. He said that himself. Buy Bitcoin, opt out of inflation. Well, any Canadian who actually listened to, maybe that's why those guys with the flags are so mad at me, any Canadian who listened to him would have lost more than half their life savings since last March. That's not responsible leadership. It's not responsible leadership to go and speak to groups that are known for denying the reality of residential schools, as he did just last week, or for attacking the rights of LGBT community Canadians, or for chalking up men's rights while attacking feminism at the same time. That's not the kind of path you need for Canadians, and yet he unapologetically does those things because it's a way to foment anger, to build up outrage.
Right. Speaking of outrage, this guy is calling people that wave Canadian flags racists and many other worse things than that. It just doesn't make any sense, man. Trudeau, anyone who doesn't support Trudeau, he says, what's wrong with you? Pierre Poilievre is brainwashing, you're being indoctrinated by mega politics. How about we just don't like you because you're a garbage human being? You gaslight people, you wear fake, you put on those smiles, and you wave at people that are heckling you. You've never once gone up to a group of people that are heckling you, that are protesting you, and said, hey, why are you protesting? Is there anything I can do to, give you more trust in the government? He doesn't care about that. He's an extremely fake individual, and that is part of the reason why people are fed up with him. Now, this would be a 3-hour-long, multi-hour-long video if I had to list all the reasons why people are angry with Justin Trudeau. But now we're going to shift away a little bit from Justin Trudeau and take a look at the next worst person, Jagmeet Singh. So Jagmeet Singh and the NDP are going on the public transport, and they're going, hey, look at us. We are awesome people. Well, this is what Jagmeet just recently said in a press conference in response to Pierre Poilievre calling him sellout Singh, among other things. So
I think what Pierre Poilievre is doing, and the Conservatives have done for a long time, they like to insult. They like to make things about petty insults and make things about attacking people personally. You see, what I do is I attack what he's going to do to Canadians. I'm concerned that Pierre Poilievre's vision of Canada is to tear down our healthcare system. And so I attack him on the policy that he's going to hurt Canadians by tearing down our healthcare system, and so you're going to have to pay out of pocket to take care of your need. I think that is horrible. I think that's bad. But I attack him on his policies, on his bad decisions, on his track record. He likes to insult people and call people names. I think that shows you what type of person he is. And that's going to be an important part of the decision Canadians make in the next election. Do you want someone who pays petty insults and insults people personally, or someone who's actually going to fight for you to make sure you have a good healthcare system? That's part of the choice Canadians have in the next election.
Yes, the classic purity spile where Pierre Poilievre and everyone else who criticizes what I'm doing, they're criticizing it wrongfully, or they're not criticizing it the way I am criticizing it. Therefore, my criticism is above and beyond and is significantly better than anyone else because I'm doing it and I'm setting the parameters in which you are allowed to do certain things or how you can approach certain things. Jagmeet Singh is constantly going down this purity spiral, and it's so friggin' annoying. Not only is it disingenuous, it's fake. People see right through it. Anyone who supports it, I'm sorry, but as I say down south, bless your heart. Next up, you have another video of him. I'm not going to listen to your advice, Pierre. I'm not going to listen to you. You are the worst person ever.
I say directly to Pierre Poilievre, I'm not going to listen to you, someone who wants to destroy your healthcare system, who wants to hurt seniors by cutting their pensions, someone who wants to attack workers, someone who wants to strip away dental care from seniors. What kind of person wants to strip away dental care when seniors have just gotten it, when kids are receiving it? Who wants to take that away from them? I'm never going to listen to someone like that. So no, I'm not going to listen to your advice. You want to destroy people's lives. I want to build up a brighter future. A better future for Canadians.
There you go. I'm not going to listen to you about my coalition. You suggested many times. Sorry, everybody, but it's a fact that you listened to him for 2 minutes. Now we're going to take a look at some failed liberal actions here. Ryan environmental minister Stephen Guilbeault and his vampire friend.
We've seen during the last few months that there's ship in Canada. I think we need to continue to explain why we're putting in place that's we are putting in place. But it is more complex to explain that, and I think we should just not do that. Without not doing anything, the total absence, as you were saying, it's the absence of vision, it's the absence of plan, and he has no measure to offer climate change. In fact, climate change, he looks in the part, and it's full everything.
Fucking, that's fucking beyond retarded.
Which is wrong. We'll see Canadians going back. There's one fire on the there's dollars climate change impacts. We're all that get off on thing. This is your climate change impact we're all and that's that has nothing to say about that.
Now, you have never acknowledged that public pricing also comes in public rebate, which makes life more affordable for 8,000 As an economist, it is clear that an economic policy that should go to reducing the city more money prospects
that data techniques that's rational, that there are daycare so that their parents can get the jobs and careers that they want and that are worthy. That's the about electric vehicle supply chains or droning in investment in strong jobs of the future. We are stepping up and investing in the future. find that we can see how it works. $250 childcare. I would direct that. I would first tell you if it was a decent program. In theory, it's all right. $2 a day. And even if you have 2 kids, I would be a lifesaver. I would be supposed to. I would actually apply 4 years before the kids was born. Yeah, $6,000 people, just under 100,000 people. I can't imagine the waitlist, the wait times for real major cities. It's a big program. I mean, from my understanding of that program, if you can apply as a child care facility, you can apply that program within a certain time frame, and if you meet that requirement, automatically denied. And these are now new child care facilities apply as a wrong. So we've already given out all grants for that. You allocate the money for results. That's not the child care facilities are it's not that They found 26 of them were previously living in one basement in one house. Things are being sold in the sex wages, and I was sent back to India to buy them. This is massive humanitarian crisis, entirely caused by the world people bring home common sense and international students that will populate. We're going to the housing stock, how we go back to the house. That's like 1.4% increase in our housing stock. You can't grow the population faster than that unless you're going to have worse housing shortages. The election, we need it to happen sooner than later. I'm going to ask for common sense conservatives to put forward a non-confidence as we say it's possible and they don't. And next, I would say that form of the by-election. Will they vote non-confidence to bring down the costly coalition and trigger a carbon tax election or will they sell out again? Which would be set up time for the election. There would be a carbon tax election. And then the Canadians will decide what is the power. Tax relief, tax fuel. That would be a nice I want to vote for a 61 cent a liter carbon tax. Or the common sense conservative government. Go against the fact. Bring the home, fix the budget, and stop the farm. Price itemized carbon tax quantities to get that economics. Not like the losers, but and they have a main truck and a store brand. Decide how they would see that on the street. But he doesn't want carbon tax started. Just for the publicly apologize, I on the floor, and she's claimed that it's, misogynistic and that hurt and whatever, right? We all see it at one point or another. This is years ago. And now it's been decided to prepare for it. It's slightly wrong. It's come out. Very clearly, and not just one, the right person, I love that sound, but I also like the cheaper sound. Let's give it 7 or less. I'm going to put it down. Someone we offered carbon tax paying the real job. But that caused a dilemma. The carbon tax county get power.
Oh, my nose! Oh, Lord! What's it doing?
It's the buys pipelines and ground air, but the waves one of the poses that they gets and be happy. So at the same time, he doesn't have to respect the conflict of interest laws. He doesn't have to his interests and his investments starters online like the rest of us. He gets all the power and all the money and none of the accountability. And my worry is that he's going to push for a higher carbon tax. And they got that because if Trudeau relents under my pressure and calls for carbon tax for economics, carbon tax parties, but I would say that they should be taxed. We don't need executive finance minister. If you're going to be the one of the strings, you can be the floor House of Commons with your massive financial interests and your foreign interests, your slurs to Canadians. Stop pushing your pro-Canadian jobs while you ship your jobs abroad. Make your carbon tax agenda known and be held accountable for Canadians so that we can choose in the carbon tax election. Saying like this, but let's all, buddy, you're so tough guy. Try. What are you scared? What are you scared of? What are you afraid? I like the floor. You're not in the same room, you're not in the same motion, so you don't know anymore. So this is what you want. So most of the Canadians get the actual vote. The majority of the for the next election. Liberals, how are you going to do this? If you can actually get George or now it's something. Why not actually bring that? Especially say, you know what? You know what's here? Here's the message. Goes on it. Hold on. You go do it. Right? That's not going to happen. It's we all know. We all know. This year, I love it. Justin Trudeau is doing this election that happened. So now it's 14
But as always, this doesn't here started dates and adults and say that everyone gets to the nice time. It's not always. They know yes, they're not going to be it's a snapshot like brothers, it's a snap of get power, it's still all it's Today we have Mr. Pierre Poilievre on the Canadian Taxpayers Podcast. Mr. Poilievre is wanting to be the next leader. What a broadcast review today after the debate. Trump something happened. It's actually cited about coverage review. They now have a split board. The White House preparing for lockdown, preparing for what they're calling a national special security effect. You know what that means? As this information is just being brought forward, the Republicans, United States of America, that is one of the exciting today. Before we get there, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel yet, please make sure you do. If you think you are, double check if you can subscribe to mine, just so the link above means for both of us. Reset is doing a very special exclusive broadcast at RestrictedRepublic.com today. The platform she created with me to give you all the news, no commercial, no interruption, no sponsors, and that is at RestrictedRepublic.com. We always get the comments, but there's commercials and interruptions. Well, this isn't RestrictedRepublic.com. That's a platform we created. Everything is referenced. Everything is researched. And there's exclusive content you can only get there right now. Use discount code INDEPENDENT for monthly checkout. Discount code INDEPENDENT, $4 a month for 2 years, plus 14 days for free. Best part of it, you can cancel anytime. But once you're there, you'll see all the news we provide on all our platforms under one roof. That is RestrictedRepublic.com. Please get there for us today to show your support. Before we get started, I want to cover this story. Special Speaker Mike Johnson yanks government funding bill amid GOP defections. No shocker there. Why was it shelved? What was supposed to get the SAVE Act? Trump walked the SAVE Act. Brush your mouth over SAVE Act with the citizenship voting bill. What is it? Citizenship is already required to vote. However, we don't always have the best way to prove it. The SAVE Act was going to reinforce the ways we can do citizenship. Voter ID, American Voters Eligibility Act, Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. This was big for Trump. This was to introduce both the establishment of the lifting of other elements just as the years of election. It was a fairly easy request. House GOP leaders weigh options as Trump pushes for a government shutdown by his so important state six and Republicans in the Senate. Don't get absolutely stay open. It's on MSNBC.
Given that one scrutiny post-election gathering the same level of security for the presidential inauguration and political convention, the Secret Service, okay, you could have dissolved it, you wouldn't trust that. Which will take over security for not confirmed. The Secret Service, who failed in the Trump rally, allowed Donald J. Trump to get shot, is going to take over the security of this national special security event. Okay? We'll continue to go. The federal government will dramatically increase security protections for a joint session of Congress to prevent a repeat of January 6, 2021. What the heck did they do? What's happening? Is this true all in reaction to the last event that occurred? Or do they predict something different? The Congress, which is in the midst of a fierce battle of government money, must act to ensure the Secret Service, again, has enough money to secure the national special security event, or in this case, events, and protect Trump, which they already didn't do. More importantly, and probably closer to the truth, and protect Vice President Kamala Harris. This is different. The fact that Trump declined during his debate, I told you he triggered. He declined during his debate with Vice President Kamala Harris to express a single regret about his actions on January 6, 2021 as he continues to scope baseless claims, makes the period after November's election even harder to predict. But don't worry, they don't have to predict because they're just hearing it down. And who's speaking about it? Jamie Raskin. And when Jamie Raskin speaks, all other flags go up. Last time we received the potential parliamentary maneuvers around the rejection of the electoral college votes in the attempt to trigger a contingent election in the House. So we're ready for a parliamentary maneuver. But we are not ready. How probably would happen to protest outside for violent that enters the Capitol and overran ships with good care of our procedures to make sure no official can interfere in them. But we haven't quite dealt with the contingent that doesn't exist yet. However, we've identified it by calling it 7 things in this document. So we are now trying to prepare for every conceivable contingency we can think of. We're preparing to lock down not only the White House, but the Capitol and every single congressional member in preparation for what? So Donald Trump's elected, are they expecting major protests the likes of Jason Tester? Kamala Harris gets elected, are they expecting list of horribles. What do you mean by that? Who's on that list? What are these Democrats or Republicans? Maybe it's Texas. If I know the answer, I think you do. The effort called this narrative people with congressional, political, and legal expertise initially gathered for a big meeting to discuss confidential planning. It's the doves and secrets. It's behind the shadows, behind the curtains. I know. Such a confidential that this has to be confidential directly with the Senate Congress. Now, one can prove this. Now it happens. The executives, the executive team, the United States Capitol Police Commissioner Thomas, the
resistance to Japanese now at 2,200 foreign officers, 250 more than 40 years ago. Seven plans are used to mobilize thousands of volunteers in the region's council of there are veterans unlike bolster trade based on space, disease, or very bad ways, mobilizing national priority, and that was that. Any request himself without going through any unnecessary process. The entire security apparatus has been changed after the election. He said, we'll get a clear picture of what we might expect on January 6th. Well, if you already are kind of guessing what to expect, because you are focused on intelligence. You are focused on these, what did you call them again? Let me go back one straight. This list of horribles. It's called. They have such super plans that they're doing. What's that?
cost of talking ticket and somehow go, John Harris come back under and takes the lead. See, John hates her. He absolutely hates her, and this is why he's up there in Pennsylvania willing to put on a dog show. At this moment, it's so slightly like one of the very forthcoming, but look at that 60%. That's the addiction on it, showing 60% chance Donald Trump will be on their health versus at 38.1%. So that is really pretty darn stunning. Now, I gotta tell you, so today on September 9th, we were looking at 64%, 35.6% Harris, and that is the biggest slide. It's likely, but unless all you can see is the all of the it's still actually Columbus is 38.1% chance of winning the whole shindig. I mean, Nate Silver, let me share with you what was put in Newsweek here. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. We want to expand on this, guys, because look, these are what she's saying. Upside chance of winning, according to Nate Silver's observation. Popular votes. Donald Trump got a big popular vote. So I actually see what's all planets. She won. She's not actually picking up more momentum in that prediction poll. Again, anything example how this next year transparent. The top tracks that's really towards her. The other thing is that she was kind of hoping she could get some independents. But the independents aren't coming forward either. I'm going to show you something. This is
by the middle of next year would be the height of recession.
This is a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work, create jobs, and create solid money for our and it's quite because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying. They've destroyed the economy. Wow. That makes it no change. I'm going to discuss every that you made.
Let me get very clear in 2020. I will make closely all that good stuff. I find and so again, go back to the notion of today, the results of better business you can scream from the rafters. She was fantastic and great, and so she's more about it. She got under her skin. But ultimately, I don't think that would happen. Gas tanks. Come on, for money, vacation, great. And stuff like that.
How many of you have made up your mind based on what you saw tonight on stage in Philadelphia? And ask what? What did you see?
Remember that we are voting for the leader of our country and not who we like the most or who we want in our wedding party, but who is actually going to make our country better. And we're in an incredibly unique situation where we have those are the candidates in office before, and we've got this and when that comes to that, now the countries in office. The economy was higher, inflation was lower, things were better overall, and now with Kamala's administration, things haven't been so fantastic. And she's saying she can fix the problems that her administration has. And it was on the page because, hey, you're not that bad. Well, because you have to deal with some personality things and some etc. But they felt students and so why
Saw the 2020 clip, the Union sees that. Thinking about a race dog, remember the Joe Biden, the 2020 debate, the Trump, that he had like less than 1% of the natural primary? That's right, so she yes, one of the rest is double getting the skin, especially when you get the debate on it, there's on top of it. So I'm quiet one, that's she's not going to be healthy. She won't have to be healthy. She was just not a and she said, "What right?" And she's excited about the life. Well, holding this. I mean, always and the great etc. No, she really does not discern from a merit perspective. Still, with merit toxicity, she's trying to destroy that nonsense. Wall Street's they do that. Hey, here, it's Monaco in the world, it's the economy in the world, but it's the first separation of the world. Why? Because she's evidence herself of what happened. Was it this and so because really we are biased. I mean, that was so evident. I mean, it was largely biased and silly stuff. And so Donald Trump is out swinging. He's on Fox saying, you know, it's a heck of a that's
There's the word, it's sort of a vicious word, but referring to the economy, they had created an economy, bloodbath was the word that I used, and it was fine in that context, but they were trying to make it sound like there was a riot or something, and it was a bloodbath. IVF, I was a leader on IVF, but the IVF, which is fertilization, I was a total leader on that. When I first heard about it, like right from the beginning, I was one of the...
And it's this kind of all of her lives, but let me go back to a little bit earlier. By the way. None of them. And we were all on our facts. Nothing about that. Extreme unhappy family are being out. If Donald Trump were to be reelected, he would sign a national abortion ban. And what did the president then at the time say? They would find people on each side. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured. And some died. Donald Trump was candidate and said in this election really be a bloodbath. If this announcement is set trying the comment of the bloodbath in Wall Street is setting up if necessary sending everybody sending out tariffs, etc., and how he would put all these tariffs in and that there would be severe economic consequences. Anyway, she had an opportunity and he said, I'm trying to look at
they did that. That man was the economy. Everybody loved it there. It's really there. It does sort of a thing.
What's fascinating is what he's talking about. And this is what they're all doing, right? So if we conscious of saying things like hater, etc., that's not really the case. Quite objective. I mean, the company station. Versus, say, the Kamala Harris Biden administration, or the Obama administration for that matter, which actually will progressively all come out very much about government, it's all come out. Effectively say, disinformation and intimidate people into squashing these stories, something that Zuckerberg admitted to in a recent letter to Jim Jordan and the Oversight Committee, and said that he indeed regretted. The other problem with both the recent Democrat administrations is that they actually, in some cases, Sarah Atkinson, who I used to work with, as well as the reporter Jim Rosen and Fox, who had this issue, both with the Obama administration and Matt Taibbi, has a guy from Mike Harris showing up on the doorstep on the day that he's supposed to testify about Twitter. I mean, it's wild, right? How did that happen, actually, with Donald Trump? Another fellow who ran digital for the White House, and I contacted him about some of these things that happened. But we aggressively tried to arm ourselves. A lot of companies to make sure that certain stories were suppressed. So when it comes to freedom of the press, I think once again you can go back to the 4 years where we had it, and then you can look at 3.5 years, plus the other 8 years where we really didn't. So that's concerning. On top of it, you've got a lot of bias, and certainly on the ABC front, you've got the president of ABC News, who actually introduced Kamala Harris president and president. So not necessarily she came on this show and started talking about her sorority sister, Trump.
We'll be Davis Robert Roberts again this morning, and I don't know if you can also explain it. Right, well, Arthur Seymour of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated is in chief as well. He is a power deal, but the strand for the symbolic of the unity of the system. Okay, but all this is, there's actually a Facebook page of women who say wear pearls on January 20th, 2021, and hundreds of thousands of women are apparently wearing pearls in support of her. So, you know, look, everybody's pretty crazy, they really like her, and that bias is something that, you know, for sure, in the days. I think as a journalist, I look at that and I'm really amazed that people would be so willing to just throw their professions aside. I mean, look, when you're doing an interview, and you're doing the day, listen, you've got to put some of your personal feelings aside. It's just the right thing to do. You get it all from me here on this show. You hear all of my personal feelings about everything. But hopefully we are trying to at least bring you both sides, bring perspective on both sides, of course, and you know what I'm saying. But when it comes to debate, that's when you take the back seat, right? I'm talking a lot here in this show. If I were doing a debate, I wouldn't be talking. I wouldn't be talking very much at all. I'd be asking a question, and I try to hold both sides accountable, as I have done in the past, but that's not what we saw on stage from David Muir and Miss Lindsay Women. Not at all. And so they clearly got some kind of mandate. I know how this works, right? I'm glad I'm not in the network that much. I know how it works. They got some kind of mandate. This is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. And so they make sure their voice is very calm, very, you know, not hysterical. Don't go any of that. Just be very calm and sound very in control and tell Donald Trump he's wrong, but don't tell Kamala Harris she's wrong. And fancy that. So, no, there's no way to do another debate at this point. There's just no way. It makes absolutely no sense. And I go back to the fact that, you know what, when you look at the polls right now, again, he's still way ahead. So what's it going to take for Kamala to find her? I don't know what she's doing. And you consider her weakness that among male voters, consider her weakness on issues like the economy. That's stuff that matters to people. I get it, right? And of course it matters to people. It's one of the reasons why I know it matters to you. I want to put some research up here. This is my financial research company, guys. I'm so glad of this. And get this. Look, the best is on this. So, I'm going to allow you to and that's sort of how that game is played. But I started 76 Research alongside my co-founder Rob Hogan, who spent a couple decades on Wall Street. Brilliant, this phenomenal stock picker. I could very good guest, obviously, in that situation, having worked in this industry for 20 plus years. And what he decided was, what if we could actually bring Wall Street, many thousands of dollars, quality research, our views on where the market is, where it's heading, and where we want to be positioned for long-term growth, etc. If we could bring that to everyone at a level, like that would be kind of revolutionary and kind of a game changer. So that's what we've done. We've created 76 Research. We specifically, with all of you in mind, plus the 76 report. You get all the bond portfolios. If you sign up for the Founders Club, that's the best value, albeit the most expensive. Well, for just $1 a month, just over $1, OLLAR, you can get the 76 report, which includes some of our stock picks from the model portfolios, and just a lot of wealth of information about overall market trends, etc. And after the dollar production rate, we give up the 2 months listing if we cancel, of course, no charge any time. So I created this with Rob for you guys. We really felt like there was a need about and so I wanted to be able to share some of my knowledge and Rob's knowledge and expertise with all of America. So 76research.com, please go check it out. Use the code word dollar. Get that entry level
product. If nothing else, go sign up for the free stuff, okay? So you can go to the website and do that. But for those with more aggressive income builder portfolio. I have showed you the income builder portfolio, our top 5 holdings. It have just grown tremendously in the 3 months for the last quarter that we were tracking. And I'm trying to see if I have a graphic that I can show you. I do. So let me show you here. So take a look at that. This is the income builder portfolio. These are the top 5 holdings of 26%, 22%, 20, 19, 16%. That's portfolio. August, which is the best. On July 8th, I believe that's the right date. It might have been July 12th, but no, I think it's July 8th. We added one company particularly we felt was a valuable play that wasn't written, right? Very expensive right now, so was there anything else out there in our view that would be an opportunity for investors that was So we found this one, we've been watching this company and it felt like it was a very good opportunity. And sure enough, it is up pretty significantly, 32. If you look at some of yesterday's numbers, you had a market that is down 2% there in the S&P. Our July 12th stock pick is up 8%. S&P Tech Index down 10%. Nvidia itself down 16%. This would be for ending Monday, and this is a stock that we put to July 12th. So I want to also just mention one more thing, because I like to check the betting markets. It's not just maybe Silverman's prediction model. I really want to look at the betting markets to see where Donald Trump is using Kamala Harris right now. I can report, if I look over a fund market right now, you haven't seen a tremendous change there. They're actually still neck and neck on polling markets. So people are really reticent to put money on the line, perhaps because of the Taylor Swift thing. I actually don't think I really could say anything on that story. I think that basically a lot of young girls are learning how they used to vote, and that's not going to be a tremendous push for Kamala Harris in the way that her campaign is hoping. Travis might be a bigger deal. Travis is actually reportedly, let me see if I can find this article for you, reportedly considering coming forward and supporting someone. So, according to the Daily Mail, which had the exclusive on the story, Travis Kelce is expected to make some kind of announcement very, very soon. So, the girlfriend, Taylor Swift, just announced that she's going to endorse Kamala Harris, and Travis Kelce, who carries a little more weight with go back the layers in his report, according to the Daily Mail, he is going to follow his girlfriend. He is going to do exactly what Taylor Swift did, and he is also going to support Kamala Harris. How much will that affect things? Again, I don't think it's going to matter, because I think just a lot of men will do something. This lady, she doesn't like me very much. She doesn't want to mess very much, right? Did say she wanted to get rid of something, that very clear. But other things very, very clear, and not necessarily, I can't so again, this is some kind of but Kamala Harris campaign with that. But it's kind of events that investors are watching for, and the fund market not yet ready to move in the way that, say, silver has indicated. Just a reminder, the spokesman reference started the show, share the show, comment on the show. I read all of that. It's 30% and handles comments here. There's a live stream comments right now. This is Dr. Peter Jones to discuss again quantum prediction models. I do not believe at this stage anyway that the news flow is in the favor of Kamala Harris. Now, they're trying to get down, so don't worry, but we will continue the conversation right there on the Christian channel here.
Thank you very much. Actually, Colin, a very special thanks to Bob Woodman and Alan for the donation. And former director all the children as I as possible. Former Secretary Chairman Jay Clayton, Ambassador Woody Johnson, Senior Advisor Stephen Miller, my friends and respected business Vince Gold, John Paulson, Jamie Diamond, Steve Woodcock, Steve Schwarzman, Scott Besson, Jeff Sprenger, Richard Fitz, former head of the World Bank, David Malpass, as two co-chairs of my presidential transition team that are connected with thoughtful requests, Linda McMahon and Howard Lutnick. Thank you. As we got, we have economic discussion a family nation issue consumers provide under the radical policies of former opponent Joe Biden. President opponent Kamala Harris. 1.3 million workers from unemployed class wealth. I don't know if anybody knows that. The typical American family has lost over $28,000 in record-setting inflation. Credit card debt has reached the highest conditions more than 1 in 3 Americans report. They have maxed out. Families now make $110,000 home. 65% of households are locked out of buying just an ordinary house. Gasoline prices, grocery prices, electricity prices, mortgage rates, virtually everything else are up 30 to 100% since I left office. 8.4 million Americans are now working second jobs, the highest in more than 30 years. The real wages of African American workers are down by over 6% in a short period of time. The real incomes from Hispanic men are down 6.6% or $3,600 per year. And on top of that, African Americans, Hispanic American jobs are under massive threat from the invasion taking place at our border. They're taking the jobs of Hispanic Americans, African Americans, and nobody talks about it. But I won't let it happen. But after presiding over the border, the worst in history for any country, there's never been a border like this. 21 million people we reject. This total economic catastrophe, the borders are open. Kamala Harris has now been slotted in by the Democrats.
reelected. He wanted 4 more years to enforce a radical left agenda that poses a fundamental threat to the prosperity of every American family and American descent from the family. American descent. She wants to defund the police, have totally open borders, ban fracking in Pennsylvania and everywhere else, enforce private health insurance, most persons. Very good things to people in this republic. Raise your business, corporate taxes, unlimited. She will pay tax on unrealized capital gains. Most people don't even know what that means. What's it mean? She's been after all of this for years. As everyone knows, she's a Marxist who destroyed almost single-handedly San Francisco. And when she was the AG, California itself, not the same place, the fleeing like they ought to be. She'll see that. She will try to do those things if she's elected. She really wants to say in getting that. She recently said her values haven't changed. She's had 3 different values for her entire career. Values haven't changed, that's what she wants. She told the truth. Not going to make this happen. Communism, the past, and the future. And it's time to say, okay, Kamala Harris, home home, California, the Friday show, I think today's day, one plan to rescue our country from this nightmare and bring back citizens, the American dream, bigger, better, stronger than ever before. 8 years ago, I came before you as a candidate for president and shared my vision to end the stagnation and return to rapid growth. As president, I am very proud to say that we accomplished something that nobody thought that was possible. Before the pandemic, the household income rose by $7,684. And even after the pandemic, annual incomes were up $6,400. The average American household saw a $197,000 increase in real net worth in 48 months. For the bottom 50% of households, average wealth more than doubled, increasing by 121%. Lowest income people benefited most. After 12 years of decline, we added nearly 7 million new homeowners and And in 3 years, we created 7 million new jobs, 260% more than projected. When I took office, they said you couldn't make those projections. 260% higher than what we said. From the day I won to the day I left, we estimated 500 increase by 80%. And we came along with virtually no inflation. Think of that. Who could believe that? I delivered the largest tax cuts and reform in American history by far, slashing rates for working families and cutting the business tax from the highest in the world, the highest in the world, 35%, and actually we had local and state numbers that were getting close to 50. But much, much higher. Nobody's ever seen. We brought it all the way down to 25%, which everybody said was impossible to do. I heard it from everyone this city. None of the enemy were back up to 21%. But the record number of job killing regulations and 4 years to get more regulation than any president in the history of the country by far. I'm proud to be the only president in modern history to achieve a net regulatory reduction during my term. And it was a substantial reduction for every regulation we had. We cut more than 5.5 regulations. We unleashed American energy within 3 years. We had inflation by 47%. We were just getting started. The price of gasoline was $1.87 a gallon. Doesn't that sound good right now? We negotiated and renegotiated more than 50 trade agreements with other countries that are taking advantage of us, as they all do, to protect the American worker and to open foreign markets, and we did a great job. I ended NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of our country, and replaced it with the USMCA, perhaps the best trade deal ever made in history. It's Mexico and Canada. I stood up to China like no one else before me. No one could be close. And I saved the U.S. auto industry from obliteration with a 27.5% tariff on all Chinese cars. That remains in place because they didn't want to take it unless they can. Because number one, it's too much money. Number two, it would be invaded by Chinese cars on top of the other invasions. Without it, our auto industry would be dead. And now I'm going further. We'll bring our auto-making industry to the record levels of 37 years ago. And we'll be able to do it with tariffs and other smart use of the simple things that we have in other countries now. For 4 straight years, I fought for American workers like I would fight for my own family. I took care of our economy like I would take care of my own company. In every decision I missed, will I create jobs here? Will I be sending jobs overseas? Will it make America richer and stronger, or will it make our country weaker and poorer? I always put America first every single time. And when our country was hit by the China virus, we saved the economy. We risked tens of millions of dollars. And after COVID, I handled the fastest and strongest recovery ever for us. With 1.4% inflation, the 30-year mortgage rate was at 2.4%. The highest stock market in history. This is despite today, I ended in fact the highest stock market today. Just suffered with the rest of the world, and the likes of which nobody had ever seen before. We did an incredible job, and remember, far more people died of COVID under Biden Harris than under President Trump. Many more people. We delivered an economic miracle with Kamala and Joe turned into an economic disaster, just like they turned the border and made the whole world catastrophic soon. Starting on day one, Kamala launched a war on American energy and orchestrated a nation-wrecking border invasion with illegal aliens pouring in from countries all over the world, from countries that nobody ever heard the name of their country. Those countries are universities and jails, there's a difference. Mental institutions and insane asylums, as well as record officers of terrorists, human traffickers, and sex traffickers. Numbers that were devastating from taking place over the last 3.5 years. Then Kamala cast the deciding votes on trillions of dollars in wasteful spending, which together with the terrible energy policies gave us the worst inflation perhaps in the history of our country. Nearly 2/3 of the jobs created under the Harris-Biden administration were bounce-back jobs. Bounce-back jobs. And I handed them from before the pandemic. This happens with pandemics. You bounce-back jobs. Pandemic comes and it goes. Most people go back to their jobs. And just last week, Joe Biden admitted that on social media. I don't know if he knew what he admitted, but that's what he said. I wonder if he knew. Perhaps that person is no longer feeling about the Democrats. But right now, it's even worse than that. Under Kamala Harris's policies, Indian workers are now missing course, compared to 2023. Well, they have full-time jobs and just 100% of the net job creation in the past year has gone to 100% of the jobs under this administration is majority of companies that can't even Joe Biden have his long reservations as presidents go far, which is the this election will decide Warren Kamala Harris election and 4 more years to come, and now that and we can actually change the election and once again be able to survive in the history of the world and the Trump administration. Kamala Harris is the first woman nominated in history who fundamentally rejects freedom, embraces Marxism, communism, and fascism. Learning about this, you'll find out nobody knew who she was. Just a few months ago, she was. She's promised communist president Trump's wealth confiscation, energy annihilation, reparations, the largest tax increase ever imposed, mass amnesty of citizenship for tens of millions of migrants who will consume trillions of dollars in federal benefits and destroy Social Security and Medicare. They will be destroyed. They will into Social Security. I have promised low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, secure borders, low crime, and surging incomes for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. My plan will rapidly defeat inflation, bring down prices, reignite explosive economic growth. Kamala Harris will take more money out of the American Congress. My plan will leave the typical family with many thousands of dollars more than they have right now. And first, I will end Kamala Harris's anti-energy crusade and introduce a policy of energy abundance, energy independence, and energy dominance. We have more than global bankruptcy than any other country, including Russia. My plan will cut energy prices in half, or more than that, within 12 months of taking office. It will be an economic revival of our country like no one has ever seen before. Energy is what caused our problem initially. Energy is the biggest one. That means we're going down. Testing below $2 a gallon, put down the price of everything from electricity rates to groceries, groceries, housing costs. Just like OPEC and third nations, we're honored to have some of my friends here with us today. And one more, they're working very hard despite being here. And I'm happy your president. They are like me. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris can't bring down the price of anything because of energy policies are driving up the cost of everything. Everything's going to go up. Starting on day one, Harris and Biden opened up the Russian pipeline or Nord Stream 2, which nobody had never heard of until I got involved. I said, what about Nord Stream 2? What else about the largest pipeline in the world, Russian pipeline? But I had it closed, shut down. It was not happy, we shut it down. But he came along, Keystone XL pipeline was shut down by them. So they shut down Keystone and they immediately gave Russia the right to start rebuilding the Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline you've ever seen. We entered the horribly unfair to the United States. As soon as he came back, he went back into it. I reduced the area of federal lands available for drilling like 80%. If I was president, oil production today would be 4 times higher than this. Right now, it would have been 4 times higher. Right now, we'd be doing 4 times as much. And remember, we have Penguin, perhaps the largest drilling site in the world in Alaska, which everybody wanted to get approved. But they wanted to do Ronald Reagan fought so hard to get Penguin to do, and it's easier in those days to use the environmental concerns. When they came in the first few biggest drilling site, I think, in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia. EA's so-called power plant rule. There are 50 power plants that have been shut down since she took office, and virtually all coal-fired power plants will be shuttered in the next couple of years, setting the stage for a catastrophic energy shortfall that will make inflation far worse than it has ever been. They want to close down our power plants, and we don't have power already.
I think it's a very strong closing argument. I will say, I think this if Trump's a mastermind training, you understand how to that but more now. But the one thing that's lacking is this optimistic, positive vision for where he wants to take the country. Essentially, he is arguing that want to go back to where he was taking the country just 4 years ago. I think that's a strong argument. If you were to add just a little bit more about what it would look like under a Trump presidency versus the Kamala Harris presidency, it was great, and how people want to look like under Kamala Harris. More than the things they did. But just talk more about the positive, the positive, that's very good. Let's sell this to you. That's one thing that's
he said, stick body on the top of my head. He could have said something like, hey, when I came in, gas prices under Barack Obama were at the highest they had been. And I was able to get those down by unleashing American energy. By taking this beautiful country that does the cleanest refinery of fossil fuels in the world and make us energy dominant. We're going to do that again. We did it before, we can do it again. Her track record is they shut down pipelines. They make gas more expensive. They make oil more expensive because they're beholden to these climate change agenda people. We're going to make America more affordable just think of those policy ideas that really resonate with people and look at optimistic. We're going to get people. We're the best at doing this and remind the American people that nobody does it better than America, right? Like, if we're going to use fossil fuels, do you want them coming from Venezuela, or do you want them coming from the Gulf of Mexico? Off the coast of Mexico? I agree with you. So let's go ahead.
I was just going to add, and I would go a little bit further, because I do think that families are going to be ultimately what decides this election. Not in terms of 50-50 split, but instant need to support the gigs of parents. It's already in the upper 50s. Close to 60. Not even over 60. See how we do that, you don't win this election. The families are the largest voting bodies. Talk about parents. Anymore. 40-year-old kids still don't move the body of parents' basement. They have jobs. They'll paint this picture and put it in the trash. It's not
not just you're dealing with more grocery than you can. You won't be putting on your credit card debt, or your medical bills, or your grocery bills, gas bills. I completely agree with you. I think you talk about
something like that. Because the Democrats all this thing now about schools and the girls' bathroom, a couple of students being violated, and then they tried to cover it up and lie, and all of a sudden, undented, unhealed, switched on a dime, and next thing you know, he's the governor of Virginia. Is that kind of what you're saying as far as if you could really inspire the American family to go get out there and vote?
Right. That's parents, you're not going to have to really worry about what's going on in your kids' schools because I'm going to clean it up. Right? And that's what's beautiful about the Make America Healthy network. Right? The only rich people right now and people that have a ton of energy and time to monitor what's going on, they have to go to all the grocery stores and get like the standard. You have to make the healthy, a healthy school, private schools that are they kind of learn how to plan or how to run it. Let's get back to that. Stop me.
And I want to come back to that here because I guess very specific things, but let's finish up this quick.
Okay, so we had a really large portion with handoff, so everybody's like doing this real time, and you're getting it. What was going on? So I think this is an exercise of training. It's one of the best things that Donald Trump did last night was to train coming up to governor member, which is the same as people have voted saying, why hasn't he done it in the last 3.5 years? The question a lot of voters had, and I think it's also the question a lot of Democrats have. If you don't have George Williams to talk about that, right? They want to know, what is he doing different now? What is it was a very smart exercise in training. He should have done it earlier. He could have done it off and wrong direction, including the government.
Yeah, I agree with her. I think he could have used that idea of framing all along. You remember what it was like under the Trump administration. Extra money, vacations, gas was affordable, groceries were affordable, rent was affordable, emergencies was accessible to a lot of families out there. Instead, Kamala kept crowd size and, whether Afghanistan was his fault. He got baited, and unfortunately, we can all fall into that. We fell into that, but I think like I said, it's the Democrats, and we would have expected them to grab that independent voters' ideals, and they were like, okay, wait a minute, I think I actually like what Trump is saying. So they put commercial breaks up and tell people about the response. My last question suggests how helpful and unhelpful we are on this side. What your title is number. Let me tell you about building and how I use them to low and high income. That's your bottom line. So important. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse health. My hope is living longer and healthier with human beings. Not human beings, organics, and best of them, unlike the and the sweetest that means I love this. Each fruit and vegetable infield remains has been selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidney, metabolism, and immune health.
only build a community backed by this wonderful promise. At your next physician or checkup, your doctor will notice the difference in health or get your money back. Now, join me and get 15% off and visit foodwithmeats.com and promo code drugs. That's promo code drugs and go ahead and use that QR code if you're watching this on TV. Alright, now let's get back to the interview.
Well, there's a strong man argument, right? You have to really weak arguments to make this decision. There's kind man arguments that are really tough to argue against, and that's what he closed with. And so I pray that there is another debate, because I like more discussion. I think held his own again. I think it's really good when I was just in this last debate. But I think it's more discussion. I would advise you to really hammer home on those matches throughout the Wednesday. Every single time you can get the best when the salt is up, there's Just $29 today.
Avec le PC, l'automne, c'est la saison Spa par excellence. Obtenez jusqu'à 4100 $ en rabais et avantages.
Well, essentially, I think the biggest problem is that the school system is up on it. It's me that most people started in local school, and there was one school board to hold that school and that got turned on its head once it started really investing in the election. Now, especially here in my home county of Fairfax, look at the school board, it's like 100% support. That's not how it's supposed to work. That's what the wolves in charge of Washington. Not how right now, no one's holding schools accountable. When they fail, they actually get more money. Right? And their arguments are very terrible. There's no one measuring they're arguing that they're spending so much time throughout the years preparing for these academic achievement tests. That's why they're feeling. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You spend the whole time. On the national assessment process, only 1/3 of our kids are reading and writing and doing math at grade level. 2/3 of them are not. That is much worse than you realize. So I think the biggest problem is that the ability to actually get incentives and more money than they the more the claims fail, the more the claims claim, and the more the claims spend. But then on top of that, we have created an economy for both parents essentially to work in order to make ends meet. And that's not sustainable. It's probably trapped prosperity is fewer hours worked for more money. Right? Like that, you don't want to work more for more money. You want to work less for more money. That's prosperity. And we've been working a lot. Just to stay above water. And we got to get back to where we have more flexibility for both mom and dad. We don't have to work for one
and just a horrible stay home and try to look, it's a full-time job and both mom and dad. So, you know, when your mom and dad take on extra hours of work, it takes away from your kids, right? They're the ones that really deserve this kind of affection. You go to work to afford it. You go to work to provide for them. And you got to make sure that you start to get back to the proper way to be a healthy balance between making money and providing, but also providing for their emotions, not just their finances.
That's a good point. You know, in our household, we've been fortunate that my wife has been able to be at home with the kids. She does run a business on the side, and she likes it. But for the most part, we made a decision very early on that we wanted to support my career and put, you know, our eggs in that basket, and it's been pressure on me to be able to do that pressure has been opportunity and progress and increased skill set. So, you know, I definitely have, you know, seen that for myself. Who really is going to be spending all of this positively and how it's on the election because where's that money going to go?
So primarily the money's going to be going into the top 7 battles in Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and we have 4 full states, the president, Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Illinois. In those states, with the president, that's where we fell apart last go. So we're investing in campaign ads, highlighting volunteerism, the same agenda when it comes to our things, including many girls' sports, children about gender, empowering $4.5 million, training intermediate and necessarily good. But also talking about the decisions that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden made are military. The Afghanistan pullout disaster. A bunch of people who are bigger experts on diversity and all of this woke ideology than they are in combat and military practice. That was a disaster. Well, on top of all the lives we lost, I don't necessarily pay assets about that country. Is that amazing? There's that famous video of President Trump that we have talked about how Billy Paul was actually privileged. I mean, that's all that stuff back there because everything is too much. That's the other thing. That's exactly right. So we're running campaigns. But we're also investing in some key battlegrounds in the Senate because it's not going to do us a lot of good. Why not? It's not going to do us how it's not a lot of
I just read this morning about the area. According to the Holly Markets Betting, Republicans have a 74% chance of taking back this Senate. So, you know, with folks like
Butcher down.
Trump is going to really numbers maybe not the popular vote, but the electoral college. And that's all we need, right? And potentially J.D. Vance for his 8 years, you know, imagine conservative values taking over the country for almost a decade. I think we would see it completely different in America. But I appreciate what you guys are doing as far as really targeting those swing states, but also targeting those seats so that Trump and the Senate and the House have the best chance of actually passing new legislation and it's America. I wanted to watch this is J.D. Vance on the Sean Ryan podcast talking about government spending. Let me roll that.
The people's government work better, which is maybe the most important thing. When your discussions with President Trump and is there any estimation on what percentage of government is go away? It was this quarter, we're going to spend $2.4 trillion more in 2019. that is a lot. If they can talk about something, so I should say that the fact that people are actually present, I would have to do this bureaucrats. I think we try a lot of work to get rid of them a lot. Why I would think that it's a lot. There are a lot of people, look, if you go to Washington right now, there are a lot of people who are still doing remote work in some states. Like, if your job is not important enough to show up and actually do it, then maybe you should be collecting a taxpayer check anyway. So I think there's a lot of efficiency to get out of there. But I would say $100 billion, maybe $1 billion, just by getting more efficient.
All right. Can you imagine cutting the budget by hundreds of
Stop thinking and start using. Share it with others. Whether anything at this way. Every simple is self-required.
Alright, video folks, it's Enforcer Man, and welcome back to the short war video. And today we have very news coming out of the Russian city of Omsk. We're currently learning that a major Russian military manufacturing plant in the Russian city of Omsk is burning to the ground. Wait to see how bad the damage is going to be, because if that facility is taken out, that would be a very big win for the Ukrainians in their war effort. We're also hearing as well that Ukraine says a Ukrainian train ship will leave the ports of Ukraine heading down to the Middle East was attacked by a Russian missile, and it looks like Russia attacked their own plane by attacking the Ukraine ships. And of course, those are civilian targets and not military targets, and it looks like they're being attacked once again. And also pretty worried as well that NATO countries are starting to urge the United States to allow the mission to shoot down Russian drones when they enter NATO airspace, and we're hearing that specifically from a local media. But with that, we're jumping to our first article today, which goes to War Translate. And this is by far the biggest story of the day. We're seeing the Russian city of Omsk, a very big fire, the Omsk plant. And that plant is involved, like I said, in the production of the smallest one
Aluminum.
And Russia has, they worked on modernizing those tanks at this facility, and it is now on fire. So let's take a look at the video and see how large the fire is. So right here you see the Russian city of Omsk, and out there in the desert is a very large volume of smoke coming from the manufacturing plant. Hopefully, it's going to fire the raging probably for at least a few hours, and also the fire might be spread to other parts of the plant. So we'll have to see if there's other ones coming out, maybe a bunch of fire department showing up in the cloud show to kind of put things out. But right now, we're really not sure. But what that was hard to post here, and it does look at this the article, which shows what a Pulse 1 weapon looks like. I'm sure a lot of his audience have seen this weapon before. This is the thermobaric launcher called the Pulse 1, and we have seen these trained a few times before, and they're actually used to launch thermobaric weapons, which basically cause overpressure and also cause a large shockwave, and it's a very devastating weapon, and Russia is known to use that. So these are being manufactured at this plant, and that was just to give you some context as to what this weapon was, in case you're unfamiliar. But with that, we're jumping into our next article, and this one goes to next. And this one's right here. We get more footage of the fire itself happening at this plant. Let's take a look at the photo first. You can actually see a photo of the graveyard here in the city of Omsk. There's that massive fire out in the distance. This is a pretty clear image of how large it really is, and there's a train for scale reference. That fire is very large, but we also have a drive-by video of the plant itself. So let's take a look at those. And right there, you can see there is the plant itself right over here. It is on a
Russia once again returns to attacking civilian grain vessels leaving Ukraine. And right here, we actually a statement from Zelensky himself. The Post says that the Russian army fired a missile at a cargo ship carrying food for Egypt immediately after it left Ukrainian territorial waters, said President Zelensky. But fortunately, this was not a good thing. Thankfully, nobody was killed in the attack. So the ship was severely damaged right here, and as you can see in the photo, this is a lot of damage from that missile. And over here, you can actually see more debris from that right here. It's really torn that ship up quite a bit. And also, here you see that there appears to be some bending in metal from where that missile hit. So this is not good whatsoever. And this is not the first time that Russia attacks civilian grain vessels, but it probably sadly will not be the last time either, because Russia doesn't care about upholding the law. And this boat was basically hit wherever they can. Now they're trying to hit civilians once again intentionally to try to stop these grain shipments. So not good to see, but it is kind of what it is at this point. But with that, we'll move to our next article, and this one goes to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, also known as NORAD. And we are learning that sometime late yesterday, NORAD detected, tracked, and intercepted 2 Russian military aircraft operating in the Alaska Air Defense Identification System, also known as ADIZ. And also, NORAD fighter jet from the U.S. conducted the intercept near Alaska, and the Russian aircraft remained in international airspace, and they did not enter American or Canadian sovereign airspace. And in this Russian activity in the Alaska ADIZ did not seem as a threat according to NORAD, and NORAD will continue to monitor competitor activity here in North America and be present with presence. So it's very good here. NORAD did always intercept these planes here in Alaska ADIZ. This is not too unusual. This does happen on a recurring basis, but we have seen another incident here where NORAD has taken care of intercept Russian aircraft with fighter units. So we're really not told what the aircraft were. I guess that's sort of unimportant. Point of probably Russian bombers or something like that. So they were turned away by our U.S. So
They were fun. So much we did speech. Yeah.
Right here we hear from Lithuania. They are now urging NATO to shoot down Russian drones entering EU alliance territory. And Lithuania defense measures called for changes to NATO's air patrol mission in the Baltic states following the recent downing of big Russian military drones in Latvia. And it was certainly the who said that the air patrol should not only monitor, but should also, when necessary, speed up NATO's decision-making process and planes can take off immediately and to destroy the drone. So his statement here is actually very elegant. Of course, the public is not being privy to exactly what the exact process is to make a decision to shoot down these Russian missiles. Is it to be based on this statement that they actually have to make a decision as NATO as a whole to shoot down these drones in their territory. So, to me, honestly, I may be interpreting this incorrectly, but it sounds like if a drone enters, like, for example, Polish airspace, which is the NATO country, then they have to seek permission from the NATO itself to shoot that down. That's what the statement right here seems to suggest. But when you go down the town of Lloyd and think I'm misinterpreting that, that seems to be the way it is. And that might explain why nobody's shooting stuff down, because they came to the consensus among the NATO members to actually take the thing out of the sky. So that could be very helpful to watch it not shot down.
Oh, Marty.
Point.
Hi, Marty.
Sky, and not only look at them and stare at them and hope that nothing happens, we need to eliminate that threat. And right now we're not doing that. So I must say good on the Lithuanian defense minister for speaking up about that, because that really is an issue that needs to be fixed. But with that, we're jumping to our next post here, and this one also goes to NAFTA, and we're learning from Zelensky that he's now confirming the Russian counteroffensive in the Kursk region, which is mainland Russia. And according to Zelensky, it goes according to our Ukrainian plan. He also added that Ukraine has long seen the accumulation of troops and donors. They said we control this process. So I think we'll have to take Zelensky at his word on this one, because we're really not sure exactly what the precise plan is, even in the first region of Russia right now. We have an idea that maybe it's a plan for land exchange, or maybe simply Ukraine is trying to build up maybe a buffer zone like Zelensky had said in the past. That's also a possibility. But whatever's happening, he says it's still going according to plan. And we do know that Russia has mounted a counteroffensive in the region, and we're not sure exactly how large that offensive will be. And now Zelensky has confirmed it. So now we know Ukraine fully has the Russian forces directly in the Kursk region, and the fighting is bound to ramp up, and right now, the very near future. But with that, we're jumping to our our next post here, which goes to the Ukrainian family in England. And remember that just a few days ago, we were told by the United States that Iran had delivered ballistic missiles to Russia. They're one of them about a few hundred or so. And we're actually getting satellite images emerging of the ship that delivered the Iranian missiles to Russia itself. So now we have photo evidence proving the exact ship that brought the missiles to Russia through the Caspian Sea. So let's take a closer look at these images and see what we can spot. So right here in the first image, you can actually see this is the cargo ship that's allegedly been transporting missiles from Iran to Russia. And this is allegedly a Russian-flagged cargo ship, which apparently was dispatched to Iran to pick the missiles up, and then drove all the way back to Russia to deliver them, of course, to the Caspian Sea. And right here you see a larger image showing it docked at the port. This is an active port, by the way, and there's that ship right in the middle. And also down here you see the suspected path of the actual ship. It went from Russia here to the port, all the way to the Caspian Sea, down to the port here in near Tehran in Iran. And it picked the missiles up and then headed right back with them. So there is more proof coming from the sources up here at the Sky News showing this ship right here taking missiles back to Russia. So not good to see. And of course, this is more evidence of that. And Russia's suspected of putting these missiles into action in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully the West will actually sanction Iran further and maybe take even more action to stop them happening in the future. And that moving into our next article here, and this one's going to go to the insider paper, and we're hearing another incredible proof, yet another one. He makes these all the time, but he has yet another one for us. And this photo says, Putin says that long-range arms for Ukraine would mean that NATO countries are and at this point, I really want to keep straight because Putin said before that Russia's already at war with NATO. He said that before, and now he's saying that NATO countries are at war with Russia and he sent long-range arms. So we're flip-flopping all over the place, changing the definition of NATO getting war with Russia, and also all over the place. So you really can't keep it straight because it's all lies. Long-range arms have been approved by Britain. For example, the Storm Shadow could be used inside of Russia. So it's already been approved. So where is the declaration of war on the West? Who knows? So right now it's just new going down once again. We'll see the stuff that's behind it. So I would take this as another anti-threat from Putin as always. But anyways, moving on to our last post of the day, this one goes to Inside Geopolitics. And real quick, jumping into the Ukraine topic for just a moment, we have some news out of North Korea. Apparently, North Korea fired multiple ballistic missiles into the East Sea from Pyongyang on Thursday morning, and that's the first since July. So apparently, a little rocket man is back to firing missiles off once again to intimidate his neighbors, and this is pretty usual for North Korea. It hasn't happened since July, but of course, North Korea always does stuff like this, and it appears they're right back to it. But with that is actually our last news article for the day. So I hope you found today's video informative, and if you have, please press the like button on this video, and also subscribe to the Fortune channel as well. Try to post more updates like this every single day when there's news available, and we greatly appreciate to see that the audience enjoys these. Also, if you want to support the channel financially, do so on our Patreon page, and the link is in the description below for Patreon, where you can go over there and sign up for a monthly membership and help support the channel that way, which is a huge help.
The fully electric Subaru Solterra joins the Subaru family. Solterra has all of the benefits of an electric vehicle, an uncompromising package of an SUV. With up to 820 liters of cargo space, an available power rear liftgate, and up to 3,530 liters of total interior volume, generous legroom for all passengers. With two electric motors producing 215 horsepower and 248 pound-feet of torque, you get plenty of good, fun that will complement your active lifestyle. Subaru symmetrical all-wheel drive, 211 millimeters of ground clearance, a 2,850 millimeter wheelbase for better stability, and Subaru's legendary dual-function X-Link. With Subaru Solterra Connect, you can wirelessly control your vehicle for things like remote lock and unlock and climate control preconditioning. Solterra is loaded with technology, including Subaru's EyeSight technologies, which helps keep you and everyone around you safe. An available 12.3-inch high-tech multimedia screen with wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, and available wireless phone charging. Utilizing advanced technology like regenerative braking to help maximize range, and a heat pump system for heating and air conditioning, you get a total of up to 359 kilometers on a single charge. Solterra can also get an 80% charge at a charging station in under an hour.
But even more conveniently, it can be plugged in using any 120-volt plug with a level 1 charging, or you can install a level 2 home charging system. You get a full charge in just 9 hours. The fully electric Solterra, a greener vision for the future.
I've sacrificed everything in searching the world within us whispered to me centuries ago.
Something that really irks me is the bias that these mainstream media outlets, the channels, the morning shows, the afternoon shows, the late night shows, that they all have. And specifically, I'm going to be focusing on breakfast television, because I think that one of the hosts is a closeted conservative supporter, Sid. He's featured many, many times on this channel, and if you know who he is, you know about him. You might agree or you might disagree, and if you do, let me know why. But the bias I'm going to be talking about is actually not from Sid particularly in this video. It's going to be about the entire breakfast television show, where they bring on Justin Trudeau a little bit a while ago, right? A few months ago. They bring on Justin Trudeau for an exclusive interview. Now, this has happened on other stations, on CB4, on CB News, on CTV, CBC, all that, right? They do those exclusives with Justin Trudeau, but they also do them with Jagmeet Singh and Pierre Poilievre. But I don't think we're going to see Pierre Poilievre feature on this television show. But that's not to say that he's ever been invited. It's very likely, but it's also likely, not very likely, it's also likely that they're likely that invitation. I don't know why, but I can see that he got resume cards if in this hypothetical scenario he ever did get invited, because breakfast television is not an unbiased television station. They are extremely progressive, extremely leftist. They take aim at Pierre Poilievre when it's not warranted, and they prop up Justin Trudeau, and you're seeing this by them having exclusive with Justin Trudeau, and no ever mention of the fact that they've ever invited Pierre Poilievre or that he's ever had an offer. So that leads me to believe that they've only ever invited Justin Trudeau to Canada on the TV. That's very as long as you make it clear that that's your is probably appropriate way to go. Having a platform I would just like breakfast television, but you should be able to listen or be open to listen to both sides of the sword, Pierre and Justin Trudeau. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that is ever going to happen. But nonetheless, we're going to be taking a look at this exclusive interview with Justin Trudeau on breakfast television. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. This isn't the extra channel, so before we get into it, I do want to encourage everyone to smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. That's really helpful for the channel. And if you want to support the channel, again, you want to subscribe and like and comment on all this and share the video. If you're interested, take a look at the top, tapping that join button that will bring you to the platform of this channel and support the channel and the guide for this channel. So that means there, like I said, exactly that. Let's get into this exclusive.
The government is making major investments in healthcare across Ontario, announcing a new $3.1 billion agreement today. The agreement comes out with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau with an exclusive first look at this deal on Consumer Week. So good morning, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, we'll start off with the healthcare deal. We're going to be announcing it in a couple of hours here, 10:30 Eastern Time officially.
But in Ontario, this investment, $3.1 billion over 3 years. Can you tell us exactly where this will be going and how that impact will be felt here in Ontario, hopefully immediately?
Well, the federal government stepped up last year with a commitment of close to $200 billion across the country in various ways. One of the things we recognize is there's different challenges right across the country in terms of what the priorities are. So, at least in Ontario, we worked on improving access to healthcare workers. So that means more access to family doctors, but it also means things like faster credentialing for former members to make sure that we can fill those ERs where there's crazy delays, make sure that rural and different places there's having staff showing up for that. So that's one of the things that we're investing in. The other one is way too sparse across the country, further regions to be able to underserved for example, we've all seen doctors' offices and hospitals in Syria. In fact, we need to digitize, we need to modernize, we need also to collect better data so that the federal government with its investments, but mostly so Ontarians should see the real tangible results of the investments in the federal government and the provincial government. So we can show the degree that collecting data, transparency is the cornerstone of the federal investment because we don't get to tell provinces how to deliver healthcare. That's a provincial area of responsibility, but we get to make sure that the results are being felt by Canadians, and that's how we use it.
Now, as you said, you don't get to tell provinces how to deliver that health care, but when it comes to this investment, are there any conditions on the fund, especially considering that in the last year here in the province of Ontario, there has been legislation that's been passed to move some publicly funded procedures to private for-profit clinics. Any kind of conditions?
The core of every dollar is government government sends to.
I know it's super top, people talk about this, but how the hell does Justin Trudeau sit like this? Whether his legs are crossed or whether they're tied together, look, I hate to talk about this because it's one of those things where you have a laugh, you go, oh my god, you're trying to hold something you're city, but just from it all over the inside, right? You've got yourself a tiny thing. I don't see nothing else. That's really important. That's not really
Now to technological civilization.
Ready to shatter records in 2024? Jump into the future with what Upsell's new AI technology. In just 3 quick steps, you can now create a fully customized post-purchase upsell that leverages the power of AI to maximize your revenue. This new AI technology analyzes the contents of each customer's cart to offer personalized upsells that are tailored to each individual shopper. And the best part? You only need to set up the AI offer once, and the upsell keeps loading and optimizing on its own. Just go to the post-purchase section in your upsell funnel. Click on Generate AI Offer, and your new AI-powered upsell is immediately created. Do one final review inside the editor to confirm the offer is exactly how you want it, and you're good to go. Since this is a dynamic offer, editing is fast-tracked because our AI technology dynamically updates the product information in real time, live on your offer page. Then, when you're ready to optimize your AI funnel further,
Ontario or any other province needs to be a commitment to maintain our healthcare systems.
we need to make sure that everyone across the country, the quality of services, the speed of services has no influence by states, whether or not. That is essential. Every step of the way, we will always fight for our neighbors, for our business.
Okay, and you're trusting the importance of being able to have concerns with that move to add some upper-funded procedures in private
we have been considering significantly considering across the country, experimenting with private services, federal government has a responsibility to the task forces from provinces that have gone too far down the because the state of our publicly healthcare system. One of the things is sometimes placing, it would be better services first if we have better services that's the thing. It takes a complicated to think that everyone in the country should be 100% reliant on the government. This is absolutely absurd. There are other countries around the world that are offering medical computers in China, from about USD. You fly there, put you up in a hotel, all included in price. They bring you into a beautiful, beautiful hospital where you get a whole bunch of checks done. Your regular services, and so on, right? They feed you using something really kind of experience in the medical sector, what they have to offer. That incentivizes the treatment. So, medical tourism, right over in Canada, around the world and say, you can get like that. Fly to Toronto, private hospital gets you up, you got a negotiate, right? Smile, right? Blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, you have a bunch of people that have their kindness and the opportunity to go through that sector and through this out in private public sector. The lead times get slashed in half, or maybe even more. This is the common sense. This is the in the speakers that say, I just this country are so far behind what other countries have to offer. That is my idea. Doctors treatment, with better medical attention, and I know about it's $1,000 a year for especially up front. It depends on what we can get for that. If the lead times here in Canada are 18 months, if we can increase some points and get that done in so many parts of the country, yeah, that's really beneficial. And I used to think that all the people that went to like Mexico to get certain treatments, if we've done some medical attention, whatever done, I always put a switch on my head. And just thought, the part of my treatment, I had to get the gyms, go to the ground, put on the ground, just be so next to the woman sweeping in the middle of open heart surgery and some shit like that. That's applied into an open wound chest and all that. That's how I do it. That's the hospital. These doctors, surgeons, they got amazing hospitals. It's very affordable. It's very fast to get that done. But the Canadian government goes, no, we have top tier doctors. We don't even have any doctors. Well, there's like 10 doctors across the entire country. There's no doctors.
Celebrate 20 years of online play with Atlantic Lottery. You could win one of two $10,000.
Acted on this Thursday at Play Morris. So glad to have you all here and subscribed and a part of our virtual community. Really appreciate it. Getting close to 3.3 million overall.
Across platforms.
Yeah. So
it's exciting.
We got a lot to do. We got a lot of news to get to today.
We do indeed. Let's see. Nuclear war continuing to escalate because who the heck is the president to stop it? Well, that continues to happen. We're also going to talk about Congress stopping the WHO treaty. There is some progress there.
So perhaps we won't get globalists making the laws of the land in wherever we live.
Also, let's talk about Haitians eating cats, dogs, the news going crazy. President Trump entering the debates. It's taken over TikTok with memes and dance videos. Of course, all of this talking about cats and dogs. This is the largest illegal immigration in the United States, but how are these people
The debates show immediately that we are moving from a Serbia. The conversation found bias around the newspapers have certainly much less than the bias for Europe. It's about how 6 years past, us,
Russia just moments ago to this escalation from NATO and the White House, and this report in Politico where it gets that, and sitting on the steps of some nuclear war. I was into that in a second, but first, we're going to tell you about our friends over at Express. Let me tell you, Express every day here on Redacted. So there's Natalie. Both of you, we wouldn't be able to do this show if it wasn't for Express VPN. It's an amazing VPN service that allows us to access news websites and information because of censorship laws. So this is what people are dealing with on a regular basis. We know that there are people that live in France that can't even watch our show unless they use a VPN. That's how these crazy governments are limiting our access to information resources. ExpressVPN is incredibly simple to use. It's all of our computers. We can send it in. All you do is click one button, boom, you're connected. You can pick and choose which country, which node you want to connect to. States, the whole list. If they include the U.S., Europe, and the world, it's totally up to you. But this allows you to access things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to access because your IP address, which is hide your IP address, but anonymizing all of it. So if you're in a public Wi-Fi setting, if you're in a coffee shop, wherever, if you want to use their Wi-Fi, absolutely, you use a VPN to protect yourself from people who are trying to snoop on your computer and what you're surfing. This is really why you're in a coffee shop. Make sure that our friends over at ExpressVPN right now, 6 months of ExpressVPN today. This goes to ExpressVPN.com. Exactly the extra free for free. So go to ExpressVPN.com. Find out what we have a massive towards specifically war just responded to inside of Russia, keeping up with the United Nations for all of this acceleration. Against Russia. The report reports that according to our sources here at Redacted, that what political intelligence which all of them would say off this show, so they've actually confirmed this. The exact swing this is a conspiracy. The White House is ready to greenlight the use of American missiles to strike targets out of Russia. The Russians have made capabilities. We've had new ways. Why are we taking this risk?
Ukraine is neither a treaty ally nor vital interest. Biden himself once warned this could cause World War III. Yes, that's exactly right. An attack against Russia in this way would launch World War III. Here was President Biden in 2022. Saying,
American pilots and crew. Just understand, don't kid me. What y'all say. It's called World War III. Yeah.
When President Trump said that, they treated him like he was crazy. Like, calm down, sir. Calm down.
Yeah, Trump turned the debate was no longer and he was saying it almost like he would evacuate.
No, they were worried about checking him about buying a car, which they were wrong about. So they're absolutely unfocused on things they should be focused on.
So just like you're saying, the White House finalizing plans to expand where Ukraine can get inside of Russia. The talks have been closely held among a small group of officials inside the White House finalizing plans to ease restrictions on how Ukraine can use their nuclear weapons to better protect itself from Russian missiles. Still coming together, but it's just strong things of London to the West. Also discussed how to prevent additional cross-border attacks by Russia. This is no longer missiles to the American pilots. So the officials are ongoing with significant and significant foreign policy. Sullivan is highlighting the event so that this bill to respond with offering the two topics. Topics of the escalates in the system. So, is it the right? Okay. Said F-16, it's a different way to say it. It was mass escalation along the way to war. So, is it the right? What changed? Oh, we're going to sort of examine the dynamics of the war. Correct. It's happening. It's free. It's disgusting. And it's is there a bigger story? I mean, just to understand the details here, we're talking about this war with the and I guess the United States is a
be on the screen now. That way we're talking about it's got like this like total like
They decide that you are going to partner with them to invest in the stock market, and what are you investing in? Things they want to do well. Things that work for them. You know this, you talked about this, but Bain herself is the premier retirement plan alternative that helps bypass Wall Street, the banks at their own game. You take control of your financial future. They have a guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income with no luck, skill, or guesswork retirement. Your plan doesn't go backwards when the markets tumble and then you have to wait a decade for it to recover and then think you're doing all right because your principal and growth are locked in. Now, this is something, again, like most investments that we tell you about, you have to study it. Redacted again. You can download called the No WHO Pandemic Preparedness Act without Senate approval act. What it does is require a majority vote in the Senate, a supermajority, for the president and sign this and hand power to WHO. Now here, this means Representative Thomas Massey discussing his related amendments to recognize that the U.S. Constitution is in the land and not only to the WHO treaty, but will design their own treaty in order to supersede the laws and constitutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to support my amendment, which simply recognizes that the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Our Constitution establishes a very clear framework for making treaties by the executive and with the advice and consent of the Senate. But our Constitution also establishes a clear framework for making laws that affect our domestic affairs. With many provisions of the treaty that have legal bearing on United States citizens, those provisions must pass both the United States House of Representatives and the Senate and be presented to the President, as all federal laws must. Treaties don't override our constitutional process for making law. Presidents can't make U.S. law by agreeing to new terms in an international treaty. Every law that American citizens live under must pass the House and the Senate. My colleagues have eloquently made the point that a president can't enter into a treaty without advice from the Senate. The sovereignty of not the legislative branch will decide what laws and citizens, depending on what the treaty is. Why do they do it very simple? It says that a law has a law in it. United States citizens have invested activities as to follow the process of the Constitution. And I reserve none. In those transactions. Now, the vast importance of the trust and the operation of treaty laws speak strongly for the participation of or a portion of the legislative body in the office of making them. So what's he saying here? He's saying you can't make laws, domestic laws, you see treaties. Treaties can't bind the United States to declare war. Treaties can't raise taxes. Treaties can't create new laws for us. The United States should not take part in international institutions that erode our sovereignty. Congress should not legitimize blatantly unconstitutional notions that agreements that come out of these institutions supersede the Constitution of the United States.
Okay, wait a second. Let's remember about a different way of lay out. So think about the So I was kind of spitballing today and came up with this list of a nightmare of global taking from the United States into these relationship. foresee gun control in our area. Absolutely. Could the high enough trees proceed on interim policy and state global currency? Yes, exactly. Okay, for the WEF, the World Economic Forum, the Davos Plan, supersede environmental and global business laws. Absolutely. The United Nations force us to go to war. See, all of these things would be possible if they can do it for the WHO. They can do it for any of those bad guys. Any of them. But they don't do war? No.
You're going to think you look the power of the WHO. So that they can't. You're going to take it by God. You can't work with the WHO and say they listen to health insurance, you know? And it's okay.
Yes, yeah. I mean, welcome to the Trojan Horse of emergency. We know this. All power grabs are inside the Trojan Horse of emergency. So think of any other organization that is an emergency treaty and therefore take powers in many countries at once. Supersede local laws and let you know this is an exercise that we should have done a long time ago and I can hate until Thompson finished this speech and yikes. Okay, so let's check in on where this pandemic treaty is. Currently, there was originally going to be a vote on this treaty that put it in July of 2024, but so many countries opposed it that the WHO said they'll have a proposal out in 2025. You can take countries from Japan, Slovakia, Australia for taking the talks with the United States that pushed back against this treaty. Joe Biden was ready to sign on the dotted line, and there's nothing to make us become Kamala Harris did not also do this. But there's a law that the House will have the Democratically controlled Senate. Who knows? But if the vote this week is achievable, then probably the House would not. Democrats are effective to the civil liberties under the North of abortion. Only total Democrats will be in the House for this. Here's the roll call of the House vote that happened this week. So you see Republicans vote to make unity, sorry, not to have any pandemic treaty without congressional approval. The Democrats only vote decided people are paying attention. There are now major roadblocks to the WHO gathering power
Oh, by the way, so maybe it's something today, but you subscribe to the channel, subscribe. I like the subscribe button. Stop subscribing to my channel on this I want you to notification anti-activity. But yes, I want to be notified when we go live. Yes, please. So thank you all for that. When we talk about patients in America, and of course, dogs and cats, patients, Ohio, all of the goods and social cases, insurance, Field Ohio, and all of the goods and show. I'm going to talk about that. But first, let's tell you about our friends
over at Title Lock, rather, because if you are a homeowner, you can protect your home. When the last time you checked your title? If you've never done this, then listen, because a report on homeowners shows that Aaron has $60 billion in equity, an all-time high, and that's only a temporary scam that the FBI calls house stealing, where the equity in all of your home is the target. So if anyone's watching the title of your home, then scammers can transfer title to their name and take out loans. And if your equity is gone, it's doing clever but terrifying things, and you should make sure that you protect against. So if you protect the equity in your home right now, you can get a triple lock protection. Title lock. So to check the title lock, So use the code redacted and a way to make sure that your home is protected at HomeTitleLock.com/redacted.
So what's really happening with the ancient immigrants in the United States? Aliens stop to ask the question, why is it further speaking with their hierarchies? Stop to ask why is cats, dogs, hires, totally missing the point. I agree with the typical manufacturing. That's not what is the point? You might have some nut job who's caught off police and that's it. It's right. First of all, the story should have been widely reported all over X in particular by Elon Musk and his influencers who are now, of course, very close President Trump. These stories are totally phony and discredited. One of the is a Haitian woman who's actually from Ohio. It's actually from another state, and it happened in August last month, and it's not at all. It's an American woman who presumably is still a cat and hated, who got, I don't know, probably on some kind of heavy drugs, have some serious mental issues. Maybe that would be an issue for President Trump to focus on, but he made it about supposedly what's going on in with Haitian big cats. There's another video of a guy carrying shoes, and that's also not a vacation, but just some photos that appeared on Reddit. So the stories, as far as I can see, are totally phony. I mean, one of the things that I think people don't believe is that look at who's debunking these stories in the first place. We have like NBC, liberal media outlets, the same media outlets that Trump was elected by Russia, that said that he had backpack Russian disinformation. And those outlets have a deception and lying, and so they've lost some credibility. Even a post it's very $100,000 laptop theory, right? So just check that out. But I think there is a bigger issue, and that is why is there so much migration in the United States from Haiti, from a variety of countries. Maybe in particular now in the spotlight. It's a question that I think does need to be addressed.
And J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate, when he was asked about these stories, saying these aren't even true, so what's going on? Even the Springfield police said they don't have any reports. He, kind of changed the subject and said, well, this is about, migration. Why are there so many Haitians in Springfield, Ohio? And it's not really censored here. It's a real question. So why are there so many Haitians in Springfield, Ohio? I don't know how many Haitians, if they're actually Haitian, I want to be clear, not Haitian American citizens. Different parts of the country. And the reason is that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Elon Musk or any of these influencers claiming he's so worried about the United States and these Haitian migrants, these things like the country were eating ass. None of them were talking about this thing. Decades, back massive amounts of immigration, of illegal immigration. In the 80s, it's the United States assisted or engineered the overkill, not once, but twice, of the popular elected president Jean-Bertrand Aristide. What happened after particularly after the 2004 the first administration of Obama is it's just so much harder to get so people don't buy placed by the U.S. after these great highs, and that will make an interference in election back in 2010, 2011. Obvious Secretary of State, we didn't like, this is
They say that make it look really bad. They can say this for you, however distance, with the distance, and first that is working up here. That case, we're going to get there's lots of people just want to provide scientific something that outside. You know, negative, but people that they are and the best thing
Oh.
I
the work that we have done for the
all of that is and all
what does everything you know about the flights on 9/11 that morning? That's not true. It's a total lie for the foundation. Our next guest is another commercial pilot and flight instructor with the International Center for 9/11 Justice. He's done an in-depth study of the reported flight paths on that day performed by the so-called hijackers who allegedly took over these flights on 9/11. He's here to share his findings with us today. Our guest is Olivier Mason. Olivier, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much indeed, and you said there's something that we are going to remind you of the fantastic work between research and food and doctors, work with extremely sensitive subjects, with incredible time, and for the storage piece, and to that funding,
Thank you so much. Very kind of you to say. I think the thing that we gravitate towards, the stories on the show that we gravitate towards are those stories that are redacted, or there's a narrative that the government wants us to believe. It's about an assassination attempt. They tell us it's a good story. They try to spoon-feed it to us. We're supposed to swallow it. I think for many, many years, Americans were forced to swallow it. Through the 9/11 Commission report, this idea that these Muslim hijackers somehow with no flight experience managed to take over these aircraft and with precision guide them into the Twin Towers and into the Pentagon. And as many advanced pilots have come out and said, these advanced pilots have said we would never be able to pull off these maneuvers. These guys with no flight experience managed to pull off these maneuvers. It sounds absurd. So you've given your life in many ways to cracking this up, going down this rabbit hole. What was the moment for you when you said, this stinks, this makes absolutely no sense, and you wanted to learn more about it?
It started really on the day of 9/11. I was just turned 42. I was on vacation at that time. And I saw the feat of being able to bring the 767 to 767 to the towers, and the conditions in which it was done, like so many people, my blood froze, and the lights went on, especially when the towers then exploded. For instance, a few years before, in the raging fires in skyscrapers that lasted for weeks, and then the Twin Towers were built to withstand the impact of the 707 suddenly crumbled. So that's when it started.
So when you started looking at the data, we talked about pilots on the show before. We had Captain Dan Handley on the show talking about how the pilots, he really focuses on sort of the last moments here, the maneuvers and the right of the towers. When you started analyzing the data from the flight paths from the beginning, can you walk us through what your data suggests when you started peeling back from the NTSB, from the flight records, all of those things? Can you give us an overview and we'll dive into the specifics?
Sure, absolutely. Our primary research focused on evaluating the hypothesis that these alleged hijackers wanted to essentially carry out for the aircraft and government training. So we decided to analyze the official narrative based on forensic examination of the flight profiles, and we sourced this from the NTSB report, which I forwarded on to the report. And boy, what a surprise that was. So we conducted a detailed analysis, and we tested key behaviors, operational challenges. What was interesting to do is indeed, as we referred to, is to see the level of proficiency that would be required for an airline pilot to achieve these maneuvers, control the aircraft in the manner in which they were on the other contrast. How would an inexperienced pilot manage this? That's how we approached it.
So what did you see what was the first jaw-dropping moment for you when you started analyzing what was out there publicly? Actually, I think we could start with what is the public narrative? What have they told us? What is in the 9/11 Commission report that we are supposed to believe about that day? Let's start there, and then let's get into what was sort of a jaw-dropping moment for you, the first piece of data that you said, well, this is a total lie.
Yeah, well, the first thing for you, looking at the findings showed that is to make one believe that we need from a fully distant aircraft and nuclear minimum training to 1760 conflict. It's just an easy transition because it would be able to adapt and correlate what they could learn to one to the other. And that's absolutely impossible. With the hours and hours of flight training and simulating, as far as we know, that at the limit of their roads, limited flight training, there was some indication of some Boeing 787 trailing legacy unmanned flights to, I can't remember which state, but certainly no 767 training. The job of the moment came when I looked at the flight profile of the pressure altitude for the senior trains of the 175, which showed an incredibly steep descent to the 19 minutes, which was not likely uncontrollable. The other one was that they managed to neutralize the flight burning. I don't know whether you remember, but the captain was Soracini, who was a former naval officer of the United States Navy, and spoke up to also in the military Officer Michael Forrest. Were neutralized. Now, how they were neutralized, we don't know what they were, because they were spoken to the flight. But it's not a big because pilots handle their aircraft with total hijacking. So, already from the outset, there were many interference with our head structures.
So, the crew is neutralized. Let's talk about now some specific data. So we're looking at this altitude report, pressure altitude return from the radar. What are the steep here as we look at this on the screen?
Now this is a flight time study dated February 19, 2002 by Sergeant Jimmy Ritter, who is the chief of the Vehicle Performance Division of the NTSB. And the radar mode C returned, the altitude returns from the onboard transponder, which is looking and recording and transmitting the altitudes of the flight progressing. So, just to quickly take you through the first steps, it takes off from Logan International at 13, and some 18 minutes later, it's a pleasure, so the last communication with ATC, air traffic control, it's 7. At which the pilots supposedly took over the 767. Now, how did they base their assumptions? Well, somebody tweaked the transponder with the two different transponder codes and suddenly arose out of nowhere, but that's not necessarily an indication of a takeover. Now, a few minutes later, we'll see on the graph at point F, there's a sudden climb to some 34,000 feet in 2 minutes. Were they inadvertently or mismanaging the autopilot? That we don't know. Have they switched the autopilot off? That we don't know. Those operations are really addressed anything other than the fact that the plane climbed. But then it entered into a really uneven descent. It started at about 2,500 feet per minute, which is about twice the usual speed at which an aircraft descends. And then it was a sudden jolt at 27.5, and then it starts entering a very severe descent at point G, which unfortunately accelerating descent all the way down to the ground. Now, 59, and we see this completely down arrow to the right, which are close to this graph, and it's getting on for the same if you don't expect this page. So that's more like it's like a police life. I think you want to have a question now, or do you want us to go on?
No, please, yes, that's the next graphic. So this highlights this first half of the top there, 33,000 feet. That's suddenly starts
has this dramatic descent. Just so I understand, as a pilot, that type of descent, would you be able to have control of the craft? Have almost total control, you can fly it like your Maverick? You find your on the software, is this a highly advanced control of the craft?
It's a highly advanced pilots, commercial pilots, simulators training for extreme descents with G1 kind of emergency. But what is also notable is the fact that these kind of descents put extreme pressure on the cabin's pressure activation system, which is usually linked to something that's a gradual descent over that repeated what roughly per minute. Passengers now here we've gone from recently twice the normal speed of descent to about 6 times the normal speed of descent. Now this puts serious strains on the pocket aircraft. Anything from disorientation, that's physical. And I'm not even talking about the psychological stresses that are play in the nosedive. Would the alleged hijackers have had the presence of mind to grab an oxygen mask just before that so that it would experience any hypoxia during this in order to keep control of the aircraft? No, I mean it's something that needs many hours of practice in a simulator in order to not only control the aircraft but to get out of it. And we'll get back to that in a second.
Okay, fascinating. So really, this would be an absolutely advanced maneuver, unprecedented. It would cause disorientation, nosebleeds, hypoxia, all sorts of other physical problems to a human being. And they would have to have the wherewithal to grab oxygen masks, put oxygen masks on, and as you point out, they would have to, that type of training would take place in hundreds of hours in simulators in order to make sure that you're safe and protected and know what to do in those types of situations. That. All right, let's move on to this next graphic here. What are we seeing in this next one?
Well, this next one, parameters calculations from the Airport Surveillance Radar of Europe International, and this was published on February 2nd, 2002 by Daniel Bauer, who's a chief aerospace engineer who published this report. And this is very useful also because you have 4 bars, 4 horizontal bars. The first one shows altitude, which is on the ground screen, and the bottom one magnetic heading. So we know even more about what kind of altitude the aircraft is in and what flight profile it's in. But very briefly, it looks quite gradual, the slope looks quite gentle, which in fact looking only at 2 minutes and 2 minutes and seconds of flight time. You will see that at 9:01, the aircraft is at 1,500 feet, and 1 minute later, it will descend to 6,000 feet. And then it continues its descent all the way to 9,040, and the last 10 seconds before it goes to 9,030 and 40, which it keeps up to 9,780. The ground speed increases significantly, hopefully looking at 520 knots. Whilst trying to control this downward trajectory, will fly and monitor the instruments to see whether it is coordinated. They also enter a turn, which also the path that people. So that was very useful in determining what attitude levels and what situation they were supposed to fly for. At the end of this, 9:40.
What do you make of this? When you examine this data, see its absolute cost?
Well, there are 3 things to really note. One, the last 10 seconds of the data, which is in fact 19 seconds before impact. And also we have interesting video footage. Now let me say this briefly. In these last 10 seconds of recorded data between 9:30 and 9:40, the aircraft is still at an extreme descent rate, 6,000 plus feet per minute. It is drastic, let alone the experience on board. The plane the aircraft would have been in flight idle. That means the engines would not be providing any thrust, but otherwise they would be for fear of overspeeding, reaching the speed of sound, and they would disintegrate. Bearing in mind also, as we see from the video footage, which I'll come to in a second, the plane must have put on full power again at one point in order to accelerate and crash into the tower. Now, this Boeing 767-300 had partnered with the BW4000 turbine, and they took a small time of between 5 and 8 seconds to provide full thrust from the moment at which you engage the levers into full thrust mode. At this stage, it's inconceivable that they would have been using the autopilot in any way because the reaction times and the guesstimates that one would have to make as to what the proper inputs would be necessary, so they're just impossible. So here we're faced with huge inconsistency. This is a jaw problem between the two reports, because remember that we got out of the first threshold and the last recorded 10 seconds in place. They both show that at 9 going to 40, the aircraft is electric. So, when you have lost, when they decide to plug in F1 into the altitude, enable the Now, there is really hard footage provided by the SABC chocolate to look at the events of navigation. It's like I'll show you this version which recorded the last 12 seconds of the top part of the 767. The plane 12 seconds out is in a very gradual descent, descending at the 201, 203 in the ball. And the last 4 seconds are practically parallel to the ground before it hits the sun. So, the last recording looks at 19 seconds to the impact. We had an SABC footage which 12 minutes recorded video footage, which shows what the plane is actually doing, as you can see. And so it gives a 7-second gap, the 7-second gap over the plane that experienced high trained Boeing 767 captain could easily control the plane out of the nose dive at 6,000 feet per minute plus, straighten it, and then steer it and put it on a level tempo to the tower.
So what do you make of that then? We have the footage from MSNBC, where we have this flight records, this data points from Newark. What are you saying that in that 7 seconds, it never pulled out of that nose time? It was never parallel, or what?
What I'm saying is that much of our eyes with what we saw was what happened. But both NTSB reports don't show a leveling off, where they show a straight dive into the ground. Now, especially the first graph which you showed, which is the pressure altitude from the radar mode C return, there's absolutely no transition from the dive to a leveling off transition. So, there's always the question, exactly, yeah. So I contrast the published data up to a point, because it's inconsistent with the video footage. So, leaving aside the fact that the data is skewed or reliable, it begs the question as to who is controlling the aircraft. See, the data itself highlights the challenges of determining the exact control the alleged experienced hijackers and experienced pilot, given their limitations. So, the communications go through and automated systems which provide orders from the able to control and stay within their aircraft with the show. And the new possibility of outline and show the achievements of the program with points towards preventing multiple advanced automated systems, possibly something we know size of mentioned when saying it, unreal so when autopilot or uncontrolled, and the pilot limiters will suffice to be enough.
So it's from the changing. Yeah, it's very chilling. That this data is totally false. If we can't trust the last few seconds of the data, because it doesn't show anything off at all, then do you want to throw out all of it from the entire screen?
Well, it's the first one that the transponder returned, they're not going to the ground to just under 1,000 feet. And the side tower, but not only with the radio, so the radar return, then we stop the power to 40, so we have that 90 seconds, which accounted for unexplained and no further information provided.
So it's convenient, and it's convenient, right? It is absolutely convenient that that's the steps.
The video footage is key in that because it provides 12 seconds of report throughout 12 seconds, and you see visually the climate during which the brain was, leaving this gap of 7 seconds, which is just too short to do anything. Miraculously, maybe a very well-trained airline transport pilot could do this. This motley crew of alleged pilots could do that.
No way. I think we've confirmed that now on the show, not only with your research, but others, that there's absolutely no way that these guys could have piloted these craft with such precision that advanced pilots, like I say, I'm joking, say Maverick, would have struggled to pull off. It would not have happened. So then what do you think actually did happen? Do you believe it was remotely controlled with these advanced systems, which we've also shown here on the show were well in place? These remote piloted systems were built after World War II. I didn't even think even during World War II, if I'm not mistaken. So this was well known and well documented. It was top secret, of course. But we know that those remote control systems were in place since forever. But is it your contention that these were remote controlled as it was built?
Second word shooter class. Watch out! The second word shooter class. Roll on pencils.
Well, I'm actually currently working on writing a plan for April. I want to advance the sake of the ability stage. We want to be exposing the development tree. We want to do the balance. It's very much the other one out. It's profile for instance, we assume takeover time, again, assuming, is some 46 minutes after takeoff. It's around 8:42. Where I told the other clients we're taking over between 15 and 30 minutes takeoff. So with every passing minute, if you're covering you're covering a distance of about 8 miles per minute, we're increasing facing the navigational challenges with distances increasing to potential targets and fly. And there's also a very strange thing about 93, United 93. The flight data recording was recovered. There were voice recordings which only started at 9:31. Why the flight they decided to provide the details of the voice recording. Another very, very strange occurrence in United 93 was the total absence of rationale for descending suddenly through 5,000 feet that you see in the film which I provided. There was a very steep descent up to 5,000 feet because, as whenever you make the pass by, you know that the further into the target, altitude you go further to it, since it's quickly your walk, so it's quickly you need to get some sense of situation where the weapons will take over and about where I'm at, how high, where to turn to, the idea is to be effective or to see what is assigned or go down to the autopilot. So the plane suddenly descends to 5,000 feet, risking collision from other commercial jets which are flying around. We're risking collision at that altitude from general aviation. And you don't see much. I mean, you have absolutely no visual reference to where you're going. That was a very odd one. Amongst the oddities, and I'll leave it with that, and I know Ted has spoken about this length in the symposium, is the real phone call we had around 9:50, 10 minutes before the crash. Sandra Bradshaw, who's a flight attendant, was speaking to her husband, Philip Bradshaw, and saying that the hijackers were in front of the plane, and she was still assuming the pilot was being controlled. So all these inconsistencies and appearances give the impression that this guy was an exercise that's insinuating a hijacking. It's not, so it's very, very troubling.
It's deeply discouraged because we've been told that this is the official story, that these brave Americans got up, went to the front of Flight 93 and said, let's go, let's leave, let's go. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong. But this idea that brave Americans stopped it and turned around and headed towards the White House or Capitol Hill or some place in Washington, D.C. Brave Americans stopped it and happened. What do you think ultimately brought that with that?
Again, it's a pure speculation on my part, but this plane wasn't envisioned, I think, destined to crash because it was said quite correctly. It was for the cruise, for the gravitas of the occasion, to give this feel-good factor to the population in this propaganda-driven, narrative of the events of 9/11, and this will just reinforce the narrative and the effects. Perception that the way people wanted to provide the population. So I think it was destined to crash.
Destined to crash. That field in Pennsylvania, where they're a farm, no one around really, kind of an isolated area, in a city, that is this story is narrative that Americans stop these hijackers from the Capitol. It was a rally.
That's right.
States. Propaganda is very, very strong, and when you start to peel back the layer of this, of what happened that day, whether it's Building 7, and the fact that these pilots were piloting these planes with this precision, how all of these men were able to get on flights. One member of security screening flagged box cutters. One member pointed out the box cutters during the security screening. All of this stuff absolutely smells of a cover-up. And why? At the end of the day, why? Right? I always ask, well, it's Occam's razor. It's still the fastest, the strongest way to bring us into a war on terror and make the massive military-industrial complex as large as it is now, and to take over and destabilize countries from the Middle East, and keep us in these forever wars. That's a deeply disturbing part of this. So when people ask, why do you cover this story? How thousands of Americans have this sort of globalist chessboard. Yeah, anything else you want to kind of say here, Olivier, before we wrap it up? Any sort of final points you want to point out we didn't cover?
Well, no, we covered everything. I mean, as you said, currently these are, a number of unanswered questions. How could an inexperienced pilot perform such complex maneuvers? And, here we are calmly talking about these things, or looking at graphs and, examining them, calculating. But in real life, imagine the high-stress conditions under which this was conducted. I mean, imagine the streaming passengers, the physical symptoms appearing in these descents. So, how were they able to manage and control it? The other unanswered question is, why the extreme divergence between those NTSB reports and the video footage? That's a good question. As far as United 175, how could they, control the aircraft effectively toward the target with so little situational awareness 10 miles out? Because 10 miles out, they were 1 minute away from the South Tower, and they were still descending at 6,000 feet per minute. 1 minute away. And also, what has not been brought to anyone's attention is the fact that it was a severely bright day, beautiful day. There was much sun there, coming at about 76 degrees from the aircraft's cockpit, which would have made reading reflections quite intense inside the cockpit. But be that as it may, 10 miles out, 1 minute to go, they're just giving it off. As far as United 93 is why, what, or who caused the descent to 5,000 feet. I mean, we don't have any explanation by rational report that validates the rationale behind that. So the next question, and unanswered question is, were there any external factors or interventions that could explain the behavior of these aircraft in this particular moment? That's the final big question.
Some additional whistleblowers who may have had some involvement and knowledge about this. This is an important piece of the puzzle here. Great work on this. We're looking forward to the Pentagon. Advanced AI capabilities. One customer more time, more growth. Speed up your website copy with an AI text generator. With consistent randomness. Advanced elements. Instantly transform any idea into right from the top. We've got hours of hard AI-powered gigabits designed to perform. More conversions, less hassle. Smart benchmarks show you exactly what you stand. This is working, and when it works, quickly spot the next opportunity. Take your business and oh, we're just getting started. Go to Wix.com. Thank you.
Very continual series we're looking at Israel in the Republic Park. will be reading from Isaiah chapter 59 and Isaiah chapter 16 with the updated King James Version sword. We have a new format, so I'll no longer be reading through the whole thing. That's what we just want to see time. So I'm going to get straight to it. So, Israel here. Even Israel is sick, or will hide his face. Listen. We will exist born of his dead men. We have the strength of men. They are departed from the Lord, and they find the faith before the call of them, and the sake of them. For them came to the slave of them forever. Then, because of this spirit which on them, they arise, as their light, their thoughts. That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the club is back in tonight's report. Justin Trudeau, in full desperation mode, goes to visit a temple yesterday in British Columbia and gets absolutely mobbed by a group of Indians. Also tonight, during a campaign stop yesterday, Joe Biden told Americans to stop eating cats and dogs. And to everyone's surprise, he put on a Trump 2024 hat. Also tonight, on TikTok, kids are dancing to a new remix song of Trump telling people that they're eating cats and dogs in Ohio, and it's absolutely going viral. You won't want to miss tonight's story. Stick around. Before we start the report, all I'm asking is you guys to double check if you're still subscribed. YouTube is still unsubscribing you guys from my channel, so please double check and let's start the report. Welcome to your Thursday report. Are you guys happy to see me uploading again? Because it's good to be back posting videos regularly. Now, tonight's story is going to start in Canada, but I want you guys to stick around till after the Canada part because the US coverage today is going to be absolutely insane. But today, we start things in Canada. Now, tonight's first story is going to start with Toronto here. The latest polling and the latest maps have been absolutely inspiring. As you can see here, this is what Toronto is projected to look like after the next election. This is going to be the biggest conservative landslide of all time. And over in Toronto, someone extremely famous moved there recently by the name of Aiden Ross. And you won't believe what the first thing he noticed about Toronto. For all the older people who don't know who Aiden Ross is, he's one of the biggest streamers in the world.
Somebody needs to explain why. Why are there so many Indians in Canada? What am I missing? Can somebody please explain why there's so many Indians here? Please. I gotta understand why. Please tell me. Please. Can somebody please explain?
You know, it's crazy when someone moves here to Canada and the first thing they notice is how many Indians there are over here. It is truly insane. There's no doubt there's a lot of Indians here in Canada, and one thing is for sure, Justin Trudeau sees the Indian community as a possible path to victory in the next election. And yesterday, he was in Surrey, BC, campaigning at a temple, and the Indians absolutely swarmed him. Okay, they're absolutely mobbing him here. There's no way he's enjoying this you know, the narcissist loves his monologues, but he's not enjoying this one. Stop.
Well, one thing is for sure, it's not an easy road for Justin Trudeau. After Justin Trudeau got sworn, he finally got to the stage to speak to the people. And guess what? The introduction that the people and gives him is the most concerning thing I've ever heard.
This is December.
Listen to this. This is a crazy part here. This is what he says.
That he is a man of harmony, working class Canadian, and everyone has an access to him.
For everyday working class Canadians, and everyone has access to them. Why? But the people have to pay $1,700 a month. Success so yes, these bills attempting to suck up the community in an effort to win older votes, and his sidekick / boyfriend, Jackie Singh, is going in an entirely different direction. Apparently in Canada, Jackie Singh is signaling an immense plan to oppose the carbon tax. The Senate is a burden on the backs of working class people. Now, everyone knows Jackie Singh's a flip-flopper, a weasel, a snake, a worm. What's the best part about Jackie Singh announcing this is watching the left eternal. Let's go read some comments. Our first comment comes from Claire G. Price. Jesus heaven Christ, Jackie Singh. We did a rebate, and the process is Ontario. And what a better plan for government. Have little girl. Are you not concerned for her future on Earth? How about this one from Sasha's mom? Shame on Singh. Is he now inclined to change the diet? No, why would you change the diet? This is hilarious. It's protecting our environment comes at a cost. Canada thinks it could stop corporations from climate front and center. Oh, it's a cool language. How about this one from Probability? Oh, Jackie. For most of my voting life, I am so finished with you, and you will one day see what a sellout you are. This one from Senator Gordon Overpass saying, "What people are trying to say, what people are looking at the needs they are getting." So why is this extra popular? What is everybody's over to America. I went to the date the other night, and then and I thought the ex of moderator
About it and go back to hundreds of thousands of them are very close the other night. Now there's a whistleblowers coming forward saying that Kamala Harris was fed the questions in advance. Well, duh. Well, there's your reason for the 3-on-1 debate the other night. And everyone knows the media loves Kamala Harris. They keep defending her. They want her to be the president. Well, she was visiting firefighters yesterday. Apparently, she's the most popular firefighters okay, just do this. Brutal. That's the president and vice president of the United States. Not one. Oh, here we go. Standing ovation for the former president. And not one single clap for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Working class people like Trump, it's just simply undeniable. And what happened in this firehouse was absolutely hilarious. But before I show you this clip, let's bring it back to the debate the other night.
Talk about a threat to democracy. You got 14 million votes and they throw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But you got 14. You talk about it.
Now, those words are absolutely relevant into what I'm about to show you next. Trump says that Biden hates Kamala, and yesterday at a campaign stop, Joe Biden on a Trump hat and told people to stop beating cats and dogs. That's a nice moment, man. Joe Biden makes himself more likable here, in my opinion. Actually said it. Remember, no eating crops and cats. This is a W for Joe Biden. Now, after Joe Biden put on the Trump hat, the internet absolutely exploded and confused many people, including rapper Tom McDonald.
Well, maybe he's not as fucking stupid as I thought he was.
And after that video on X, the internet's having a field day saying that Joe Biden endorsed Trump. I think this is awesome. Rob Woodbury writes, Democrats got Taylor Swift, but we have Joe Biden. Boom. How about this one from DC Drano saying, the two most iconic images of 2024. I would have to agree. And another hilarious thing happened at that firehouse when Joe Biden greeted a kid wearing this Dumb, Dumber, and Dumbest shirt with Pelosi, Biden, and Kamala.
And Biden points to the kid and apparently says, "Come on, man. I guess I'm dumber." Another W for Joe Biden. Now let's move things over to TikTok, where there's now a hilarious viral new trend where people are dancing to "They're Eating the Dogs, They're Eating the Cats" remix song, and it's going absolutely viral, and it's bloody hilarious. Let's watch these dances.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs.
Okay, this is an Olympian, by the way. An Olympic medalist right here by the name of Gabby Dobbins.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cats, eat the cats. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat.
This is why I love the internet so much, but the trend didn't end just there, because more people are now posting videos of their dogs freaking out when Trump says they're going to eat the dogs, eat the cats. Oh no, look at this dog's fat face. No.
They're eating the pets of the people who live there.
He's so sad. But wait, there's more. We actually have more of these TikTok videos. This poor little baby.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Don't eat this chihuahua.
So what we do is that haunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would appear in dark. Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Well, listen to Trump. That's hilarious. Oh, they say that dogs are the best judges of character, and clearly they are, because even they know Democrats are evil. Now you guys understand why I was hoping that Trump would mention that they're eating the dogs and the cats at the debate? Because of this. Look at the hilarious content it's generated. And you guys want to know what's also funny? They're also generating remix videos based on some of these meltdowns from the other night, particularly the one from Hassan Abi. Look at this.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. This is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
Now, the best part about the song's reaction is this. So, guys, if you enjoyed today's episode, drop a like, drop a comment, buy a membership for $5 Canadian. But most importantly, drop a comment and tell me what you thought of today's video. here is the remix to Hassan Hobby. See you guys at the next episode. Peace.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. This is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
Specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or used by individuals. You said this is what people in Paris do. The food was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that that's a good thing to say for a city manager. I'm not going to do this with a television, but I'm generally going to see it. It's wrong. It's made by the people in Montreal. Again, it's been good city manager says there's no evidence about eating
Eating the dogs. Dogs.
Dogs.
Oh yeah, that video I just showed you, the guy got so butthurt that Nagus started using it. They actually deleted the video. And that's why I showed it to you today. See you at the next one. Peace.
If there's one thing we know, it's that every gun was once a deed. And even when you choose to 2 over times 2, it still won't stop you. Because you love the challenge, and all the hours, and all the work make it worth it. Congratulations, Timber. You just conquered the gun. I too expect more gun.
She was amazing yesterday. I remember really hot up on the bike when we were here. I never read something just behind the device. That's when you came on the camera and what they were watching last night, we were watching a Pacific Rage. If you're not like me, like somebody just watching the guns, actually been seeing before, and you could see Rage because these people were just not watching the trying to
basically on one power line. It was an ambush, and they went in there prepared to do it. I've done it now, so that on the transcript. And really looking at all the questions now, and every single time Trump tried to legitimate or didn't answer the question, and tried to answer it.
Ladies and gentlemen, interesting stuff going on right now. Many people see this as the beginning, the setup for shenanigans this fall. I don't. We're going to have to take a look at it. There's also some new news out in Maricopa County, which there were many questions about during the last election, in particular on Kerry Lake, the various machines. I will again plead, beg, do whatever it takes to tell you that I believe conservative pundits telling you to vote on election day.
C'est très trop.
I should vote early and in person. Make your vote. Get it in there. I don't want to hear about, well, this is the Democrats know how many votes. No. Get in there. Get your vote in. Period. You know what they can't do if you go in 2 weeks early during early in-person voting? They can't break the machine coincidentally 8 o'clock. Right? The vote's in. You can verify your vote. You can do all this kind of stuff, right? You know what happens if you vote 2 weeks early in person? You don't get sick. You don't take rules off today. I've slid into his live feed. Not only am I Monday to Friday at 1 Eastern, where I cover all the news, and if you enjoy that, you want somebody who covers the news, please do follow my live feed network, which is called Bordercast, or called Rumble. Both are good. Postal Service warns.
We come to you from a bit of entertainment to show you what's streaming on Paramount Plus. Blockbusters like a timeless K-pop, originals including Yellowstone, and hits like Dexter.
Stream Paramount Plus for $6.99 a month.
This is our new solo speaker. Typically, waterproof materials are very stiff, heavy, and not very comfortable. So how we designed the solo, breathable, comfortable, and soft to touch. It's not biased. You're going to do my fingers.
46 states that their voters could be disenfranchised by delayed mail-in ballots. Who is this real for? The mail in their ballots. Who is that? I've asked Mr. Dallas, he posted that his recess of his detailed letter for 46 states. That's why they receive 46 states. All about not my name. All rise and power and power. And the government and the high school again. Stop. Way more hold on line. This is kind of around. So we're going to try to be right. We're going to try to be right. Right? This is the next thing. We're going the letters sketch a good possibility with tens of millions of American multiple to their ballots results even if people follow all of the elections, it makes a difference. They do qualify their vote. That's why they do. You know, he has been kind of been sleeping. Fortunately, the politics are not as much as the development of the I think the why, but also special counsel and ally is President Trump. Like both members there on the early summer. They go beyond the traditional focus of the election. This was the modern lockdown. I don't think this is Trump. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Some people say that this triggers your quote-unquote steal in God. I just think there's one Democrats like, hey, you guys are intelligent. Their analysis is the out. You can't guarantee that they'll actually do it. I think that this is, you know, a really Democrat. It's really going to be developed. 186 million. But we might not be able to get them out of it too. How about this? Great. Signature declaration of sin. The data certification like co-host, and now national special security event. I think they might be out there making excuses for their children to follow. I think it might be making excuses for Kamala. Maybe they'll already say, no, she would have won if all of our mail-in ballots would have been counted. I think that this is a very tired war. Maybe it's a vote. I don't know. But a Democrat setting up for some sort of denial. Is Kamala Harris going to deny the results? Whose voters vote person? Trump. Trump's voters vote person. They're not worrying about Trump votes happening to the mail. So again, I wouldn't mind putting $1 billion. I've got to be conservative to decide if those families will be able to take comment. There are many Democrats that are funding.
All their pops never fly. Sharing the snacks to make you that's just
Now, try to come to certain reasons and then go to discussion. Knowledge that is rational, naturalist, it's like the first time naturalist, like the first time that you're going to get people like World all the like that's that's what some people say. Some people can never forget they say that the government started a riot to cover up an election. Question. The parents with the Wiggins. Why does this feel like it's staged? Government they federally declared a national event. They call all the shots and the votes and the higher. Don't want to Men don't like rats. You bullshit. Vice President Harris faces a major challenge. I mean, orderly, in person, and then you go. You find a friend, family member, somebody. You're inside to go vote, drop them off, like, go vote, tell them how to vote. That's why I made tailgates to push out now. Now, that's what we really got to do here. That's what we're doing. That's it. All ballots cast, early ballots dropped off for the 28 days, and all ballots taken. PC General writes, remember when the entire world watched Maricopa County was fully shut down? Half of their elections was for 2022 stopped very late, and they claimed everything was just fine. Yeah, it turns out things were just not fine, and now we're finally admitting the world scam. What does this all mean? What does this all mean? Well, I think it's predominant that they're declaring it a national special security authority. So I would understand why people might feel like they're trying to steal. That's all I understand like steal. That way. Then you have also certain things. We have pop-up bill ballots. Let's just check. I already know this, but mail-in ballots by party. Let's see. What absentee ballots look like? 58% of Democrats voted by mail, according to Massachusetts Institute of Technology. 58% of Democrats voted by mail, 29% Republicans. This could be catastrophic for Democrats. That's what they're talking about. Watch the Massachusetts. We voted for MIT. 65% of mail ballots are Democrats. The potential for disaster. I don't know. Yeah. I wish it could Please do subscribe in the comment section down below. Or turn off your comments on this one.
Spend $5 on any game at ALC.ca for your chance to win. Now it's time for Wendy's. Lazy is the beginning to some of McDonald's latest antics. Surely, let's start with with the clown and they support left someone who posts video of themselves trying to take down trust. But it worked. Like West Hollywood Todd scene has no idea how things work.
sometimes I tell you, it really doesn't feel like Canada is a serious place. We have a lot to take a look at today. Everything from Justin Trudeau now being sworn by a group of liberal Indians that support him, or maybe not. It's kind of controversial. You're going to see the video later. You have one of the most largest, that's a weird way of saying that, one of the biggest strikes to happen again in Canada, with Air Canada potentially just pretty much shutting their doors and not allowing anyone to fly. You also have a woman in Canada is being charged with assault with a weapon, but it wasn't a weapon. She was in a water gun fight with her local kids in her neighborhood, and she sprayed the wrong person, and that's leading to charges. Very, very bizarre. Oh, yeah, and I almost forgot. We're about to have a nuclear war. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video of everybody. Who needs coffee? This is so stupid. Before we get into it,
so we got Second largest Twitter. The second largest Twitter account. Second largest Twitter account. So the other thing.
There, you have Justin Trudeau at 77 projected seats. And what has just come out of Justin Trudeau's mouth is actually
The second largest Twitter account.
Second largest Twitter account.
Second largest Twitter account.
Second largest Parliament on Monday. It doesn't make any sense. He's always ran away from any debates or any accountability, but now he's ready to fight the fight, which is going to be entertaining to say the least. And now let's take a look at some American news before we get into the Canadian stuff. So you got Joe Biden, who not only was caught wearing a Trump 2024 hat, but he's also taking some photos with kids or I don't know, something like that. And this kid behind him is wearing the shirt right here. Dumb and dumber and dumbest, and Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. I'm not too surprised that Joe Biden finds himself in that position. And then you have Costco selling $99 emergency food kits that last 25 years. They know something that we don't. We're going to take a look at that in a moment. This is kind of crazy, folks. We are closer than we've ever been. It's more every single day.
Well, Costco is like my happiest place in the world to be. And I've never seen this before. They have buckets that are installed in an emergency food supply for 132 servings. And what is included in this bucket? I guess this is for when the apocalypse hits. It should be any time now, right? Who knows? We get teriyaki rice, a 6-serving pouch, pasta alfredo, 6-serving pouch, cheesy macaroni, apple cinnamon cereal, tomato soup with pasta, cream pasta and vegetables, brown sugar and maple multigrain cereal, all 6 servings for each. And then again, continuing on, they have barbecue beans, vanilla pudding, orange drink mix, whey milk alternative, Southwest rice and beans, and chicken flavored noodle soup.
So the whole shebang. Apparently, Costco, this might be wrong in America, but at one of the countries is Costco, you can get your full preparedness kit, which is filled out. And then we have Paul Harrison, who's like Sir David Hill, Donald Trump, after the debate that voters largely won, according to the new voters. No down comments using one debate. And then another judge wrote charges to come facing the Georgia election. It seems like all the charges that tried to lay on Donald Trump, they're all being thrown out, which is not covered in mainstream media. We have David Ross recently came up with logic saying, hey man, I didn't expect there to be a whole bunch of Indians here. That seems pretty wrong.
Why would they be Indian? What am I missing? There's so many Indians here. Please, I need to stay alive. Please, doctor. Please. Can somebody please explain?
And flawed creature Ross is what's talking about that. Every time you ever want regarding clean immigration on street. And then you have Chuck Whitmer in regional debates with Kamala. People are saying because Kamala, other people are saying that because it is news, which been biased against Trump, but let me know what you guys think about Trump refusing another debate. We have scary articles like this. The U.S. posted on long-range missiles for Ukraine deliveries take months. This was just posted a few days ago, September 3rd. So that's something that America is trying to do. Long-range missiles that can go from Ukraine to easily be part of Russia. And Russia's not doing that as dramatic, so much so that today, this is today about the entire the United States and the nation are at war with Russia. And if that's the case, considering a fundamental shift in the nature of this conflict, we will make the appropriate decision based on the threats posed to us, which is very scary to think about, especially since Russia changed the adoption expecting that exactly on Google and brought up with all of these different articles explaining it in further detail. We wish to follow up with that. And then also, it's like all the Democrats in this next election. We saw Trump talk about it, right? Trump said, it's the Taliban, Israel, it's going to be a job for us. And that's his people are actually concerned of the other war against Donald Trump. And that's a very good thing. We are so close to it not happening. It's the end of the world. No more YouTube, no more going to work, no more money, no more family, no more friends, nothing. We're all dead. And it's a nuclear war. If a bomb doesn't hit you, then just the fallout of it all is going to block out the sun and you're going to freeze to death anyways. So some proper leadership that's in the Oval Office in America to properly negotiate with other countries around the world with BRICS to make sure that we don't have that level of war. But Democrats don't seem to care about that, and that is extremely scary. And then you got the little chihuahua Justin Trudeau on a global scale that takes all these weird foods at food. Last time I checked, on a map, Canada is pretty close to Russia, and we are also targeted. We are very vulnerable to Russia's missiles. Canada doesn't have any weapons. Canada is like, well, brother, that is Canada's military policy and nuclear warfare policy. It's a freaking thing that we just rely on America. They're going to do everything for us. And our phone just really next to that. So never been worried about nuclear warfare. I don't want to say shit or anything. It's kind of worried. And then let's get into some Toronto, TCC, probably enjoying some public Wi-Fi service brought to you by Rogers. Well, but that is going on. And the tip is here, and it really wasn't that long. It's not coming here. That lasted a while, because it was quite recently. It happened in the last 10 years. So, yeah, it sucks that sucks. And so, Senate Canadians find tip requests inappropriate and fast food and orders, according to the survey conducted by Narrative Research. And you're finding the tip machine everywhere you go, whether it's McDonald's, any fast food joint, whether it's self-checkout. I've seen that. Self-checkout. When you go into a coffee shop, self-serve yourself, or whatever it is, tips everywhere, and it feels very disingenuous that burden is put on consumers or employees that are too good to cheap. Probably compensate your staff because either they're in here to buy something, how about you give more money than you spend? I've seen that at grocery stores where you can through self-checkout, which is self-checkout. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to the restaurant for self-checkout. It's crazy. But let me know in the comments if you guys are double tipping, if you're appreciating, if you're wanting to tip everything. Because every single thing that you tell, which is interesting things about how you have less money now than you're not. And this video of Justin Trudeau as you surface by amazing Zoltan.
Being honor of the whole mental capture victims of crime, It's a sign of affiliation to any area of the country. Every parliamentary represents constituents whose life has been traumatized by the senseless acts of those who have no regard for the law. We must stand by all those who need assistance and support, and remember that in the age of justice, the lives of the best are not simply the criminals or the implications, but the victims. I encourage all of my colleagues to reach out to victims and provide a voice for them in this House of Congress.
So I know just watching a video, an older video of Justin Trudeau speaking in the House of Commons, but you're going to say, these videos, even though we see it, used to see it, making fun of that, we see that it's such a weird, over half of Canadians don't want an early election, so themselves in the comment section, the top comment is election, 5,000 votes, 95% of people said yes. And when you actually look at this Global News report of them claiming that Canadians don't want an early election, let's just take a look at this. And there's a very specific thing that stands out.
New Ipsos polling done exclusively for Global News shows an uptick in support for both the Liberals and Conservatives after the NDP ended its supply and confidence deal with the Liberals last week. Over half of Canadians surveyed, that's 56%, still the opposite.
All right, so you have 1,000 people. It's very conveniently almost grayed out, where if your eyes are blurred, if you're standing far away, you wouldn't be able to see that the way that you'd be able to see the context. This is 1,000 people that have voted in these polls, and they're claiming that that's what the majority of Canadians want. Well, let me just remind you, the viewer, or Global News, or whomever, the government, for any government employees that are watching, that I did an independent poll on my community tab. Do you want an election right now? 22,000 votes. Not 2,200, not 22,000. 97% of people said yes. And that was 7 days ago. So I'll give them that. So I did another vote today. Now, at the time that I pulled this made up, this was 45 minutes after the poll. Remember, before you see a little bit later in the day. So I'm going to just refresh it and see what we have. 6,000 votes in 3 hours. 95% of people say yes. So I'm not really sure where Global News is making a claim that people don't want an early election, when I just blew the polling numbers into oblivion and people really want an election. Because they have to something that's best here, best here, best here, best here. Here go the same people are online. That's still to this day, the general public. This election. So it's like, why not put the Johnson's now? Let's say, well, on the page records, yes, competition. It's inherent. Someone is using Russian stocks, Russian technologies, whatever election. And so, yes, other countries are having it back to their, determination of same mechanisms. It's no wonder why people are wanting to leave this country faster than they can. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. People are wanting to come to Canada. That's the story for the end. You have Jagmeet Singh, who accuses Justin Trudeau of wanting to funny that he's such a hypocrite. It's not like Jagmeet Singh is going to have the worst pull anyone I've ever seen. Obviously, his ex-girlfriend, that's his that's way across the aggressive. Very not far. Continues to farm cat
yesterday, coming back last night. Warning is so negative to this next story. Some news may find disturbing. Jessica Lowe and her young daughter outside of yesterday afternoon, separated by Diego last year. They had just killed said the young wild cat the other people told provide the family provide their strength. Location is 24 hours. That's that doesn't continue. You spend time outside in the backyard. And that blurry image is a dead cat. That's absolutely insane. That is absolutely insane. I can't imagine what that family is going through. And then you have Nancy Felker, which True North says this on X. Surrey residents and Burnaby resident were arrested for drug trafficking offenses after officers seized 4.2 kilos of fentanyl, approximately 2.2 grams of lethal doses, 12.7 kilos of meth, which is wild, 10.6 kilos of coke, 1.6 kilos of ketamine. Police released the two men back on the streets and in court appearances. Basically, the top comment here says, literally, this happens every single month in Vancouver. I've stopped caring. It feels like this increased level of crime, super dangerous crime. Oh my God, 2 really lethal doses of drugs. That's wild that this is even happening. Where is the drug enforcement in Canada? Why is it that these cops pride themselves on crime? The premise that they're allowing this to happen and letting them back out on the street what the cost will go wrong. And speaking of what the cost will go wrong, now we saw our stories come out together. We saw people weapon after an accident spring.
very similar to the pump style.
And most of the hard forms a waterway, so the light long.
That's kind of that's
Water. You just move it to the backyard and then
I left it and I fixed it. And I said, I don't know water guys. I said, yeah.
Yeah, she said, if you want to do it in the backyard, in the front yard, then it's an happen.
I was trying to figure out how the water gun was working. It's not like I play with water guns at this age. And as I was going through the gate, and it accidentally hit the neighbor that was like maybe 3 feet away cutting the grass.
She says the man called police who arrived and spoke with him, but she says police never talked to her.
They had told my husband to bring your wife out of the backyard, that I'm being charged with assault with a weapon. They didn't ask me one single question. They didn't interview one single person.
Washington, who works as an educational assistant, says she has been put on leave by the school board.
And the mental and financial stress that has been put on my family, my children, and my husband is not right and is not fair.
Neighbors say they've had ongoing issues. The man phoned police. The last 2 days, police called on him, and their correspondent to it. It's been a reoccurring issue on the street that has had for very, very minor issue. Bobby and her son Liam say they crossed the street just to avoid the man's home.
The friends are allowed to come to our house, but we no longer allow them to come to their house.
The neighbors we spoke with say they feel police are weaponized against them.
I don't think it should be that way. I think our system's really messed up when it comes to that.
No one talks to anyone anymore to sort things out. It's always, I'm a victim, stick to it, and I'm going to weaponize government or the law. It's just extremely misleading. I'd love to know you guys some valuable comments about that story. And now we're taking a look at this Air Canada strike. So we had a panel here of people that got together and they made a speech. They have business lobby groups and have gone to government to propose back to work legislation and prosecute Air Canada basically fails. No one wins in a strike. But a lengthy disruption cause a lot of harm to a lot of people. Small businesses, manufacturers, just-in-time delivery, patients with severe healthcare consequences, in some cases, life or death. Delayed cargo payments, tourism, our rural communities who rely on the networks, job losses to Canadians who rely on air. Now this Parliament has looked at their own writing, we can't even report the news on site. A one-day strike replaces one full week to recover from. We just saw that in our strikes. Canada's brand and reputation is affected. We've had strikes at ports, we've had strikes at airports, our railways, our public sector, our airlines. All of these impacts the reliability of Canada. And let me stress the importance that this has on our U.S.-Canada links. This will particularly affect our relationship with our number one trading partner and our neighbor, the U.S., a country whose interdependence we know too well. Negotiations are best done at a table, and they're best resolved at the negotiating table. And frankly, I think all of us hope, I know all of us hope, that an agreement can be reached before the deadline. However, if not, governments are elected to look after the greater good. This government has the tools available, and should collective bargaining fail, they need to prepare now to step. Let me be clear. Canada and Canadians cannot afford another disruption to our economy. No, we cannot. And this, honestly, all of this, if not the majority of this, falls on Justin Trudeau. The sanctions or the restrictions that he imposed on pilots and on airlines during the coups and stuff like that, had detrimental consequences to our airline industry. Not to mention the fact that our pilots are heavily underpaid in comparison to other countries. You have people that can be a pilot here in Toronto, Vancouver, potentially make $150,000 a year. Yes, that is phenomenal money. But when they can do the exact same job working for Delta down in America, or just even something that's right on the border of America and Canada, but on the state side, they would be making, $230,000 a year, and that's in USD. So they're making more money pre-conversion, but also more money on paper. So they're making 50, 60, 70% more working in America. So we have an insane shortage of airline pilots, and I don't care, man. Right? Like pilots they get paid a lot of money, and air tickets are very expensive. I get that whole argument of the side of the argument as well. But airline industry is super important. I think it's like 30% or maybe 40% of the actual cargo space. Plants are goods, right? Either through mail, whether it's products, or whatever it is, you name it. So this would have super huge repercussions on our economy, and the government does need to get, I think, a little bit more involved in these negotiations and start to do the right thing and make sure that Canadian workers need to be properly compensated. And yes, every sector does need to go up in wages, and I think that we should probably prioritize the ones that are saying, hey, we're not going to work, we're going to screw everything up for everyone else. But this is what Justin Trudeau has had to say about the matter. He gave 19 seconds of his time. Thank you, Senor Leader Justin Trudeau.
Of course, we keep following the confirm the best deals happen at the bargaining table. That's where parties can be working. The minister's actually going to be meeting with the parties today. That's not the fact that Europeans of Canadians are counting for it everywhere to get this resolved.
Barely gives anyone any time of day, and he gave 45 seconds of his time for what they had the regulation on there. But let's take a look at a bit of major media video here about the entire situation.
Now to the travel anxiety about a potential Air Canada shutdown, and calls from the business community for the government to do something to step in and stop it from going ahead. With me is Duncan Dean. He's the former Air Canada Chief Operating Officer. Duncan, it's always good to see you this morning. So let's first of all talk about these business groups. What are they hoping to achieve by sending this message to the federal government?
I think the business groups are basically trying to get the government to somehow push the parties closer to a deal, which is frankly what everybody should be asking, not just the federal government, but both parties to do. This is not a pleasant situation for not just creating problems, but communities across the country who could be facing tremendous disruptions to the air transportation system.
What could the government do?
Well, I'm not really quite sure what the government could do. At this point in time, the Minister of Labour appears to be using more regulation the House office to pull both parties to stay at the bargaining table until they get a deal. And I think that's probably the extent of what they can do at this point in time. Basically, to get both parties to find ways to look at potential compromises so that the impasse can be resolved and both parties can achieve a collective agreement without disrupting the travel plans of hundreds of thousands of Canadians.
Okay, so they are still negotiating, and I want to ask you, from your experience, Air Canada pilots want a salary comparable to that of U.S. pilots. Is that possible?
Look, I think that the notion that Air Canada can somehow offer pilots parity with the U.S. Is a little bit misguided. To the extent that both compensation models are completely different. You've got U.S. circumstances which don't exist in Canada, such as private health insurance. You've also got many pilots in the United States who don't enjoy traditional pensions, whereas many Air Canada pilots do. And so, you've got to do this from an apples-to-apples comparison perspective and not pick and choose the elements of compensations from other countries and other jurisdictions and, somehow make them fit into the Canadian context.
To talk What should they be anticipating?
Well, I mean, I think that for the next couple of days, they should be keeping an eye on for communications from Air Canada. In many instances, Air Canada has already provided them with greater flexibility to change their travel plans if they're able to. And what they should also be doing is looking at potential alternatives where those exist. You know, when you're talking about 110,000 travelers every single day aboard 670 flights, there aren't 110,000 empty seats sitting in the Canadian air transportation system. So unfortunately, if there is a strike and there is a disruption of service, for many travelers, the only option will be to cancel their trip.
Duncan, what would be the knock-on effect if there is some sort of work stoppage? What does it mean for other Air Canada employees who work in different departments?
Well, you know, a lot of that, Marcia, will depend on how long the strike lasts. In the initial phase, Air Canada is planning on operating about 20% of its network, which is operated by pilots from its regional partners like Jazz and Provincial Airlines in Newfoundland. And so, you know, parts of the operation will continue. So airline employees, at least for the time being, will likely continue to be at work. However, if the strike drags on or the lockout drags on, depending on what ends up happening, you know, it could completely upend the jobs of, you know, thousands of Air Canada employees who aren't involved in the strike.
Duncan, thanks so much. Duncan Dee is the former Air Canada Chief Operator.
And you're finding this in a lot of different sectors, not just the airline sector, but a lot of sectors are saying, hey, compared to America, we're not really even compensated a fraction of what they are. So what's stopping me from going over there and working, making a lot more money, and eventually relocating to Canada, if that even makes any sense? And let me know if that's ever been something that's applicable to you. I think what Canadians can kind of agree on as a majority is we don't make enough money, and our cost of living is extremely, extremely high. It's not sustainable. And then next up, we're going to take a look at this very interesting and viral clip of Justin Trudeau seemingly getting sworn at what appears to be a liberal barbecue. So I want to direct your attention almost like a Where's Waldo trying to spot Justin Trudeau's security. Yeah, it's not really likely, ladies and gentlemen. You've got me cotton head right there. You've got it's going to be my best one talking. This guy, obviously, he's got a lot of stuff. This 5-year master just like Trump, would you like to, you know, So a couple takeaways from this, right, is that it just seems very irresponsible for the Prime Minister of the country, the leader of a country, to put himself in this position. This comment has absolutely nothing to do with the demographic here that we see. But as you saw, during the Trump rally, right, he was on stage, and security that failed. I'm not saying that security is going to fail right now, but you're right on a forest. I don't know, we don't know if Justin Trudeau has security detail out in that forest. It appears like maybe where my cursor is right now, there might be someone over there. You've got some lingering people over here. I'm just saying from a security standpoint, and now there's no reason for me to believe that this was, like, that there was heightened levels of security. It's a little bit of anxiety to see, you know, a leader of a country in a crowd of people like that, even if it is his own supporters, to be in the literal middle of a crowd like that, swarmed by people, this seems highly, highly responsible. Especially after what we just saw with the failure to Secret Service, which is leaps and bounds ahead of Canada, or supposed to be, happened to Donald Trump, where he wasn't even swarmed. He was giving a rally. There was clearly a visible person on a roof, and then they got a shot, multiple, 8 shots on Donald Trump, grazing his ear. Look, I don't like Justin Trudeau. I don't condone any violence towards Justin Trudeau. I think that we can absolutely vote our way out of this, and that is the only possible way to go about this. And just as I would like to give a little bit of an opinion or some guidance towards Justin Trudeau's security detail, this is highly irresponsible. Put the leader of the G7 country, the leader of Canada, in a crowd of people like that. Why not, if people are trying to take pictures, why not have Justin Trudeau approve the security detail, have everyone line up and take photos? It just seems so friggin' weird. And you don't see this with Pierre Poilievre. When you go to one of his rallies, yes, it's in the middle of a crowded area, but there's always a lot of space between him and the crowd. And I'm not saying that Pierre's rallies are dangerous, nor should they, you assume that they should ever be dangerous. No reason for them to be dangerous. Canadians are not inherently dangerous and violent people like we've seen in some other countries, but it just seems irresponsible with the heightened political tension. And, you know, like, for crying out loud, you got Jewish schools that get shot up in Canada. So, yeah, things are getting a little crazy here in Canada. So, for the leader of the country, as much as I dislike the guy, I feel like this is highly, highly irresponsible from his security detail, from his advisors, to put himself in that position in that crowd. And you saw it, security was panicking. They were panicking when they zoomed in on their faces, man. They were like, holy crap, man, this is a lot of people. This is crazy. Trudeau's trying to take photos, and it's just an absolute disaster. It doesn't make any sense at all, right? I just feel like there should be a few more precautions that are taking place to avoid such a disaster. But I'd love to listen down in the comments. And then Justin Trudeau did give some speeches, and afterwards, we can take a quick look at that here. He was already super long anyways, so might as well.
As a member of Parliament, I had the opportunity to share the seat in the House of Commons. I can tell you that he has the passion that an elected representative needs, and he has a positivity that the elected representative needs, and most importantly, he said everyone with agree that he is a man of ordinary working class Canadians, and everyone has an access to him.
He's definitely not an ordinary kid. Alright, so that's where we're going to end this video. It's extremely long. I do apologize for the length of this. I will try to shorten the videos there. A lot of people don't have 30 minutes, 40 minutes to sit around, but I try to accumulate as much information into one video as possible. For those that are still lingering towards the end of the video, thank you so much for watching. Feel free to everything. I'd like to encourage everyone who hasn't already, smash all that, subscribe if you have not already. Just one thing. More than just one child. No wonder our mission has a tough appliance is in help.
woman. What? Sir, ma'am, I don't really know what to call you. It's not ma'am.
Another day, another unhinged Kamala Harris reporter, and various of its MAM 2.0 and it's in MAM 3.0 events both happening in days of reported. Now, I don't know why these certain people seem to get so aggressive that I would suggest, or I would assume, because they have to take that off. But there does seem to be a problem with individuals who get very aggressive with a simple misstep, disrespecting, or for making fun of them for being a Kamala Harris supporter. This Kamala Harris supporter in this video is perhaps the most unhinged I've ever seen today. And I'm going to bring you yet another unhinged. Both of these individuals happen to be, from what I can tell, biological males presenting as biological females, just like the famous GameStop It's MAM. So there seems to be a trend. Now maybe it's all, I don't know, maybe it's pumping all those hormones and all this kind of stuff. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the threat of living alive. Maybe it's pent-up anger and everybody else's fault and theirs. I'm not sure. But I do know I'll be using a VPN to watch this video. And that VPN is private internet access. Check this out. Shout out to this video sponsored private internet access. Look, it's 2024. If you aren't using a VPN yet, you're completely missing out. Private internet access is the one I use on all of my devices. If you follow the news, you see that censorship, websites, apps are getting shut down in certain countries, all sorts of craziness. Well, VPN helps you never have to worry about that. Private internet access also protects you from prying eyes of hackers, internet service providers, and others that can use your personal data. Perhaps also just important, private internet access allows you to access region-restricted content from all over the world. Streaming services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and more have different library options based on where you're located. Some shows if you trust access if you're not in a target location. Happens to me all the time. Many sports events also have regional blackouts. Well, VPNs can be a convenient way to make sure you're getting the content that you're paying for. Private internet access also allows you to protect an unlimited amount of devices all at the same time, so your entire household with a single subscription. Now, I've been working with private internet access for so long that I have an absolutely massive discount available to my viewers. Link in the description below. Get private internet access today to my link to see huge protected computers, access all the content you've been paying for, and ensure that your internet is
Home.
Now, here we have someone interviewing Kamala Harris. It's funny how they dropped their voice. Very aggressive. It's almost like their natural programming takes over. Okay. Here's what we have. I'm going to set this up. There is some colorful language in this. I'm going to try to remember to cut out, but I can't guarantee it because I have to edit like 7 videos before I go live at 1 Eastern. Remember, I'm live every day at 1 Eastern, Monday through Friday at quarter caps. And on so here we have the video now. Let's see there. I started there already. Face cow. Oh, that is what just witnessed is salt. You cannot swipe at somebody like that in their microphone. That's an extension of their body. But by the way, that was very revealing. Yeah, face. You wanted to gel, sir. Man, I don't really know what to call you. Boy, it's not bad. Yes, the salt's good. I'm see about. I mean, listen here, pal. You're gonna go to jail. I'm seeing, so don't see that. Let's see. What would you do? Get the fuck out of my face right now. Okay. Only Kamala Harris on here. Yeah, look at that. You just got a release. I will sue you. Don't need a release. space. If they call the police, they will find out that that is very true.
I'm gonna sue them, don't sue them, man, because we're trying to I don't have to police. If you fucking police, I will destroy you. It's fucking destroy you.
What's going on? It looked like he was gonna do the whole rip your shirt off and get ready to fight thing.
I got my pony with me now.
A bunch of black cats. Let's see what happens now.
Such a lot of Trudica.
Oh yes, you see them holding the Harris Wall sign up there. So they're trolling while Harris. They ran right out of there real quick. Now, do I support going out in public and being an insufferable Ewad people? No. But, to be clear, that individual has no right to privacy in public. They can sue them if they want, but they will lose. That was definitely a biological male having massive oppression problems. I mean, I don't know. You know, we've seen, you know, males in this community recently. Again, not all, okay? Look what happened in Georgia. We had what is reportedly an LGBT person, trans rights person. What happened in Nashville? A transit. What happened in, the list goes on and on. Alright? Not sure that person is very hinged. Then we have frantic Panera staff fight off customer with a pan and bread after wild outburst in Colorado restaurant. This individual also appears to be a biological man, presenting as a biological female. Colorado cops are hunting for their customer who went after the staff and other patrons in a wild outburst. Isaac Ross, also known as Kendall, was filmed unleashing a terrified onlookers at Panera Bread in Glendale, Colorado. Video showed Ross screaming and shouting while launching items, which police said include a smoothie across the restaurant. Bystander Natalie told the incident began after Ross started yelling for their phone and included screaming slurs. They are hearing it first. The suspect was yelling at workers. They were all super confused, looking and said, "We don't have your phone," they said. The footage showed the suspect knocked off items on the counter and hurled a sign at the staff. "Don't have your phone," shouted the suspect as he continued to touch the customer. That was carried on from another meeting that blue shirt who ran up behind and shoved them. The suspect then rolled them out, knocked the man to the floor, and beat them with their fists. The second man attempted to intervene by grabbing the suspect from behind while they continued to crash out violently. At one point, a raised Panera Bread employee began whacking the individual with a pan. The event with the suspect grappling with another customer on the floor. This video doesn't even include the coffee pot they threw at someone's head. The customer included finding a knife they dropped on the floor after fleeing, so they also had a knife. Now, maybe this was just another run-of-the-mill mental health breakdown. Doesn't sound like very ladylike behavior to me. The police came shortly after, but the person got away. Gave a statement and said the police pretty shaken up after this thing that nobody got hurt. During the incident, they allegedly injured an at-risk man, leaving him without either without an at-risk man. The puzzle is just beneath that. There used to be a high-trust society, but the total habits for block cookies are replaced by pumpkin cookies. The immediately fixed it with a frying pan. Good job, Panera. This is why I never leave my home from a frying pan. Don't put your hands on people or act like a hero who can't walk around. The lady, she didn't like the frying pan. Protect the workers. all this kind of stuff. I love the fact that the child only said there's 2 names, so you can't find him per name. I mean, I just say, like, you have a situation that you have to lie out of control. Now, maybe they had one of these clear red drinks with 700 milligrams of caffeine in them. And it has more caffeine in psychosis. I don't know. But I also don't recommend patrons to get involved. I don't think, unless you can utilize it, because quite frankly, you have almost nothing to gain. In this case, now let's say it's somebody not this person, now you knocked out the trans person. And you can see that this is not me. And you have one piece still worked up. And here you have the pathway you try to bring on. Also, people are so aggressive and angry. The message is almost wasn't a good idea. Then, of course, the meme showing all these individuals who do terrible things while having to be trans. Again, I guess I would argue that there probably is a question of messing with the body politic. Well, the customers are going to get that guy off. They not, the guy lost their political went after others. Yeah, again, maybe in judging I don't know. They have to be trans. But, is there a pattern in this play? It seems like it. That said, there are tons of non-trans people who are doing stupid stuff every day. And it's all that accept that stuff. And it normally doesn't go viral and stuff. Be safe out there, I guess. And, maybe you need to be thinking about pumping all these hormones in your bodies. I hope you enjoy it. You did this like that. Yeah. Now, about this here.
Nebula. You can see CNN's Daniel Taylor, the official fact checker of CNN. Specifically says he lied the New York Times. Kamala Harris won. Let's look at the Republicans are up against in this country. I mean, I just on the top of my head. She lied and she kept saying she's responsible for cutting the Friday, but explicitly said it had nothing to do with it. She lied by calling these Trump opportunities. And she repeatedly said he the one that never had anything to do with his assistant to his issues. He didn't say it's nothing to do with the abortion bans. It's different. People on both sides lied about Charlottesville, and lied. There were so many that you, as a moderator, if you wanted to get into the fact-checking business, you absolutely could have called her out on that. If she would have been inappropriate, of course, they have an obligation to do to her. As I mentioned, those fact checks themselves, erroneous, inflated, and totally out of place. And when it's on one side, now it's election interference. Actually,
What's up, guys? Point Fatty. You know what they say, Trumpers is real, and those who come for Donald Trump end up on the other side of the pain stick, ladies and gentlemen. And now, it seems that fate
So,
will
you got a bunch of suck a lot of Trudicocks. Suck a lot of Trudicocks. Suck a lot of Trudicocks.
has gutted the entire case against President Trump, and most importantly, has of course humiliated and Fani Willis, and Fani Willis may well still be herself the ones who get put into shackles for all of this. We'll cover it all here in just a second. But breaking news: Judge narrows election interference case against Trump in Georgia. Judge Scott McAfee wrote his decision that 3 of the counts would no longer stand because they involved accusations of perjury or false statements of federal jurisdiction. This is possibly what they wanted to hear. The judge in the election for Donald Trump and co-defendants in Georgia has thrown out 3 of the counts of the indictment, including 2 counts brought against the former president. The original 41-count indictment accused Trump of and several of his allies of broad schemes to involve the election. Trump was listed on 13 of them. Judge Scott McAfee wrote in the decision released Thursday the counts would no longer be allowed to stand because they involve accusations of perjury or false statements under federal jurisdiction. Counts 14, 15, 27. The judge has already gutted this indictment. The judge did not, however, grant the prosecution to dismiss the entire indictment. Trump's lawyer, Steve Sadow, praised this. President Trump and his legal team in Georgia have prevailed once again. The trial decided that counts 15
Psychological Trudica.
dismissed. The challenge
Psychological Trudica.
other defendants.
Psychological Trudica. Psychological Trudica.
So, from Trump and other defendants, the McAfee decision not disqualify prosecutor Dan Willis. It did disqualify prosecutor Dan Willis. It's been a while since we talked about Dan Willis, but it's worth revisiting. Clinton County gave Fani Willis must recuse herself or the special prosecutor in the way Trump takes the judge says. So effectively, she did already recuse her. She was already smacked down and more humiliating for the court. Remember all this Fani Willis wearing her dress backwards, wearing upside down flag pin, slipping out on the stand, and it's become a national laughing stock. But she may well be one who ends up in jail after all this anyway. Again, and her daughter's in jail, so it's going to be, it's all in the family, as they say. In March, the same judge dismissing 6 other counts of the indictment, including 3 charges against Trump. However, he said that at the time, the state intended to file those charges.
They suck a lot of Trudica.
Small, rapid, murder-fest, crime-ridden, third-world hellscapes called Fulton County. There are many nice places in Georgia. There are atrocious places. Of course, this Fani Willis represents all the crime and all the war. Fani Willis isn't prosecuting any of that. She goes after Donald Trump, which gives Donald Trump's mugshot, and that gets her hard. So we thank her for that. Thank you. Georgia judge has dismissed 2 of these criminal counts against Donald Trump, Fulton County as well. Another one against Trump allies, Donald are falling 1-1. Fani Willis' entire case, Mike Davis, against Trump, the defendants must be dismissed. Big Fani got caught screwing the subordinate, taking illegal kickbacks, perjuring herself. The entire Fulton County DA office is conflicted with the prosecutor in a different jurisdiction. Because I remember recalling those charges, Mike Davis, who is a strong Trump political ally. This is Donald Trump's lawyer here, Steve Sadow. Follow this. My comment as lead counsel for President Trump and Fulton County case. President Trump's lead case has prevailed again. Great judge overseeing Trump's case, Rico case, ordered a dismissal. This is the guy. This poor dude. I say poor example were one of the most excruciating and embarrassing thing anyone's ever witnessed in human history. By the Bible, this qualification is amazing. Fani Willis in a way where the 2 were obviously lying and were just totally out level. That has carried forward, by the way, to the present day. Yeah. Oh, it's so embarrassing. It's all so humiliating. It's all so...
Imagine turning text to video. Independence. Precipice. Select the senator. Receiving your text. Pressing generate video.
Rating for conscience. Like, you really think these are the smartest minds. These are the brightest bulbs in the class. These are the ones making the rules. These are the people actually running things. Denver has no clothes. There's nobody actually in charge. Nobody can be intelligent. Be smart, be ethical. All government is just organized crime syndicates acting against us. We are victims. So our on-camera moment has been with handlers blocked from ex-cop prosecutors on the field. When Fannie Willis Bear began, oh man, this is what a disaster. They can't even get through a CNN. Keep their stories straight.
Their conversation has changed us in a way. Conversation about this case. I'm sure you might appreciate the amount of time that it takes that you have to pour into a case a case of this magnitude, trying to prosecute or defendants. But our conversations have shifted to how you can address that so democracy. The case that we're talking about.
Just to clarify, when did the romantic relationship between the two of you start?
So, to say that these exact things are appreciated like things
So his lawyer comes in, so he can barely answer, he can barely put together a coherent sentence. His lawyer comes in and says, "You're about to perjure yourself, and you're about to, remember, we're lying. We're coordinating our lies here. So make sure that you lie correctly." But that's the brightest. That's the brightest.
Okay. Just to revisit the question, it was kind of how you the relationship started and when it ended.
So, I think the public has the testimony.
Oh, the relationship ended. It certainly had. At the end of here, it's tracking stop on camera. This happened just a couple of days ago. Battle for the 8 Fannie Willis stood up. Senator on the press, prosecutor Walker was also there. Oh wow! So look at that. Nathan Wade is here. This is after they testified that their relationship is now over. They lied. They're a disgrace to the entire judicial system in the state of Georgia. The two of these two should be prosecuted, and hopefully they will. Get a load of this. Well, the DA seeks to block Georgia's Senate subpoena. 3 judges recused from ruling. That's not good. 3 judges have recused themselves from a case concerning Fannie Willis' attempt to block the subpoena required by the Court Jet Senate. Many subpoena. The subpoena has been issued by the State Senate Committee. Investigation seeks Willis' testimony not disclosed for ongoing investigation concerning Willis fired and filed a junkie on the subpoena who demanded her appearance at a hearing on Friday. Yeah. And finally submitted. Willis represented by Lloyd Warren, argued for this subpoena brought in by Mark Buckley, chief requesting permanent injunction. We'll see. This will happen tomorrow, but never a great time. All the judges are accusing, and when the judge at your trial is tossing out your charges. What a mess. What a disaster. They all thought they could come. They all thought they like had Trump versus Biden. And the way that MSNBC is covering this, the screeching and the crying, it's just delicious, salty tears. I'm so into this, man. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This shows you the panic that is setting.
We've got some breaking news out of Fulton County, Georgia, where Judge Scott McAfee just dismissed some of the criminal counts in the election interference case against Donald Trump and his allies. Joining us now, MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin. All right, what happened? What did he dismiss? He dismissed 2 counts, as you just noted. Both of them are counts that also have parallels in federal law. So one of them has to deal with Donald Trump signing certification in a lawsuit that was filed in federal court in Georgia. This is the Trump versus Kemp case, where he certified or verified that all the facts in there were true as far as he knew it. The allegation is there was a conspiracy to file that certification, even though John Eastman and Donald Trump allegedly knew that it was false. The other count has to do with documents that were supporting that case that were mailed. The charge itself was like basically filing false documents with the court. Again, it's a crime under Georgia law, but it's also a crime under federal law. So do they stick to do they remain in federal court, or are they dismissed out? Well, they were dismissed because of arguments about the federal supremacy clause of the Constitution. So if they want to be charged, they have to be charged in federal court. Yeah, with this stuff.
All the ingredients are super fresh, and the recipe is going to be so easy. Now I get my dip to use the number 1.
Hello everyone, I am Prince Will here, and we have some very good news and some very weird news to talk about today. I want to go through both pieces in this video. First off, we have very good polling news for the Conservative Party of Canada, and then second, which is the weird news, is that Jagmeet Singh and the federal NDP are now apparently against the federal carbon tax, which is something I can genuinely say I did not expect. I've been making fun of Jagmeet Singh for like the last 2 years for being incompetent at politics. He doesn't know how to position himself on an issue. And for the first time ever, I'm going to say, good news, Jagmeet. That's actually a solid position. It doesn't contradict everything he said over the past 7 years. Yes, it does. At the same time, it's still hard for him to do. Anyways, first, let's get into this poll from Ipsos that shows the Conservative Party of Canada currently at its strongest position ever in the poll. We've seen polls where the Poilievre Conservatives are at 44%, 43%, but yes, 45%. 45% is like 230 territory. And even though this poll is showing the Liberals doing a little bit better than some of the other polls have been showing them, a lot of other polling firms have been 23%. This one has about 26%. And I think this poll does actually kind of reveal why the NDP is now ripping up against the pride confidence driven with the Liberals and taking the position. They are only polling at 60%. Despite the fact that this poll shows the Liberals down about 7% since last election, the NDP is still also somehow down, because the NDP is and to be clear, as much as Jagmeet Singh is pretending that because he's ripped up the supply and confidence agreement that he is now against the Liberals, this carbon tax, this anti-carbon tax stance that Jagmeet Singh has taken is evidence that the idea that he's going to be more just on the Liberals, but overall, on 90%. He still won't have his party mostly vote with the Liberals, or symbolically vote against them here or there, whenever there is, a little bit of vote blocking to back up the Liberals and stuff. But before I move on to talking about gag leasing and the carbon tax more in depth, I want to move over to another polling result that I thought was quite telling about the position that the Liberals are specifically in right now. I'll also talk about it relative to the Conservatives, but it's really hard to poll Conservatives on this particular issue because of media coverage. But this poll result from, I believe, what's the term? I don't want to get on Angus Reid here. It asks people, do you feel the Liberal Party has shifted, and then they answer left or right, or they stay the same. Now, when you ask basis this question, 29% think that the Liberal Party of Canada has moved way more over to the left, 14% say a bit more to the left, 28% of people say they stay the same, 10% say more right, and the 5% of people say way more right, which really, I think, just suggests that, you know, NDP will always say, like a lot of people will vote right or this or something. It says they really aren't any different than the Liberals, so they have to think that they're corporate or something like that. Ergo, they're somehow right-wing. If you think the Liberal Party in Canada just through our right-wing, I think there's a one going to tell you, you know, give me $1 billion, I'll pay you back next week with some crypto or whatever. If you believe the Liberals are somehow at all center-right even, I don't know what planet you live on. But the fact that you have 29% of people saying they've gone way more left is very telling. Probably 28% of people who are saying they've stayed the same pretty much encompasses all of the Liberals' current supporters, and you tend to choose your own party has never changed at all. You know, I liked it 20 years ago, I still like it for all the same reasons. So this is very much not a French Paul Martin party. This is a far more ideologically left-wing, progressive, liberal party. They don't care about economics, they care about the ideological, pure narrative, the progressive narrative about equity, about diversity, inclusion, and whatever else the liberals believe. They believe in very abstract, esoteric ideas around like fairness, even though they actually make everyone worse off. Although, in a certain sense, that actually makes everything more fair if everyone is similarly broke. But I want to jump over to conservative polling and just to more so demonstrate why a lot of people don't really work with conservatives, because media, in certain sense, it polls accurate, in certain sense, it's not. So it asks people, do you feel the Conservative Party has shifted it, just like the last one? And the results are way more to the right, 29%, a bit more to the right, 19%, stayed the same, 26%, a bit more left, 8%, a way more left, 4%, and which is probably a lot of people who either don't know how politics works or are voting for the PPC. Although the last poll we looked at, you know, was a state company, only showed 1% of people voting. But if it is correct, that Conservative Party has shifted right, especially if you're very cool. Aaron O'Toole was a center-left Conservative Party leader. He didn't believe in any fundamental conservative beliefs around social conservatism, around smaller government. He was basically just somebody who wanted to manage the Liberal government slightly more efficiently. And that's not really conservatism in my mind. I think it was Douglas Murray's point that the problem with so many conservatives, and this very much applies to conservatives outside of the U.S., is that they only live to basically manage political governments more conservatively than the people who came before them. They're fighting for values that are not their own. So they don't ever actually stake out new positions. Pierre Poilievre is very successful because he's saying, okay, rather than fighting for a status quo that's not our own, how about we fight for a vision of a new status quo that is established and then defend, rather than like the Aaron O'Toole of the world, who defend status quo of like 2017. Wouldn't it be great to think back to 2017? 2017 wasn't that good. Yeah, it took it over 2024, but we still had Justin Trudeau back then, and everything we have going on now is a consequence of things that happened back in 2017. So that's where Aaron O'Toole brings himself to be against the carbon tax. But now, in transition, we have Daniel Kim and the federal NDP saying they are against the carbon tax, or intimating they are. But if you use this kind of theater, they're going to stand by being against the carbon tax. At the same time, they will justify the existence of the carbon tax. Just saying, oh, it shouldn't be applied to normal everyday people. It should be applied to corporations and oil and gas companies and all that stuff. Before I talk about that more in detail, I just want to stable business laws. And that requires in the description of the oil and gas comments. I am in this particular battle of the military through my thoughts as national telegraph, the largest part of the battle. It's been a while. That's basically what the best was voting. About the global wealth was reported out here for a year and a half before we even talked about him. It's ridiculous. We're suing us for defamation just to, show that he's powerful or something. And in over 2.5 years, he hasn't provided any evidence that he's been defamed and that he's somehow lying about him. One of the pieces of evidence submitted to the court was his LinkedIn profile. Was his libel notice, his LinkedIn profile, his company website, and I guess Hallmark. He has no actual evidence that he had said anything that was false, which even acknowledges was one of the people who never seen the Globe and Mail for recovery our side of the source. The judge wants to tribute for possibly over $32,000 writing the state's Jenkins said, I'm lying to talk global politics, and with public part of that, says that the work on But yeah, so he's going with the narrative that the carbon tax is hurting working class people too much these days. Which really brings up the question of, well, how was it hurting people before this? Jenkins didn't just realize carbon tax is not good for the economy, and when the economy sucks, it's not good for the average person. And this is where Jenkins is going to try and have his case. Carbon taxes are fantastic, according to Jenkins, but not when it hurts working class people. Well, how would you not have the whole economy and not the working class people? Yeah, and there's no way of saying that people need to tax the billionaires and millionaires, oil and gas companies, and corporations, because they're okay, well, he taxed them, their prices are going to have to go up. That's sure, these agree, but because they can't run a company on a real profit basis. That's not how most industries work. Don't do all the hard work that they no progress in the future or groceries and work and you expand your company so that you can benefit. But Jenkins says more that somehow isolate the negatives of the carbon tax industry. But in the next consequence, that is probably going to come out and say that the scrap set of the carbon tax is only fine. I think hopefully that progress is still just moving forward. Luckily, all justice says we still have the block. Block will vote for the federal carbon tax all along, because Quebec already has the carbon tax. And the block has the block to definitely something that benefits all Canadians except for Quebecers. And so they will just keep voting to prop up this stupid carbon tax until Peter Pollitt can get to office and scrap it. At which point I actually do think that that's something that already in British Columbia, the absolute power premier of the province, David Eaton, from Beacon, he said, oh, well, if the federal carbon tax goes, we might scrap the other carbon tax. And also with power, Peter Pollitt. Your Pollitt and his anti-carbon tax campaign on baloney factory when he was a inside player to get on board with the carbon tax campaign. But now the Jenkins, the leader of the party, was so close to the Pollitt that he might be that carbon tax responsible for himself to get out there and try to fight them and say, oh, we went against carbon tax campaign. We have to do that. I might be making an entire other video on David Eaton. The man is always like 5 to 10 years behind the times.
every time something happens, he is the last one who seems to get it. And this is no exception. He ended up shooting himself in the foot on the carbon tax multiple times. But then Jagmeet Singh, a man with no real power in Canada, tells him that he should get rid of the carbon tax. David Eby, stands up straight for the first time in his life and says, hey, no, maybe we'll get rid of the carbon tax because Jagmeet Singh on board with it. But now, I want to jump over to the Conservative response to Jagmeet Singh and the NDP being getting the carbon tax. It wasn't quite brilliant. As much as it is smart for Jagmeet Singh to say, I'm a working class leader like Rob Kennedy, I'm against the consumer carbon tax, he also has way too long of a history to make this look genuine. It's still a tough benefit Jagmeet Singh, but the benefit is heavily involved from the fact that he couldn't keep his trap shut, and he couldn't figure out the solution to this issue for like a very long time. Since Peter Poilievre said, some of Jagmeet Singh and Nick voted 1/4 times to support Trudeau's carbon tax, and it's planned to hike it up to 0.61 cents per liter. That's their record. If they want to flip-flop, let them move to trigger carbon tax directly now. And then this comes along with this video, which I think was pretty well done. Literally a minute and 50 seconds long, for 29 seconds. I think it will win some votes, will float the progressives back over polls. Maybe if this hurts Jagmeet Singh in the polls, in theory it should help him. If it does hurt him, I think that will prove that he has overloaded his own party with so many progressive, climate alarmist activists, that now when he has a sensible position, they all abandon him. But the people who are already against the carbon tax are pretty much all voting for them already. So I could be wrong when I say that this could help him. That's how it might hurt him. But for the most part, it was surprising move by Singh, and I actually, if I'm not interested in how that Democrats would take the chance for once in a while. Will it pay off? I don't know. It was most project really like them. Then this next time the problem was not just side choice of now, but that's kind of problem with National Guard. You don't really trust them. And you're not inherently trustworthy triggers. You can just take good positions or take the move because you have a correct position. Well, you don't have exactly a track record of being a responsible leader, so I don't know what part of my election you or any of your MPs whether in fact it takes you a while to get the right position, or you're only saying it because you're not popular and nobody cares what you're doing. That's the key for you today, guys. If you want to contribute again, you can go find the of the video below in the comment section. And if you live in British Columbia and you don't want David Eby to be your premier after October 19th, make sure to donate to the BC Conservatives. I also have a link to donate to the BC Conservatives. They have it for sale in the description below, where I am helping out to elect BC Conservative candidates. We're taking as much money for this local riding as possible, and we're going to be handing it out to other ridings that need to have the chance to get rid of the BC NDP and replace it with BC United. That's it for me today, guys. Have a good one. Technology are open. Yeah, still guys. I don't know what this as we get closer to a strike by the airline pilot. Calgary Conservative MP Victor Murphy says her party has a plan to protect Canadians from online threats. And a forum is taking place tonight in Lethbridge, where UCP members will get a chance to recruit candidates who might become the nominee for Lethbridge West. In province, Southern Alberta.
Thanks so much for joining us. Tensions between Canada's largest airline and pilots Algin as a potential strike or lockout of Air Canada is only days away. A number of business groups are meeting in Ottawa, and the British government intervened after calls for mining arbitration in open letters. Air Canada says it's increasingly likely that work will drive to a halt as conflict and all parties agree. The union says most unions are holding up the talks as Air Canada continues to post record profits while expecting pilots to accept below market compensation. Now the Conservative MP Michelle Rivera said she's tired of the low levels not doing that to become Canadians for the threat of peace online. She says the Liberal Bill 63 just do enough and instead ends up censoring Canadians. She says the Conservatives have a much better plan.
New conservative legislation with protections in two areas of focus. Unlike previous Liberal bills, it will obtain these protections for Canadians without creating a government-managed surveillance state or putting a chill on part of protected speech. Legislation will first seek to modernize the existing crime of criminal harassment to address the needs and particularly the anonymity of how it happens online. To be clear, this update won't criminalize something like two people disagreeing about policy online or other types of expression of opinion that is protected under the Charter. Specifically, the provision on conservative legislation will be based on the existing definition of criminal harassment, applying specifically to those who repeatedly send unwanted or unsolicited requests to somebody to reasonably fear their well-being.
The Federal NDP caucus retreat just wrapped up in Montreal. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has asked the BC elections soon, driving the late to support October 2025 since he ripped up the supply confidence agreement with the Trudeau government. He says, anything can happen.
All bets are off. We've torn up the agreement with the Liberals. That means they can expect no help and no support from us. Anything that happens in Parliament will be based on is in the best interest of Canadians. We'll be fighting, find ways to get more relief for Canadians, to get more help to Canadians. That's what we're going to be focused on. And we will use every tool we can to try to get more relief for Canadians.
A spotlight has been cast on foreign countries like China and their reported attempts to interfere with our elections. Fred Bradley served from 1995 to 2013 as a parliamentary development advisor in Ukraine and other countries to ensure election integrity. He says there are steps Canada could take to protect our elections.
I think the idea of having a foreign registry, I think other countries have it, Great Britain, the United States, Australia, to ensure that these activities, these agents have to register. And maybe, and our security services need to be perhaps even more resources to protect our electoral systems against this.
Make sure you catch more of this informative interview with Fred Bradley, former Parliamentary Development Advisor, and BCN's Jeanette Rocher coming up later in our broadcast. Premier Daniel Smith has spoken out against the federal government's plan to relocate tens of thousands of asylum seekers here to Alberta. She says Ottawa is moving ahead even without any financial assistance to support our province. She says last year alone, Alberta welcomed over 200,000 people to our province. She says, although Alberta represents only 11.8% of the Canadian population, we are currently supporting 22% for over 70,000 Ukrainian evacuees who arrived in Canada. Now in the state, Premier Smith had this to say. Section 95 of the Constitution is clear. Immigration is an area of shared authority between the federal government and provinces. Yet the Trudeau government's unrestrained open border policies, permitting well over 1 million newcomers each year to Canada, is causing significant challenges, and it's simply not sustainable. The three candidates trying to become the nominee for the UCP for the Lethbridge West riding will be answering questions by party members in Lethbridge tonight. On the chat about this more detail is David Reavers. He's the president of the UCP's Lethbridge West riding, and he joins us from BC. Taking the three candidates are Lethbridge City Councillor and former Lethbridge
Canadians and the Conservatives will take everything away. You realize that your government actually is on the right path. But this is important, the sentiment they've been expressing to other people who don't feel that.
Lane, a former broadcaster in the mainstream media, who switched to YouTube. This is going to be able to say one thing. We're going to get right into the video of Patrick Republics being so fed up with the agenda and that they often give. Right now, it says absolutely just love having comments below, so you have to talk throughout this. Make sure that you type them out after getting through this video. Now, enough of me yammering away. Let's get and more. At the end of the summer, of course, the state of California that needs discussions to replace a spot as like, why did the government not choose to do that? Because this what we chose to do is something that we acknowledge what the rules are or what the media are covering, and especially when him and the person is and give them a chance to work talk about the economy. And that was the announcement. And for future announcements, we'll see what we decide to do. But, having something like Mark Carney come on board is a message to Canadians. We're not saying on the middle of this party to make sure that we are the alternatives to a funding and the certainty that could be for Canadians. We also can't say that Eric Poilievre
support Prime Minister's decision to vote for the Gateway Pipeline.
I understand the Gateway Pipeline.
You support it?
Give both environmental and commercial reasons.
You support it?
I think it's sensible.
And yet your company has invested billions of dollars in oil companies in both Brazil and the UAE to buy pipelines. You bought billions of dollars in pipelines as a company in the last 5 years. Do you support those investments?
Mr. Poilievre, there is a global energy system, and one of the issues, I'm trying to explain a bit of how the economy works. One of the
Thank you so much.
May help. One of the issues for this
Do you support it?
Where is Canada's role in those as energy transitions from fossil fuels to renewables, and in different jurisdictions, into geography, it matters. It matters, and this is a fundamental.
Yeah.
So this is a fundamental.
So I'm sorry. You've exceeded the time.
Point.
You've exceeded the time.
Relevant to this community's
what you're saying is you oppose pipelines in Canada, but you support them in the UAE and in Brazil. That's what you've actually said.
There are specific.
That's your double standard.
It's not a double standard.
It is a double standard.
No, it's not.
You make billions of dollars off foreign pipelines, and you shut them down here at home, putting our people out of work.
I mean, by all accounts, Mark Carney doesn't care about the Canadian economy. He cares about his own wallet. And the fact that the Liberal government was previously said that they have used Mark Carney's advice, and if you look around you, see the state of things right now, it looks like that advice failed. And as far as the general public goes, they did that for free, only now they have hired Mark Carney in this role, funded by taxpayer dollars. That's right, your tax dollars are going to continue making a billionaire who invests in countries outside of Canada and encourages Canadians to suppress things that we could do to boost our economy so that he can continue profiting even more off of that suppression in other places like Brazil and the UAE, where he currently operates such things. With his pipelines, it seems like a little bit of a conflict of interest that a close friend and also somebody who is the godfather to Chrystia Freeland's son would be chosen to be on the federal payroll for a position that nobody elected him for and that we clearly do not need him for.
Ask more about that, because I think in particular the idea that he has been appointed to the
a task force focused on economic growth. I can think of numerous examples. Your ministerial colleagues have pointed out to me that Canada's economic growth patterns are something to celebrate. Why do we now need a task force to study?
I absolutely love this woman, but she hits the nail on the head right there, because the Canadian Liberal government is really good at creating new bureaucratic roles for people to have a salary of $100,000 a year to do what exactly? The Liberal government is saying, hey, we're doing a great job. Look at how amazing this interest rate is. We are on track, everybody. But now you're telling us that we actually need to hire more people. We need to spend our tax dollars to fund the lifestyles of billionaires and more elitists within your inner circle in order to continue doing the same thing that you have proudly been doing without their aid.
It's not a task force to study what the economy should be, but it's a task force that acts on what the government is doing. We have a great team. We have a great economic team. Now we're adding somebody at the party to get us ready to the campaign ahead. Because really, I mean, the economy, it is so important. So what is the social progress that we want to have? And having the growth of the economy, fighting climate change, fighting, the cuts that eventually some of the government can have on the social progress that we have. And I think it's important for Canadians to find a way to make sure the Canadians are listening to us, so what the alternatives are and what the contrast is with the Conservative Party. And having somebody like Mark Carney, I think it's a sign of confidence that this is the government that will not only work on that progress, but make sure that we are building on it and moving it forward ahead.
So I guess I'm a bit confused. Is he brought on in order to make a contrast with the Conservative Party, or to better advance your government's policies to create more economic growth that people feel on an individual level?
Well, he's coming to the party, to the Liberal Party of Canada, to work with the party in order to make sure that we're ready for the next campaign, to make sure that we are giving the right message to Canadians and make Canadians have a choice, and present that choice with a strong policy on economy and a strong policy on social progress and a strong policy on environmental transition and economy on what we need as country to be, because we have this great country in terms of the choices that Canadians will have. And I think Mark Carney is the right person to add on to the party to make sure that we're having those conversations in a strategic way in terms of moving forward to the campaign.
Why do you need Mark Carney to do any of those things? You are the government. If you are not capable of a government, you should resign. Why do Canadians have to rely on a global WEF elitist with a global agenda who fully supports all of the programs that are making Canadians poorer, that are making us struggle more, super hybrid, and to better articulate and manipulate the Canadian population so that they will choose your party? Did I get that right? That's pretty much exactly what you just said, right?
So again, just to be clear, right, so what's from that you plan to put more things in the window for Canadians, and you plan to be specific about what else your government is going to do to better their situations, or are you going to continue doing what your ministerial colleagues
I think to be sure that the Canadian priority that the economy is coming, that economy is growing, social policy
Thank you.
in which you said last year. If you break that down per person, the situation is very different. The IMF, for example, the economy has now fallen behind its population growth for the fifth straight quarter. Social Security last year per capita is now down 2.2%. It sounds like what you're saying is as long as Canadians and conservatives will take everything away and realize that the government actually is on the right path, but let's support the center, especially the public health.
One thing I agree with that economy is going well when people don't feel like they know better. People don't feel that at the end of the month, because when they're taking longer. So I get that. Now, when I started Canadian Public Care, we came out that our studies and I think if we put us in place, they'll have more money because that's what they need right now. And have been studying our financial security that they don't feel they have.
Yeah, but especially if you've been in office for 9 years, the government has been there for 9 years. The programs that you say just make better communicate, Canadians also tell you public people will just express it. And those programs are actually making a real difference in their lives. That's the government is very responsible. Those who think they find themselves now and don't just result in different than just content to see them to realize
well, yeah, I think they're responsible to be in the party that we just need to that we are getting more people more money, that we're getting young people involved, that we're transitioning the economy to a green economy, that we've been showing that as a country we're competitive in the global stage, but mostly that people can live in country, have their roof over their heads, and be proud of being Canadian, and not get addicted to American style politics.
Well, especially if they're not, teams of government help to keep them to that place. And I'm solving concerns of a lack of answers for exactly what you're spelling out. 100% making sure there's questions. So you're saying it just happened, right? Like, Canadians just got to this point because of other stuff, nothing to do with our government. Like, do you understand that Canadians have made it in their mind the way that we're all mindset? And the response is not
just like a classic example of we think it was and then make people feel bad for not wanting it, like it was needed or being appointed yesterday and having our tax dollars everybody else needs something that was in need and rent and stuff. So it's really that it's happening right? People of that magnitude and want to know
assistant that can complete tasks for you or help you learn how to start something new, all from a single prompt in your favorite IDE. For example, we can ask you to refactor our code. It analyzes the code post-fact mining process and complements the plan to get productive code to improve code efficiency. The plan provides a detailed explanation of the changes in the future. Also iterate until you have the right plans for our business. Then generate the updated code along with the necessary code. Click on each file to remove the first change. Finally, flash new code into our project to development. This is direct code development. Let's say
Here Canada has a significant number of people, pilots, that are in that lower wage scale that are saying, listen, we're getting paid $75,000 a year to fly a 777 on the first opportunity, and cyber board of that get paid $300,000. The same job, same flight, same piece of equipment. They say, wait, there's something wrong with the
Now, not all Air Canada pilots are 75 points. A recent Gallup shows a captain of 12 years experience to make more than $300,000. But that same captain might make 60% more in the U.S. And here are the pay increases for pilots at 3 major American airlines. Compare that to what Air Canada pilots have had in their contracts. A 2% pay increase per year for about 8%. When you look at that environment, pilots at Air Canada are justifiably upset and angry that their own pay stocks have not kept up with the rest of the industry. Why? The wages in the rest of the industry shot up so dramatically. Well, it's what the American airline industry is doing. The company is by some estimates, North American Airlines lost about $63 billion in 2020. Even just no travel, the pandemic meant that they could get a lot more. And airlines looking forward to times they had on staff. You'll remember reports like these ones, airports, and folks. This is nobody's gone, but that's why they have to the pilots. The plan that was expected to the line out, frankly, very good about how quickly this is going to get how they're different out. But fast forward a couple of years, and now this country is developed. By the end of 2022, around 60 million were flying on U.S. Air. Very good. All of the flash from the pilot to a pilot forward. So they left them at a power, we're having a lot of power. We're making them like chaos. That's it's unlike you. And
we had people, emphasizing the last they had no staff to do the airline. And they left most of the U.S. airline
eventually became this demand, and all of a sudden, of this severe and then you have that situation we have got pilots really thousands of good labs in the There's a lot of responsibility about international rescue and sometimes to destinations. See the mission to negotiate a fair agreement even costs. People are watching all of this in the U.S. Seeing the American counterparts doing the same routes, doing the same planes, making twice as much money. You might see two choices. One, you could leave. And many pilots offer. In 2022, 3 times more Canadian pilots applied for American commercial licenses than the year before.
And Air Canada is forecasting that unless they take care of those pilots, because there are 800 Air Canada pilots who are ready to jump ship and so.
And by some estimates, U.S. airlines will need as many as 400 pilots in the next few years. So there's opportunity. And that's a problem for Air Canada, especially considering there has been a shortage of pilots here as well. Last year, St. John, Calgary, and Victor, they all saw Air Canada slash because of a lack of pilots. So, Air Canada is negotiating. It's offered 30% pay rise over 3 years. And Air Canada pilots know they have leverage. And frankly, the companies haven't disputed that. Hence, the rejection of Air Canada's offer. So now, things could get messy.
How would you get back? Am I going to be stuck in Newfoundland until the 24th? I don't know. It's a little stressful.
Air Canada's position has been pretty straightforward. An increase in pay brings an increase in ticket prices. And in a statement this week, the CEO said the pilots' wage demands far exceed the average Canadian wage increases. It is true. The average Canadian isn't seeing anywhere near a 30% pay increase like what Air Canada is offering its pilots. And, let's go without saying, American pay is almost always higher than Canadian pay. WestJet pilots recently secured a 24% increase, and Sunwing pilots slightly more than that. Air Canada's position is that its reported offer of 30% is more than fair.
And the one thing I can most definitely guarantee at the end of this process is that Air Canada pilots will be the best paid commercial airline pilots in Canada.
But the pilots union hit back, telling CBC Air Canada continues to post record profits and reward its executives handsomely, while expecting pilots to accept below market compensation. And the union goes on to call out Air Canada's corporate.
Air Canada has succeeded financially quite well as a corporation. They are able to invest in their pilot grade. We know when we look at executive compensation, since 2015, it's doubled.
As early as this Sunday, the union could issue a 72-hour strike notice. That would start a 3-day wind-down plan that would eventually see more than 100,000 daily Air Canada passengers scrambling for other arrangements and taking to TikTok to vent.
They will be canceling all of the flights that really sucks for me because if I miss a plane, it's a lot of money out of my pocket. What I'm frustrated with as a Canadian is that I'm too because I'm sitting gamble every time. It's straight.
And if things get to that, a full airline shutdown. Air Canada says it would take at least a week to get operations back. It's why there's one other thing.
touch the other. If you can't find a middle ground, the government said.
That's the director from Air Canada, and they're adding their list to dozens of industries, including the Chamber of Commerce, asking for the government to intervene.
For now, it says it's staying out of the labor dispute. But it's the exact same thing during the recent railway lockdown, where within 24 hours it had reversed course, sending both sides to finding arbitration. And there are already calls for the government to do the same with Air Canada.
Productivity and security compliance are supercharged. Then there be
Joe Biden has told the deal is keeping the Liberals in power, which means when the House returns in just over a week, the next federal election could be triggered at any time on a conference.
I ripped up the agreement with Justin Trudeau, and I know that means that an election is now more likely as a result. We are ready to fight an election whenever it happens.
It's going to happen. That's the option. That will be triggers the carbon tax election.
The election will hopefully the next fall.
So all of this leaves a lot of uncertainty, especially for the Liberals, a party that took another big hit today, because on top of the NDP support, the Liberal Party also lost their conservative support. Jeremy Brock as a part of the national campaign for election. So, how long will Liberals avoid elections? For more insight, we go to David Brockman, former chief staff to Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, Brian Topley, former chief staff to NDP Alberta Premier Rachel Notley, and Michelle Cadario, former deputy chief of staff to Prime Minister Paul Martin. So, welcome to you all. Michelle, you have some experience in Liberal minority governments. How do they deal with what's happened in the last 24 hours? You lost governing.
Mark Simpson.
Every press conference that Jamie goes into, I'm like, okay, at least it can't be any worse. And then I'm proving wrong every single time.
Surely you can't say anything dumber than that was turning right? Jackie Singh spoke to the press again, and he will be relieved to know that the first words out of his mouth were not that he tore up the agreement. with, however, a level of gaslighting that is rare even in the world of the NDP, as he now pretends there never was a supply and confidence agreement.
Well, first off, I gotta say, when I've moved the time here in Montreal, Alexandre's been a great host. His city has spent to remind us. And we've had an awesome time spending time with Craig Sorbet and Stephanie in office. Thanks to folks over there. The CBM chief in office, and we all brought the second drive to really join us to get the drive.
Like how kids never been on the subway, like they're so forceful. Telling me that they don't go on the subway with us problem solving.
Yeah, they make me walk it up with the club, we are riding the subway.
The Montreal subway, but I did that. But we used to live in Toronto, we used to get the subway to work almost every day.
And that's it. Bus ride. Just get it without BMW. You drive it through guys.
I mean, drive, but you guys can come to work.
Well, probably. Common culture. You know, it's amazing. Every press conference that JP does it, I'm like, okay, at least it can't be any worse. And then I'm proven wrong every single time.
Surely he can't say anything dumber than last time, right?
We're not even 2 minutes in. He hasn't even said anything politically yet.
And you know, we're not necessarily laughing because we think it's funny. We're just incredulous at the words coming out of this man's mouth.
Today we're talking about something very important. We believe fundamentally that no matter where you live in this country, you should be able to find a place to live. You should be able to find a place to find. But that sadly is not the case. More and more people are living in constant fear that they will lose their apartment. There's nowhere for them to go. They live in constant fear that the corporate landlord is going to just jack up their rent and they're not going to go. Or if they lose their apartment, there's just no other option. This has to change. And under Justin Trudeau, Liberals, they let these corporate landlords rip off the I guess they kept propping up. So they were choosing half of the year. I guess, none of that happened because he never did rip up the agreement. Rip up. Hello? And this guy, how many things the Canadians are going to buy?
Is that many Canadians may believe it because the mainstream media doesn't challenge it. They just push out the difficult and they don't question it because a lot of people still do have trust in the media. That's fine.
Well, and this is why sometimes I'm really annoyed at the quality of the sound for asking questions because it doesn't matter the questions being asked. So, most of these things are more integrated that the NPP press conference and actually have some things inside. Because it's on a flag, they ask the they do. Let them continue to explain their it's wrong. No, that the problem is chief strategists, the big lobbyists for these real estate development companies. So he's going to take advice from them. He's not going to take them on. He's not going to stop them. And if you look at their combined track record, the Liberals and Justin Trudeau, Pierre Poilievre and Conservatives, allowed the sale, sold off effectively $1 million affordable homes. They're deeply fortunate. They allowed them both combined, sold them off first of all.
Here in this actually addressed it in the past. Well, 18,000 homes are missing here was found in Minister Understood Harbour. What do we find?
Well, got nothing.
So we actually looked for a while back and tried to fact check this, and there was nothing that we could verify about this, aside from the fact that funds didn't go missing; they just were cut from the budget. That seems to be what happened, and is the closest thing that we can find to what Jay Quincy was talking about. And just to quickly summarize, it was after the housing crash, after the Party Conservatives got the economy back on track, and then they needed to cut spending because they don't got money into a well-performing economy, as everybody who's running a country should know, when we adjust them, otherwise you're going to accelerate the interest rates going up, and all the money in the world they need to go. So once the economy was back on track, spending, balance the budget, so that's what we're talking about. But there had an interesting response to the Jack Nixon. This would be a case where the South is really that space and they might have been here what's remained in the basement still there, like where did they go? And it's unbelievable. They must he's having an LSD flashback or something. That's what speaker. Good old Pierre. Good old Pierre. LSD. Yeah, he's kind of bringing it in a little bit over the course of the last couple of years, but he still has some great things. Anyway, back to future Jacob.
That has meant we've lost $1 billion over business living. So this is our plan. In this upcoming session, as a team, we are going to present a bill that's going to do two things. One, it's going to ban corporate landlords from buying affordable homes. We see this happening again and again. Back in the 90s, zero of the apartments that we saw were owned by big corporate landlords. Now, over 20% of our corporate landlords will continue to jack up the rents. Why am I stopping right here? Because he said we're going to use it. This bill has no chance of going anywhere.
No, because it's going to be a private member's bill. Because they're not coalition liberals, so they can't. And if you go to private members' bill. Private members' bills through the House is moving very slowly because they have given a lot of that all the different private members' bills go into, and then etc. So sometimes they can sit in this lottery, it's called outside the order of precedence, for years.
Yeah, there's a couple of bills right after to power again and it's just
yeah, like Bernie Dennis has a private members bill to include political affiliation as part of the charter, like under what's protected under the charter. Yeah.
What would be that?
It's 4 years to wait, I guess.
For all of those that are having a problem.
Anyways, it's been outside the order of precedence for over 2 years now and has not progressed through the House. And that's the unfortunate part about private members' bills.
On the other hand, I'm also today with the support of the pilots of the video Brain Street, video we seem to be trying to make them feel the private sector and the workers really playing into the city of
Well, first of all, when the railroad workers were talking about going on strike, we didn't hear a peep out of Pierre Poilievre. We didn't hear a speak out. He didn't say anything. And in fact, he didn't show up. Nobody was grandson in the fight. The workers were in the fight. Did Pierre Poilievre show up to meet the highest any rallies with his workers? No. We showed up. I showed up. Alexandre showed up. Our team is always there with workers. It's not for us this political game that Pierre Poilievre is about. We always show up. Good sacrifice. When it comes to Air Canada, and again, make it very clear, while conservatives and liberals, not backward legislation. Both of them, Pierre Poilievre has voted in favor of backward legislation multiple times. He's forced workers back to work, undermining the right to make time. Don't let him continue to program. Let's try to get some of the things where it's a part of the
Part of their business life, right?
Right.
It's like people, what do you really go, oh,
that's basically it's not right. So the fine, I would say it's almost in a way it could be better if he's not, because any politician that shows up on a picket line, it's probably they're doing it for show.
yeah, they probably got the whole entourage with them, probably got, monthly reporters, and they're doing press conferences,
We mentioned yesterday one of our other priorities is the fact that people are really fighting against the possibility. We said that putting in place a price cap would lower the price of food essentials like bread, lower those essentials close to the need. Residents already voted against that once. Pierre Poilievre and Justin Trudeau took the side of massive record-making profit-making large corporations for continue to fight for
I feel like Greg Mead is so elitist that he doesn't understand how the prices of groceries work, and that it's based on things like the growing season, how well the crops have grown, carbon tax, things like this. He just thinks that prices should stay the same all the time, and what the grocery store should take a hit if, their suppliers are charging them more for bread because maybe it's been a bad year for wheat. Like,
well, it's stupid. It's just stupid. So you want to take one industry and put a price cap on goods in that industry.
Well, that should scare the hell out of everybody because now it's grocery stores. What about, next month if it's your industry?
Right. And then what ends up happening is, sure, it might be fine for year one, maybe year two, but then as inflation goes, and your cost of that product isn't allowed to go up, well, now you're in a situation where you are now trying to sell that product at a loss, and you're going to have to put prices up on other goods that you're selling. And then you're going to get your bill out there, and then you're going to have a price cap there. Look, this is anti-free market. This is socialism and communism. This is the good old IDP that we found I see directly to Pierre Poilievre. I'm not going to listen to someone who wants to destroy your healthcare system, who wants to hurt seniors by cutting their pensions, someone who wants to attack workers, someone who wants to strip away dental care from seniors. What kind of person wants to strip away dental care from seniors who just got kids who are receiving it? To take that away from them. I'm never going to do something like that. So no, I'm not going to listen to your advice. You want to destroy people's lives. I want to build up a better future. I want to build a better future for you.
Maybe you should listen to Pierre Poilievre because he has about 3 times the polling numbers that you do.
Right, and you're going, like this guy. He has no idea who's right in the field tonight. What you're doing is you're making some stupid records. Yeah. How far is it? A talking point. Did you hear the sellout thing? He admitted he was selling it Canadians.
Well, and then there's all these things that we rattling on, that Pierre's going to cut this and that and whatever. I've never heard Pierre say any of those things.
That's all we have to have at this point.
He's a speaker-monger, right? And they're going to use, trying to know the benefit of speaker-mongering.
And there's a fire.
is that by breaking up the agreement with Justin Trudeau, I know that it's an election more likely than before. There will be an election. There will be an election at some point. That election is good. People in the dialogue have to right now. People just say, "Oh, you need to this again." So this would be tough to come. So even they don't die about having a job not smile. It's ridiculous. The torn is spread over the last people. So when your own guy's laughing at you, you may want to change it up. Jared Poilievre wants to cut the things we need, and the Democrats want to get back to people. Sensible short on a person election. I don't think what they're all like to do is talk about time. They like to insult. They like to use about post themselves and make things about attacking the person. You see what I do? Like I attack because I'm concerned that Bill Poilievre leaving Canada is tear down our healthcare system. So I attack him on policy. Like tear down our healthcare system. So you're going to have to pay out of pocket for it. I think that is horrible. I think that's bad. But I attack him on his policies, on his bad decisions, on his track record. He likes to insult people and call people names. I think that shows you what the person is. And that's going to be an important part of the decision leading to it. That's election. On something is insulting the person. There's some effect of life. You have a good healthcare system. That's a public choice of people that
He's admitted to have scenarios in his own head and saying that they're following those things, and then he's definitely unclear Poilievre and taking some technical.
So not the policy that get most popular. It's not like a law. So established cities. We've got a lot of countries that it's been very clear that fighting back against conservative cuts and taking on corporate greed, which is driving up the cost of your groceries, the cost of your rent, the Liberals and Justin Trudeau are simply too weak and too be holding corporate interests to do what was necessary.
That sounds like the exact thing verbatim that he said the other day.
Yeah, but what the hell are you talking about when he says, oh, well, you know, the Liberals weren't fighting back against conservative cuts? What the hell are you talking about?
Does it mean like when Harper was in power and the NDP were acting in the opposition?
I don't know. That is what the most wrong thing. What? Well, okay, let's run it up. You're apparently fighting with this one conservative cuts. The conservatives don't like the buying food, but they're the big opposition. And you were firing in the Russian. So, went along with the imaginary thing. Wow, look, you guys take that in. Now we're back to the standard kind of judgment where we're going to make a decision based on the legal things in front of us. That is a normal way of operating, and if you see in the past, we haven't said how we're going to go before they come before the House. If you want to look at it before you get out, and then we'll look at this standard operating, how minority governments function, that's what we're saying. No, very good. We came out saying that Canadians have had enough of Justin Trudeau. They're done with him. So
that means that you're going to put down the red stuff to go.
That's what it should be. But he has said that he kind of prefers the devil to be known to the liberals over the conservative and doing some horrible things in this country. Standing in the way of being able to choose our own prime minister and the leader of our country and which party should be governed.
Exactly.
Well, and look at it. As one single person, it's but for all 40 million of us. That is not a democracy.
Last week, the people had a very loud week in the United States. The same Red Party's agreement with them. He left a coalition displaying confidence with the German Walker in national campaign director announced leader man the president the appointed said, I was a good feeling. And correct is a strategy to book government party work on campaign aspects and have a talk about that. Andrew, last week, back to Trudeau. This week, we said it was sort of headlines around Mark Carney, but we've got other issues around the topic people talking about it. So, positive news, and negative news, surviving, what's your thing?
Yeah, I would say so far, and it's not the other way. I would say so far, I think the current story wasn't full of positive story. Obviously, it was just what you got government calling our tax cuts. But at the end of the day, with that, the speculation one of those is that there's no place to buy a taxpayer income that is important. So that's not an issue. And obviously, I do think it goes well to bring on Mr. Trump, in spite of the labor challenges he's faced in the last year, to be able to attract a high-ranking economic leader of Mr. Carney's caliber is a significant feat. So I think that bodes well. Now, with the caucus meeting, not only saw the first of the caucus meeting, Alexander going public. So in spite of her personal standing, so the person record it's work. So, I'm not all that impressed. I'm waiting for more members of the there have been go, but they're willing to go I think more big feel about her. That's what the Martin guy basically got cracked at. For long term, it didn't work out for Paul Martin, but you've been on the record for quite a while that for the good of the Liberal Party, you don't say this is someone who wants the Liberal to fail. You say this is someone who wants the Liberal to fail. That's right. And I appreciate harkening back to the organization. David Burley, just this week, was saying the state of the Liberal Party that it was made 20 years ago,
years ago. American Biden was trying to bribe someone who wasn't get paid that is not an issue today. I actually think was the violation side what is the result of that violation? Will that impact the future question? And I also think, and I think this is beginning to be discussed, that the end of the supply and confidence agreement actually helps Mr. Trudeau and actually puts more of an iron grip. It strengthens his grip on the leadership of the party, because now we're back into a conventional minority parliament situation where the government could fall at any time. And so, absent prorogation, which is a tool in the toolkit of prime ministers, we saw Harper do that in 2008.
And we saw Trudeau use it during the Blue scandal.
That's true. Now, I'm suggesting a prorogation that would last several months, more akin to the prorogation that Belgium began to hold with the height of the gas price in 2012. That's really the precedent, but I believe should be.
So explain that to people. Explain what the Navy did and what Trudeau found to do and why that happened.
So I don't just say that. I'm not calling it to do that. I really point to that. Street the Prime Minister this would be a tool that is good to effectively do. The cause that's in the Parliament and allow for leadership so that the party can also bring the best and so it is actually a rather comparable situation. The way to evaluate how the difference of the gas price that is hard in a minority party and at the same time announce the resignation, the game was clear, so this is something that's for the leadership candidates. And 3 months later, after really won that particular case, I went to that delegated convention. Wanted to be here around the cabinet, driving the budget, level, with the up, and I was Parliament to support the and I actually recall a good group with Bob as a part, going off laid down the government, but the government was formed, and so in 2014, we did great. We did the life, and so for the last couple
on the order. We want a big majority at that point. So,
and I might suggest that could be replicated. I like to believe that those some
in one scenario, I'm still not convinced that there's basically that vision and said, well, what is justice violence? Lose the by-election and then throw it back. That would look more panicked than it would. It doesn't do what you've described in resign and call for leadership races because which was all the rumor last week after they left the coalition deal, that makes it look like they're panicking. Not that they're looking for a reset, but like they worry about what could be. So I think we're coming back on Monday, and the Liberals very much could the Saladin Arts are done to the NDP and the Palestinian flag waving right, so they really that. But let's keep it on the Liberals and on last year, but Melanie I described her as being on Team Hamas quite some time. She goes further than the Prime Minister ever does. But obviously gives her that leeway. And yesterday she went out and announced a further escalation of an arms embargo against Israel, including trying to stop the Americans from selling items that they purchased from Canada and Canadian military contractors and passing them on to Israel. She wants that to stop. I'm not sure that the Americans will look very kindly on that kind of order coming from Canada. In fact, I think it's damning relations, but it further takes Canada away from Israel. I'd be surprised she did that.
not overly surprised, Brian. I saw, educated, informed people sitting on social media. I saw people posting it. I think there's a reasonable debate to be had on what the Canadian government should do almost a year into this war, which and I'm probably a very strong supporter of Israel, but it has been a devastating war in Gaza with a death toll of 40,000. So there are debates to be had around this. I'm not suggesting that what Jolie announced was the right course of action. I have reservations about that and its implications for the policy. I think there is a dangerous precedent. What I'm concerned about from a liberal point is a high-profile cabinet minister, and I'm not saying this is the case, but it might be the case, using her prestigious portfolio to advantage likely leadership bid. So, is this policy announcement going to benefit initially in the future leadership race, whereby she's looking to use the Israel-Hamas war as a wedge to gain support among both Palestinian Canadians who may never have been involved in the Liberal Party but will join the party? Is that issue and that wedge? And I don't think that's healthy for Canadian democracy, and I don't think it's healthy for the Liberal Party. I think we need a vigorous renewal leadership race that's based on domestic policy and the future of that party, not the third party.
But, okay, I'll leave you on this. I think that is exactly how we're supposed to do it. And I think if we were good with that right now, because the leadership race, this would be one of the defining issues. And as Jolie tries to win the leadership of Canada's most successful political party in our history, the Liberals, try and win based on the war happening in this movement.
So, I don't know if that's the case. I think it's the case. You might be right. I don't know that for sure. I would speculate if that's the case.
Okay, then let me ask you in a way that you could be more comfortable answering. Is that healthy for the Liberal Party if what I described turns out to be the case?
Yeah, no. I think I was pretty clear in the initial comments. That's my opinion. And another thing with the Liberal related to and in some respect that's well as cabinet people have used cabinet posts to advance leadership ambitions. Paul Martin used the finance ministry for nearly a decade to be heir apparent. So I'm not clutching my pearls here, but on a consequential issue such as the war between the terrorist group Hamas and Israel, I do worry that you're correct, Brian, and I think that's unacceptable. Greece, listen, don't have paid memberships. Listeners and viewers should know that. And I was.
Starts when I'm done. It's just saying companies are not allowed to charge at the proper price. And then you come after them, they take it. So companies have to push the product. If you short the product, you end up with market standards to stay with the rest. Well, it's probably Kamala Harris is somebody interviews for nowadays once a separate round meeting with the interview. Law is the person who's elevated from Minnesota obscurity to vice presidential nomination. And they talked about, what people think. Like how white people only like white food, like tuna and mayo. It's not racist, but she can't be a racist. But let's just see, she's not a white person. Oh man, what a joyous campaign. So Kamala Harris is a brand new economic proposal. Brand new. If you've never heard of Lenin or Stalin or Mao or any Marxist economic philosophy. So she wants price control. Price control is legitimately the stupidest economic idea pretty much ever. This is where you think prices are too high because you're dumb. And
Trump has a secret weapon. It's not the secret weapon that you probably thought. It's not the secret weapon that the media thought he would have. It's the secret weapon that even I thought wouldn't happen. I mean, I knew that Trump would have mean magic on his side. He's had less mean magic in 2020 than he did, 2024 than he did in 2016. We need more for Trump. Obviously, what happened to him at the Butler rally spawned many memes, but we need many more memes. But what I'm saying is happening is Trump has taken over TikTok. The amount of pro-Trump content on TikTok is absolutely bonkers. Gen Z is making an absolute ton of pro-Trump memes on TikTok. I'm going to show you all the data for this. Another important tool, by the way, one that helps you in life is the media. You know how most of the companies you buy from probably YouTube? You're like, every time you buy something, you're like, yeah, how the heck will I figure out if this company hates me? Well, I use Beacons, and you should use it too. It's available on iPhone and Android. All you have to do is scan the UPC of an item. They've added travel, funded travel, ordinarily expensive things. This is, I've talked about how you get the culture work. Using Beeves is one of those tools. They actually give me a code 4444. You can get 2 free week, but you can get free trial. So we installed the app. We asked for code 4444. This is how you win. Stop buying companies that hate you. And use this program. Now, another. Trump focusing on the East using TikTok has soared to almost 12 billion views, 1 billion likes, and thousands of supporters. Kamala has been owner of the movie Trump got, and unfortunately Trump got, and thousands of comments against him. TikTok is a super leftist platform, and they can't even hide the fact that people resonate with Trump's boldness and authenticity way more than the lies. Do you have 1 billion likes on Trump's video? There's 175,000 followers. Let's check in on the real numbers, right? Well, where is? I wonder who posted this for. I wonder. Let's see. How do I even search? How do I even search TikTok? How do
How do I even closing statement? Trump's closing statement.
Stop talking to Trump fast. We're not making any additional revenue. Nitwits, our school is poor. Right, sir. Nothing is lost. Have you tried installing OC2? Most one comes out of sidewalk, what is John told me next? What are you laughing about? I'll tell you what I'm laughing about, man. I've got certain information. Profitable stuff has come to light. Shit, man. The more upsets you the more money the Sir, that has nothing. That has nothing to do. There's a 30-day clock if you want the whole I'm trying to tell you. You don't see you. You should sacrifice your death for something. How do I know? Well, I should be getting back. I will. Just sit next to it. You know what, man? Started by saying 1.3 million died. The point is wonderful. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it. Because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like, we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and with it,
you look at the comments. 20,000 likes. After the debate, Republican Gotcha. It was 3 on 1. I would expect not much, maybe see 70,000 likes. Myers, 24,000. 310,000. ABC just ruined all of his reputability overnight. 9,000 likes. This is on the ABC News camera. That is on the ABC News camera specifically. 1.9 million views. Alright, the 1.2. Now, go here. It's on your opening statement. And that's 3 million views.
So thank you for tonight, too.
That's a new line. Energy bearing on here. Non-biased moderator would have been great. Older briefly, non-biased moderator would have managed to flow with it. 0 likes, burning 1,000 or 175. She said this before, 3.5 years later, no changes. This is, we're on Kamala's supported it. But let's look at Kamala's actual TikTok. 5.2 million followers. How does Donald Trump have?
think over 10, 11. Here's a TikTok that he put up on the ground, 3.7 million views. Look at, well, she does get some good views. 1.4, 1.4, 2.2, 8.9 million. So she's closing the gap a little bit. Trump is still crushing. There's 0.2 million, 0.4 million. A lot of this, is coming from TikTok. I said it a while ago. I don't have the numbers Trump does. I'm sorry, Alma does. Does that mean this compares to Trump followers are now up to 90.5 million on X? Alma doesn't have charge of her VP account. She only has 21 million on her personal account. Social media is Donald Trump's friend. As Harris and Trump debated, social media had its own war. Talking about that, of course. Then if we look at this, Gen Z will be watching tonight's debate on TikTok. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump will be squared up at 9 p.m. Eastern for their first and possibly only one-on-one debate. Hey, I'd settle for I'd absolutely settle for at least a town hall type debate. Well, there won't be a live audience. The debate will air on HTU and other networks. Instead of tuning in live to watch it themselves, many viewers will likely be waiting for the debate's most talked about points on TikTok. In order to reach voters, conventional wisdom says that candidates have to meet voters where they are. Well, okay. So they meet them on TikTok. Well, let's see how that's working. Pets for Trump. AI memes explode on social media after ex-president claimed Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs in debate ran. Well, we now know that's been confirmed by many locals. Many locals have already confirmed this. We see all pets for Trump. Some local Republican nominee, others appear to have embraced by Trump supporters. One video made by AI-generated images of a dog holding his banner with vacation day with my mom. This was then followed by a rolling picture. Trump himself, is winning. Be more. How about this? How about this new trend going on TikTok? So there's new memes eating dogs, eating cats. It's a live trend on TikTok. Again, Trump winning the meme war. Some actually big celebrities. There are apparently 39,500 TikToks made with Trump soundbite eating the dogs, eating the cats, less than 24 hours. Different TikToks with this, just this soundbite. How do you think that's going? We talked about this other video, by the way. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up a little part of it. Let's see. This is from Megaphone Music. This is from Megaphone Music. All right.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. People that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating people that live there. This is what's happening in our country, and it's here.
By the way, this is obviously remixed as a pro song. There's Trump, yeah, I mean, Trump is winning the meme war. Kamala is now winning the meme war. Trump is winning on TikTok. Trump is winning on X. Who's not winning is mainstream media, and perhaps polls. Trump needs to keep doubling down. He needs to keep using TikTok. needs to keep embracing the medium management, because that is what is going to win for him. What won for him in 2016. He needs to debate Kamala Harris once more, definitely needs to be balanced. He needs to pin this woman down, not the way she needs to do, but in a way that she actually has to answer for something. He has to answer what the heck her actual policies are. Again, have no matter the reason. Okay, yeah, that is true. But you also have to ask the people that are like, okay, why don't we call, but how the heck are you actually going to fix them? Right now, it's your time that I don't know so keep on playing something. What do you think? You think he's going to continue to extend his lead on social media? Let me know in the comments. So this and that whole video will solve the problem. The app will automatically create a highlight reel for you. Public policy sometimes I don't think exactly about that home. Okay? It's simple. One, empower the Border Patrol to stop the bad guys when they try to come across, right? That's number one. Number two, do more people become accessible. That's number two. And number three is don't let people claim asylum and then bounce around their country for 12 years awaiting a court date. Make them stay in Mexico if they want to claim asylum. That's the remain in Mexico policy that works so well. And the contrast between President Trump did always implement the remain in Mexico policy. He came up with it. He did actually picking up people taking the asylum process. Kamala Harris on day one promised he's going to undo all of that stuff, and that's exactly what he did. It was a setup, so let me go through that. Now, according to this ABC News whistleblower, Kamala Harris was given the questions ahead of time, but they were labeled as practice questions. Now, then, those questions ended up being what was asked by David Carrington. Also, ABC News whistleblower says Kamala Harris' was given assurance that Donald Trump would fact-check. By the way, Andrew Ray's that Donald Trump has fact-checked 7 times, and Kamala Harris was fact-checked 0 times, and she lied over 20 times. All of that is verifiable for people that vote this up. So, essentially, she knew exactly what questions to be asking her. She knew that the ABC moderators were going to
Davis and David Jones basically walking Donald Trump into booby traps. They were then going to put him over and over and over again to frustrate him, and then they would give a softball question, and there would be no follow-up and no fact-checking. Now, again, this is true. ABC News has just lost all credibility, and I think that they should be boycotted. You guys can vote with your money. You can also vote with your time. And if ABC News is rigging the election against the 71 million Americans that want Donald Trump to be their president, this is really, really bad. And I look forward to this whistleblower giving us more details. Now, listen to this. This caught me off guard. One of Bill Clinton's top advisors, he believes that this is true. His name is Mark Penn. Mark Penn is a former Bill Clinton advisor, and he has come forward and he is calling for a formal investigation of ABC News. He said from everything he's reading, the people he's talking to, it looks as if this is a true story. Now, we need this whistleblower to be protected and come forward, but this is a massive deal. This means that ABC News cheated in order to rig the election in Kamala Harris's favor, to rig the debate in Kamala Harris's favor. Now, the only way that you and I can do anything is through boycotting with our money and with our time. And they will fill the debate, just like with Bud Light, just like with Harley Davidson, just like with McDonald's, just like with, on and on and on. It's the corporation. You can just, stick it to them by not letting them have access to your eyeballs or your wallet. Now, this is the fascinating thing. So, Mark Penn is calling for an official internal investigation He wants the president of the news. He wants the FCC to be involved. He says that it appears that there was a leak of the outcome. And he is absolutely furious. Now, this is a lifelong Democrat that helped get Bill Clinton into the White House and then advised him for the time that he was in. Now, think about this. Go back in your memory. Kamala Harris scripted answers. She doesn't seem like she had the scripted answers. What are we going to do to improve the economy? Well, Kamala was raised in a middle-class home. I don't understand middle-class problems. She gives no answer, no detail, no policy, no help, nothing. So, she these questions in the news, and ABC News, they gave it to her, so she knew exactly how to prepare. Now imagine if you had all of the test answers before the big test, before the big debate, right? So this ABC News employee whistleblower says that they will sign an affidavit and they will participate in an investigation of ABC News where it looks like this debate was rigged in favor of Democrats. Now, ABC News commentators, Lindsay Davis, David Carroll, 2020, fact-checked Donald Trump 7 times, and fact-checked Kamala Harris 0 times, despite her lying over 20 times. The debate moderator, Lindsay Davis, had previously boasted online and on air that she and Kamala Harris were sorority sisters. They went to the same college. They were in the same sorority. They're friends. This didn't come out until after the debate. Also, there's connections to the president of ABC. Also, specifically ABC and ABC News. So that's what these debate moderators are. There was an entire team of writers doing this stuff with Kamala Harris. So this 3-on-1 presidential debate where Donald Trump absolutely held his own and I believe still won the debate, they clearly outlined that for 3.5 years they've done nothing to make your life more affordable. He clearly outlined that in 3.5 years they've done nothing to make America safer. In 3.5 years they've done nothing to make gas more affordable. In 3.5 years they've done nothing to close the border. So Trump was brilliant with that. He framed that and then executed on helping the American people. people understand what was happening. All right, now, despite all of that, Donald Trump with these three to kick their butts, in my opinion. And ABC posted Kamala Harris's closing statement and also Donald Trump's closing statement. And guess what? This doesn't tell you who really won the debate. Nothing will. Kamala Harris got 4 million views and 200,000 likes, and Donald Trump got 18 million views and 1.4 million likes. So basically, a 400% higher view ratio in a 700% life issue. If that doesn't tell you something about what the American people are looking for, I don't know what will. All right, now stick with me because this gets even better. Another huge Donald Trump win. Judge Scott McAfee down in Georgia has just dropped 2 more charges against Donald Trump. Judge Scott McAfee of Georgia ordered the dismissal of criminal counts in the Fani Willis RICO case against Donald Trump and other co-defendants. The judge found that Fani Willis did not have the authority to bring the charges against Donald Trump because she was not a federal prosecutor. This entire case is falling apart. This entire case is going away. I mean, look at this. All of the people who say on Donald Trump, people are defended. Look at Alvin Braggs. He trumps up these big charges, brings in these crazy people to, bear witness against Donald Trump. They don't know what the charges are, and then boom, they get a case against him in New York. Same thing down in Florida. Jack Smith is not even a special prosecutor. None of the $40 million of taxpayer money that has been used to get Trump should have been used. And now the district attorney, Fani Willis in Georgia, the judge himself is saying, you have no authority to these charges and then dropping them. All right, now I want to hear from you guys over in the comment section. Let's see here. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Stephen Gardner, I love that you come and listen to every stream of the staff streaming right now. Okay, go watch the staff. I don't know if you're going to say it. Thank you so much for the super chat. You guys, this is like everything they're throwing at Donald Trump is backfiring against them. Things are working out. Things are working out. Trump's head survives. He has all of these charges brought against him and held them over. And he is just absolutely kidding. They are terrified of Donald Trump. They are absolutely terrified because he was the best president of our lifetime. Go back before COVID. People had extra money. Houses were affordable. Rent was affordable. Cars were affordable. Gas was affordable. We're paying $1 like now. I just looked up today at $3.60. That's a 100% increase on my gas prices. It's absolutely insane. Costs are higher. Everything is higher. Under Kamala Harris. And should we say the previous administration is to blame? You are the previous administration, Kamala Harris. But you can tell, my blood is just boiling. These people cheated. They colluded with ABC News. They had a team of writers saying, what questions did we ask in ABC? What follow-up questions? Then let's get softball questions to Kamala Harris. Those are the 2 big bombshell stories. ABC News colluded with Kamala Harris and the district attorney Fani Willis is not a federal prosecutor, therefore 2 criminal charges thrown out. It would shock me if the entire case gets thrown out. All right, people say boycott, boycott. I hope enough people realize what's going on. Donald Trump is being protected by a higher power. The Supreme Court gets into the game. $4 a gallon where I live. Somebody tell Trump to stop walking with these tracks. Ladies, if I can call the guy myself, I will. He needs to stay on point. You don't know who you are, and that was better financially under Donald J. Trump. You are in charge of the border. You didn't care how many people came through the border. Crime has gone up. Crime has down. It's really simple. Trump means RFK Jr. Things have to be state. I said, hey, I love you guys. I don't want to keep you any longer because I respect you. But please, if you could, give this video a like. Hit that subscribe button. Share this with your friends. And tell everyone you know about this video. ABC News is about to break that ABC News had a whistleblower of the courtroom say that this is good. That they gave the question to the court of Harris, as well as reassurance that Donald Trump would be fact-checked. Kamala Harris will not. I love you guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow in the next video.
Which will get you its put up or shut up time for the MVP.
Wow.
Here Pontiac's local reporters on the Post talking about Jagmeet Singh ripping up the agreement, as well as accusing Mark Carney coming on to work for the Liberals as the unofficial minister of Canada. Susan Walker did inform bunches.
Jagmeet Singh supported all these policies. That pushed for them to happen. Says that Justin Trudeau is radioactive. And right before the bylaw, saying suddenly had a change of heart, so he said, publishing a video claiming that he was no longer in the Plastic Coalition. So let's look at the wording. The Plastic Coalition is called a Supply and Confidence Agreement. So to pull it out, you have to vote non-confidence. If you don't, you're still in the agreement.
And this is exactly what we've said, that the Conservatives, and especially Pierre, would be throwing this in Jagmeet's face at every single opportunity.
Every opportunity. And they're not going to stop. They are going to ram this down the throat. They know that everyone knows it's the language, this slowly you didn't mention what the speaks a little bit. That ball for the most part, you find so that and then before that if you try to make something like it because it's a lot easier to a person rather than our party. So it's kind of a back that a little bit now is they find it safe to ensure we're talking about that will make them go down to the organization that their platform is going to stay solid. Because the investigation the lessons so this is what it's no matter what your video spec will have everyone else believe. So the question that Jagmeet Singh has been asked 31 times in the last week and has refused to answer is whether he will vote non-confidence to trigger a carbon tax election.
Well, at least you're not the agreement.
For standards that they actually believe, that's not going to be the Go and find every single video that he's been in the last week and count how many times that he's refused to answer the question.
Why is that? Let's just distract the time here for a second. In his video, 2 days before voting started in the by-election, trying to trick people into thinking he is no longer part of the coalition. The by-elections will be held on Monday, after which he can just change his mind and go back to voting to keep Trudeau in power. So I have an announcement and a challenge. I'm announcing that Common Sense Conservatives will put forward a non-confidence motion at the earliest possible opportunity. And I'm asking Jagmeet Singh and the NDP to commit unequivocally before Monday's by-elections. Will they vote non-confidence to bring down the costly coalition and trigger a carbon tax election? Or will Jagmeet Singh sell out Canadians again? Which will it be? It's put up or shut up time for the NDP.
The man doesn't mince words.
No, and it's an interesting, little wrench he's kind of throwing. The Conservatives know that they can have a shot at winning the rally of LaSalle and overview with that night. So it's a pretty horse race between the Liberals, the Bloc, and the NDP. On Saturday, they dropped 5 points in the recent poll. So it's but it's kind of funny that people in that round are watching, and they're watching what Pierre is saying, which they're probably not, but on the off chance that they are, they're like, oh yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
Well,
that's going to say everything.
I think in the Montreal riding, it's interesting that it doesn't seem like the Conservatives are trying to win necessarily, because I think they know that they're the fourth party in this riding. But he's trying to drag me back down to this level.
Oh yeah, it's like you can't have enough people in your operation. So he's just being a troll at this point, trying to throw a wrench into the NDP election, right? Because he also wants to see Jagmeet, brought down and kicked out as leader and held accountable.
Right, that's the most important part, held accountable.
There will be a carbon tax election, and in it, Canadians will decide whether they keep the NDP Liberals in power, tax your food, punish your work, double your housing costs, unleash crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder on our streets. Will they vote for a 61 cent a litre carbon tax? Or will they elect a common sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime? And we need to bring it down now, because otherwise carbon tax Carney's agenda will predominate. We found out that there's a new phantom finance minister. Now, they have a lame duck minister right now who Trudeau is pushing aside, just like he pushed aside other female ministers. And he's bringing in carbon tax Carney, someone who has too many conflicts to hold the real position. And Trudeau said he offered carbon tax Carney the real job. But that caused a dilemma. Would carbon tax Carney pick power or money? And he said, I know, I'll have both. He keeps the money with his chairmanship of a large multinational corporation that's moving investment in China, that buys pipelines in Latin America and the Middle East while he opposes them here in Canada. He gets to push his radical Davos agenda. You will own nothing and be happy. While at the same time, he doesn't have to respect any of the conflict of interest laws. He doesn't have to have his interests and his investments exposed online like the rest of us. He gets all the power and all the money and none of the accountability. And my worry is that he's going to push for a higher carbon tax. And we know that because when Trudeau relented under high pressure and paused the carbon tax on home heating for oil-heated homes, Carbon Tax Carney stood up and said, no, there should be a tax on home heating right now. In other words, Carbon Tax Carney believes the tax doesn't go far enough. I have quotes from his book here. I raised this with you because he was trying to weasel out and keep his position secret in yesterday's press conference. Here's what he said in his book. The Canadian federal carbon pricing framework is a model for others. One of the most important initiatives is carbon pricing. The best approach is revenue-neutral progressive carbon tax. These are among the reasons why people are starting to know him as a carbon tax carney.
This is exactly what we said in our previous video.
He wanted all of the power going with big finance minister.
They didn't want to have to divest anything. They didn't want to have to be able to push a job.
And as I said in my previous video, well, my position here is as a result of the conversation that the Prime Minister and I had with the Prime Minister. I bet it was.
You know, I really hope that the Ethics Committee can do something about this, because this is right. He's acting in an official capacity for the Government of Canada, but doesn't have a government job, and therefore does not fall under any of our ethics laws, and that's Bernie I'm talking about.
Yeah, he's not an official public servant. He's not part of the public service.
He's not part of our elected government either.
As he kind of tried to say it very weakly in his reference, so I'm an outsider.
Right. An outsider who's not subject to any of the rules that the MPs or the senators are, or even the staff or the aides or anybody who works in Parliament. And those rules are to safeguard Canada and its citizens.
Even have the current finance minister, Richard Freeland, saying, it's great that he's a part of our team.
I'm really glad to welcome Mark here to our cabinet retreat. He is a real addition to our team.
And you have Carney saying, well, I'm a catalyst for the MPs that are sitting in the House of Commons. And he also said, I'm looking forward to working with the Minister of Innovation, the Minister of Finance.
Again, it's just another example of Trudeau and the Liberals trying to skirt the rules and do whatever they want.
Carbon Tax Carney is now official. That is his name. And he has a radical agenda. My message to Carbon Tax Carney is come in from out of the shadows. We don't need a phantom finance minister. If you are going to be pulling the strings, you should be on the floor of the House of Commons with your massive financial interests and your foreign interests disclosed to Canadians. Stop pushing to kill Canadian jobs while you ship the jobs abroad. Make your carbon tax agenda known and be held accountable for Canadians so that we can choose in the carbon tax election. And when we do, common sense conservatives will bring a new country we know and love. We're hard work.
Liberals are simple.
Provides affordable food, gas, and homes to save neighborhoods out of the sewer. Anything for the Canadian causes restored. Now it's good.
Selection this fall.
That's up to the sellout entities. Are they going to put their actions where they're concerned? Jagmeet Singh claims that he's torn up the supply and confidence agreement. That means he has to vote non-confidence to trigger a carbon tax election. And I'm asking him to answer the question he has dodged 30 times. Will you vote non-confidence to trigger a carbon tax election at the earliest possible time? Yes or no, sellout Jagmeet Singh? Will you vote to keep your friend Justin Trudeau in possible power? Or will you allow Canadians to choose in a carbon tax election? That is the decision.
I love constant talking now at Jagmeet Singh. First, about his pension, because more evidence that that's the agenda, and now because he pulled out of the agreement, he made it 10 times worse.
Yeah,
has. He really has. Because now that he's pulled out of the agreement, if after these by-elections on September 16th, he does not vote non-confidence along with the Conservatives, it's going to be very obvious that Jagmeet is still supporting. And you can hear him say already, I believe it was Bash who said it too, that, well, I think that the Liberals will do less damage than the Conservatives, or that they're, it's kind of like a doubling over, just a doubling down, and I'm paraphrasing on the exact words. But he's essentially choosing the government that Canadians should have. He's not allowing us to go to the polls and choose the government that we want, the government that we deserve. He's single-handedly making that choice for all Canadians in this country.
And I would even say that no matter how loudly conservative people are, in that you hold it up a non-confidence agreement, so therefore you shouldn't have confidence in everything. You should be going non-confidence, especially because he said that Canadians are done with Justin Trudeau. Yes, we are.
Well, and especially because he's going on this rant, and he's ranting and raving about, corporate interests and Trudeau supporting his corporate buddies. This situation with Carney is yet another example where he's essentially allowing somebody to be like the Phantom Finance Minister, as Pierre is saying, but this person, Carney, does not have to capitulate to any of our rules or laws surrounding ethics. Like, this is absurd. This is an example of Trudeau supporting his corporate buddies to the detriment of Canadians. What is Jagmeet say about that?
Society, the last meeting, as well as the last meeting. So, our current meeting was got decided to make sure we
That
pretty, but keep that kind of stuff on. But not only is that that the amount of forces back that are exploding and murdering, and ultimately because of the Russian Federation, it's steadily increasing day by day. Even the foreign regions of the same economy. Obviously, it's been mentioned very much on this channel before, but it's one of the major cities, one of the few major cities that lies beyond the Ural Mountains to the east, and is really deep inside the Russian Federation. To give you all an idea of how far away this is from Ukraine, this is about 1,400 miles away from the nearest part of the Ukrainian border, and that's not even counting the active Russian front line. That would actually push this a little bit further. It actually would be somewhere about 1,528 miles away from currently controlled Ukrainian territory. To put this into perspective of how far this is, that is the same distance from the city of, well, from the Ukrainian border to the city of Omsk as it would be from the city of London to Moscow. To kind of give you all an idea of how far that is, or at another metric for all of our American viewers, because, the whole thing of Europe, Europe is kind of a small continent, so we'll measure it out here instead. 1,500 miles would be the distance about New York City to kind of almost to Denver, Colorado, or really Colorado Springs, just to kind of give an idea of the scale here about how far away this really was. But moving on back into the city of Omsk, we were able to see that there was a major fire that occurred at a facility in this area. Matthew actually made a really in-depth video on this today, and apparently from what we know, it's some kind of a military plant that was producing materials vital to the war effort. So this plant right here actually helps make the TOS-1 thermobaric launcher, and also it helps modernize the T-80 BBM tanks. So also they work on some other stuff as well. It's basically like a big workshop where they bring in a bunch of old equipment and they try to basically bring it up to modern spec. So it's basically one of these places where they try to fix stuff basically. So really it's like any modern war factory. It's really just modernizing old stuff. Yeah. Basically, the interior looks like a mechanic shop, and they have a bunch of old equipment sitting around. They have guys working on it. It's really slow. I see. Very interesting. Also, I don't know if I'm seeing this right, but this looks like a Russian commuter train also broke down at the same time this thing was on fire. Because if I'm correct right here, this looks like a Russian helper locomotive had to pick up this thing and start hauling it off somewhere. So it not only did the tanks catch on fire, but apparently a commuter train in the local area also broke down as well, literally at the exact same time. So it was not a good day for the Russians in Omsk. A lot of people were late to work. They might have been lucky that they were late for work because it looks like the workplace may have been on fire. OSHA is having a connection fit right now, and the Russian OSHA just died of stroke. Come back tomorrow for more information on that. But beyond that, it is very interesting to see that such a major facility caught on fire and burned to the ground, as this will once again be greatly reducing the Russian already limited modernization efforts, because the truth is that the Russians didn't really have a modernization effort going at the moment because of the heavy sanctions. Now, the interesting thing about the distance that this is inside of Russia is that there isn't really a way that we know of right now that the Ukrainians could strike. And that was really the reason why we pointed out the absolute distance. The farthest that we've ever seen the Ukrainians strike into Russia is around possibly the Izhevsk and Votkinsk area, which is about 880 to 900 miles inside the Russian Federation. And we've also seen strikes going about as far north as almost Murmansk at this point, which is once again about 800 to 900 miles away from Ukraine. So going off of that information, we know that this is well out of range currently from what we would know from the Ukrainian drone and missile strikes. The Ukrainians don't have missiles that can be fired in Russia hardly at all. It would be drones, and they also don't have the range for that at all. So we do not really know what caused the fire and the partial or majority destruction of this plant. It could have been pro-Ukrainian partisan activity. It could have been anti-Russian partisan activity. It could have been a workplace incident. We're not entirely sure. But we are going to be trying to hopefully get more information on this. But once again, unlike other categories where we usually get follow-up on this kind of news from Russia about what is happening at their sensitive facilities and factories like this is very few and far between. Beyond the fact that the information that there was a major fire in this facility, we could probably not get at this point about the conditions, the severity of the damage that was caused, and it will have to be brought back around to the operation. All of that information is pretty much going to the wayside. We won't be expecting any updates because the Russian Federation will also be setting these grants, and we'll probably be seeing the
line of flying averages go to 1 according to planes, which we know is true. There's about half the factor went down, but we won't get any information. But moving on from the area of bombs, deep inside the Russian Federation, it is now time for us to move on and into the city of Moscow, because this actually pushes on with the second biggest military we got today. Actually came out today and it appears to it directly threat the West with some form of action, some form of a crossing the red line. And I'm going to play it off. We actually have two different clips. The one's fairly long. We also have a duplicate that's a little bit shorter, but appears to be filmed from another angle. But I'm going to be playing both of them so we have to hear it as best we can from all angles that we got, so that we don't try to come to your own conclusion about what was said, if it means anything at all, and what will be happening as a result of it. I'll also use the subtitles for this, considering the importance of this, considering that this is one of the few times we've ever heard a direct statement from Putin and now one of Putin's lackeys inside the Russian government. So we will be reading this and reading the audio. So here we go. In recent days, we have seen and heard that at a very high level in Great Britain and the United States, there is a theme that the Kiev regime will be able to strike deep into the territory of Russia with long-range Western weapons. Apparently, this decision will either be made soon or made in the states courts are destroyed. I would like to ask you to comment on what's happening. And now, there's the change the concept because it's not about inflation or damage right on Western territory. So if we got with the help of but when it comes to use of high precision weapons, the fact that all of these evidence is both here and in the West, that there doesn't always be a modern high precision system along with this is only which does not have. This data is only from satellites that we or from the satellite. This is what really important. Perhaps that only data service can carry out flight conditions. Therefore, we're not talking about allowing we're not allowing it. We're talking about this would mean that native countries and the United States and European countries are at war with Russia. And so, no, I got to admit that it's always making less like this for a long time. And most of the time that are mundane and no longer happening. But I will say this one the first time we did that press. Once I guess it all starts out with like this. So it could be simply but honestly, I think the example might be a little bit different. I'm not sure it's more than one potato because that would be a little bit you don't know. You can use that one that people are involved in it. So it seems like a threat might have an element behind it, but not necessarily like the whole one like the big one that you said. Before I let me just show a backup clip here which is a little bit shorter, and it seems to be showing the same answer, but from a different angle, and possibly with a different answer, or at least a slightly different translation. So let me make sure to show this one and read this one as well, just so we can make sure that everyone hears every available way that this was said, because this one was apparently posted by Kremlin.ru, which is directly from the Russian government, so we would assume that this translation is probably trying to convey at least a little bit more approximately the exact threat that's supposed to be conveyed to the West. So let me put this one out here really quickly, and then we'll get right back to it. The question is about making a decision on whether NATO countries will be directly involved in the military conflict or not. If this decision is made, it will mean nothing less than the direct involvement of NATO countries, the United States, and European countries in the war in Ukraine. This is their direct involvement, and this, of course, fundamentally changes the very essence, the very nature of the conflict. This will mean that NATO countries, the United States, and European countries are at war with Russia. And if this is the case, considering the change in the very nature of this conflict, we will make a corresponding decision based on the threats that will be created for us. So as you can see, there was a slight difference in the translation that we had in the subtitles here on what was being said, but once again, the underlying theme amongst both the original clip that we had, which posed the entire question and answer, and also the one posted by Kremlin.ru, which was just the answer itself, both of them are giving us the idea that the Russians are claiming that if the Ukrainians use long-range Western weapons against the Russian Federation in deep strikes inside their territory, they are going to be trying to assert the claim that the United States and these European countries are the ones actually conducting the attacks and trying to lead that to a direct action of war. That, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense. But the bigger thing, more so, is that Putin, for one of the first times ever, actually made the threat direct. It seems to have tried to either create or stage this press release of a sort, so that way this threat could go out and start circulating around the world. It's fairly interesting, usually, and I know a lot of people are very used to hearing threats from Russia, and that is true. The Russians are able to make this kind of threats value, because every single one of those red lines crossed, the Russians have done nothing. But this is the first time that we've ever seen the Russians, for themselves, actually lay out the red line directly for the public to hear. And this is leading us to believe that maybe there may be a little bit more involved in this. And Matthew, I'm understanding that you may have thrown up a question about this, and a lot of people have weighed in, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, so the poll that's currently running is not on this exact question, but it does pertain to the topic. And the question says, the U.S. says it might let Ukraine strike long range into Russia, but not with U.S. weapons. That's a huge distinction. And what are your thoughts? 52% said that would be good, let Ukraine have it, while 41% said that the USA is out of line on this one, and 20% said it's pointless because Ukraine needs to be able to use the long range U.S. weapons and not necessarily all the others. You know, this one, I'll be perfectly honest with you. The USA is out of line, basically, with this one, because who are we to tell, like, for example, Britain, they can or can't let Ukraine use a weapon of their own? That seems insane to me. I'm not sure why the USA thinks they're able to tell the country what they can and can't do. We don't have that authority, but we seem to be sort of like putting ourselves down there like that. If Britain wants to let Ukraine use something along in Russia, that is their prerogative, or wholly their prerogative. The USA came out today and said they're debating whether or not they might let Britain have the permission to let Ukraine use, which is crazy. So I'm actually with the 21%. It would be good if they could use a storm shadow without any USA help along. But unfortunately, what say you?
I would have to say that the United States is certainly out of line compared to other countries, that's even entirely by a different country. Britain and France produce and use the storm shadow and Scottish missile. They're the same missile that went through a different team, have slightly different use motors inside of the missiles themselves, but largely are the same. The fact that the United States is coming in saying, well, Britain might give you permission, but you will have to have the final say, that is certainly crossing the line. That is not American right. The United States does not have a right to tell a completely third-party country, which is Ukraine, that the United States be third-party countries other weapon system that had absolutely nothing to do with the United States in the first place. That's even cross of the line, in my opinion, on the kind of level the United States can get involved in things around the world. This is completely outside of America's control on every single aspect. This is the first Ukraine there. If the Ukraine can get it off position of their weapons and use with Russia, and they tell Ukraine that they can do that, the United States does not exist anywhere in the middle of that correspondence to be able to step in and go, well, actually, I have to get the office. There is no such thing as that. That is absolutely crazy that would even be consistent. And also, these information for the past few days, that has been posed, because we've got one Twitter picture of what America is being, that's been posed as America might actually be an organization for our business inside of Russia. Now we find out that was never the case. It was the case that America might get authorization for Ukraine to use other people's weapons inside of Russia, which is absolutely insane. Like, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. America doesn't have any right to be able to tell the British or the Ukrainians what Ukraine can do with British aid and British use. That goes on. Do you think they did that to save face? Do you think they did that to save face? Because now that Russia, specifically Putin, has come out and made this very bold statement about he's going to go to war with NATO, that the long-range weapons are used in his territory. Do you think that maybe if Blinken actually went over there with the intention to give Ukraine all long-range weapons, but then that the Department of State heard this statement, and they're like, oh my God, we're going to have to back out of this because now we're scared, and we're going to pretend like we're never going to get permission, and we're simply getting permission to our allies to get the Storm Shadow. Because this makes no sense whatsoever. I don't think the U.S. is just relying out of touch. I think that we can actually dictate to other countries like Britain whether or not they can let the Storm Shadow be used by a foreign country. That seems so out of touch with reality, it's almost hard to believe that's a real statement coming out of the Department of State. So, I don't know. What do you think? It's absolutely out of touch. Like, for example, let me put this out there. When Britain said originally, we're going to get Ukraine tanks, you never saw America go, actually, as the arbiter of weapons provisions to Ukraine, we will have to kind of say it, but Ukraine. Britain said we can get the guys come on this, the money said, okay, we'll get some aid. And then we've done the same thing with Mexico. We've always been behind the curve, and we've never stepped up and act like we had to make a final say on other people's weapon system arriving in Ukraine and being used by the Ukrainians in any way, shape, or form. Because when the British said, here you go, here's the Storm Shadow, you can use this anywhere and on anything, including to strike any Russian navy inside its basketball. And then the Ukrainians actually ended up discontinuing to strike Russian navy's basketball and ended up completely destroying a large part the Minsk Recruiter-class landing ship and the lost of Dawn class submarine while they were dry docking before they used Storm Shadows to destroy multiple vessels. You didn't hear America that might be a little bit too escalatory. Let me be the one to actually approve this. That is insanity. I don't know what happened to that. Maybe the United States is getting scared, and it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that America's getting scared of further escalation, because I'm sure people need to inform that America is scared of escalation anywhere for a reason. But that probably is the case in my opinion. So I have to largely agree with you. I think they had to be playing unauthorized for now. As on a little threat, the United States is scared of escalating, so they're like, oh, step back on. We can't approve anything, we can't even allow our allies to get it, we can let Ukraine use it like that. Then it certainly seems like it, because, we heard very credible reports coming out of the background that Blinken was over there with the intention to let Ukraine have that permission. And we saw at the beginning of the Storm Shadow, we saw Britain start to indicate that was a reality. And then we were expecting to hear from the State Department that all of a sudden Ukraine wouldn't have that ability. But now we're seeing a complete reversal. Almost like the states have all the ability. They were actually there to only give maybe a foreign